The first thing Daemon Targaryen tasted was ash. It clung to his tongue and teeth as if he had been chewing on a cinder. He drew a breath that rattled in his chest, and the air was thick with smoke and some bitter incense that stung his eyes. Those same eyes, violet once bright as new-forged steel, scraped open like rusted hinges. The ceiling above him was a vault of black stone, shot through with veins of some dull-glowing mineral that pulsed like buried coals. For a heartbeat, he thought he was back above the god's eye. Caraxes screamed in the dark, a long, tearing howl of rage, and Prince Aemon's sapphire eye burned against the storm. Steel met steel in the sky, chains snapped, wings beat, and there was the rush, the fall, the water rising up with a mouth full of teeth. Daemon jerked, muscles seizing, but the straps across his chest bit into him. His hand flew for Dark Sister by long habit, only to close on empty air. His fingers, once quick and certain, flailed in weakness and found only the cool, pitted surface of the altar. "You return to yourself, Prince of the Black," a voice whispered. The words were in a tongue he should not have known, older than High Valyrian, but they slipped through his mind as if they had been there always. A hooded figure loomed at his side, the lower half of a pale face visible beneath the shadow of the cowl. The lips were painted black. The eyes above them were flat yellow, like old parchment, reflecting the candle flames without warmth. "How long?" Daemon's voice cracked, dry as old parchment itself. He barely recognized it. "Long enough for thrones to rise and fall," the Shadowbinder murmured. "Long enough for dragons to die." Anger flared up in him at that, sudden and irrational, hot enough to chase some of the weakness from his limbs. "Dragons do not die," he rasped. "They are killed. There is a difference." "You have been both," the Shadowbinder said. "Killed and yet not dead. Kept between worlds by the price you paid and the bargains you struck." The hood bent closer. "Do you remember Daemon Targaryen?" He tried. The fall. The impact that never came. A coil of darkness in the water, arms like smoke pulling him down instead of up. A ship whose sails were woven of shadow. A city of black stone that drank the light. Ashy by the shadow, the name came, and with it a taste of fear he did not care for at all. He remembered, too, kneeling before a brazier that burned with colorless flame, offering blood that was his own and blood that was not. The promise he had whispered into that fire. Not to live forever, no. He had never desired the mewling, fretful immortality the maesters feared in their ink scratchings. He had asked only to live long enough to see his house remade. To wipe away the stupidity and softness that had ruined it. "How long?" he asked again, and this time the word tore his throat raw. The Shadowbinder tilted her head. Her hands, gloved in some gray leather that seemed more like skin than skin itself, rested lightly on the straps across his chest. With a slow, almost tender gesture, she undid the buckles one by one. "Rise, Prince," she said. "Walk, feel what remains. Then we shall speak of time." Daemon sat up. The world swayed for a moment and went gray at the edges, but he clenched his teeth and rode it out. His hair fell forward over his shoulders, long and thin, more white than gold now. His body, he looked down, taking stock with a soldier's eye. The hard, coiled muscle he had once worn like armor had thinned. Tendons stood out sharp along his forearms, and the scars that crisscrossed his chest had deepened into pale, ropey knots. Old, then. Old as he had never expected to be. But when he swung his legs over the side of the altar, when his bare feet met the cold stone and he felt the ache climb up through bone and sinew, he also felt something else. The stubborn, furious spark at the core of him still burning. Daemon Targaryen had always been more fire than flesh. Fire did not age. It only consumed. He straightened slowly, and when he stood upright he was still taller than the Shadowbinder by a head. "Very well," he said. "Show me what I have bought." The balcony projected out from the tower like the tongue of some black stone beast, suspended over the river as if daring it to rise and swallow the city whole. The water below moved like oil, viscous and sluggish, reflecting almost nothing of the dim, copper-colored light that passed for day in this place. Daemon gripped the balustrade with both hands, feeling the chill of the stone seep into his skin. The air smelled of salt and rot and the faintest hint of something sweeter, like flowers crushed beneath a boot heel. "Tell it again," he said. The Shadowbinder stood at his shoulder, her own hands hidden in her sleeves. "You are certain your pride can bear it?" "My pride has survived worse than words," Daemon said dryly. "Speak." So she did. She spoke of old Valyria first, not because he did not know its story, but because she wanted him to feel the shape of the tale. The freehold in its glory, dragons wheeling over 100 fires, the 14 flames roaring, the high towers and low alleys, the splendor and the cruelty. Then the doom, which no one could name and no one could describe, only invoke in curses. Mountains exploding, seas boiling, dragons shrieking as they fell burning from the sky. Daemon listened, jaw tight, as he had the first time. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the boy he had been, raised on tales of that lost splendor, wept. The man he was now only ground his teeth. House Targaryen fled before the doom, the Shadowbinder went on. "You know this. They built their new roost on Dragonstone, with its own black stone and smoking mountain. They bred dragons there, and when the moment came they crossed the sea." "Aegon the Conqueror," Daemon said. "Visenya, Rhaenys, I wore their blood like armor once." "You wore it like a blade," the woman said. "You were always drawn to conquest." She told him of Aegon's wars, though he could have recited them himself. The field of fire, Harrenhal melted like tallow, the old king on his tall horse, forcing the kneeling of the great lords of Westeros. She spoke of the centuries that followed, kings rising and falling, some wise, many not. His own life, the dance of the dragons, was brushed like a fingertip across a wound, just enough to make him feel it without letting him linger there. Rhaenyra, his niece, his queen, his folly. Her name rose in him like smoke and he swallowed it back down. "And after?" He forced himself to ask. "After my time? Your house devoured itself," the Shadowbinder said simply. "The dragons died. Some of sickness, some of slaughter, some simply wasted away. Your kin grew smaller, softer. One king burned his own people. Another lost his head." Daemon's fingers dug into the stone. Names. Aerys Targaryen II, called the Mad King. Robert Baratheon, who put him down. After the Mad King fell, the last dragons, your kin, Viserys Targaryen and Daenerys Targaryen, were driven into exile across the narrow sea. The names struck him like blows. Viserys, Daenerys. He had never met them, yet they were his own blood all the same, threads in the long, tangled tapestry of his house. To imagine them hunted from their home, turned into beggars and playthings in foreign courts. "And Dragonstone?" he asked, though he knew, somehow, that he would not like the answer. "Given to a proxy," the Shadowbinder said. "Lords with no dragon blood. The last prince, Rhaegar Targaryen, died with his dreams on the trident. The babe in his wife's arms was said to have been smashed against a wall." Daemon exhaled slowly. "Said to have been. Wars make smoke of truth," the woman allowed. "But so the story goes." He watched the river creep along beneath them. Somewhere far beyond that sludgy flow lay seas and straits and, eventually, the cold green waves that lapped at Dragonstone's black shores. For the first time since he had woken, something like grief cut through the numbness. "You kept me," he said quietly. "You and your kind, between life and death. For this. For what you asked," she corrected. "You begged the fire to keep you until your house had risen and fallen, until its enemies were spent and its own weaknesses laid bare. You asked to be the last flame of the old fire, given one more chance to burn a better shape into the world. And this is what remains?" Daemon demanded. "A mad king, a usurper, and 2 children hounded through the gutters?" The Shadowbinder turned her head, looking east rather than west. The light behind the hills was turning from copper to blood. "There is more," she said. "Fire is a greedy thing. It does not stay where men put it. Your house scattered embers everywhere. Some fell in the strangest places. He looked at her sharply. Speak plainly. I will show you, she said, and reached for his hand. Her touch was cold as river stone. The world lurched, and for a heartbeat Daemon thought he was falling again, into the black water of the god's eye. But when his vision steadied, he was still on the balcony. Only the sky had changed. The red dawn had begun to darken, streaks of purple bruising the horizon. Between those streaks something moved. Not clouds, but shapes, pale and flickering, like the memory of wings. Look there, the Shadowbinder whispered, guiding his gaze to a point beyond the horizon. Learn what you have slept to see. The visions had left him shaking, not from fear. Fear had been beaten out of him on battlefields and in the bedchambers of ambitious women long before he had ever seen Asshai. It was something else, a kind of hollowed-out awe at the vast indifference of time. To sleep through kings and wars, to wake to find his line dwindle to a girl and a boy he had never known, tossed about by the whims of fate. It was enough to make any man question the point of all his striving. Daemon responded to such thoughts the way he always had. He found a blade. The training yard lay within the tower's inner court, surrounded by walls of the same greasy black stone. No sun ever truly reached it. The light that slipped down from the low, red sky turned strange between the stones, making men's faces seem flat and their movements a little too slow. Daemon's movements were not slow. His feet scraped across the sanded floor as he pivoted, crooking his left shoulder just enough to let the Sellsword's thrust slide past. Steel whispered against the old leather jerkin someone had scrounged up for him. Daemon's sword, plain castle-forged, sharp but no Valyrian dark, came up in a tight, controlled arc and tapped his opponent's ribs. Dead, he said. The younger man, a wiry fellow from Lys with a badly healed break in his nose, grunted and stepped back, rolling his shoulder. Sweat slicked his hair to his temples. You move like a man half your years, he complained. Daemon offered him a humorless snort. I move like a man who had better things to do than grow fat. They went again. This time the Sellsword came on more cautiously, circling, trying to use reach and youth together. Daemon let him, measuring the cadence of the other man's breathing, the way his weight shifted just before he lunged. His own joints ached. His lungs burned sooner than they would have once. Age had come for him after all, even through sorcery and sleep. But the spine of him, the steel at his core, remained. He had fought on the stepstones with fever burning him. He had charged into dragonfire with less breath in his chest than this. The Lyseni fainted high, then dropped low, trying to sweep Daemon's leg. Daemon was already moving, stepping in rather than away, letting the flat of his blade smack down on the other sword and twist. For a heartbeat, they were close enough that Daemon could see the flecks of fear in the younger man's eyes. You think too loudly, he said, and drove his shoulder forward. They went down together. Sand bit Daemon's cheek, but his weight pinned the Sellsword's sword hand. He pressed the point of his own blade lightly against the hollow of the man's throat. Dead, he repeated. 7 hells. The Sellsword muttered in his own tongue, wheezing. You're a demon. Daemon pushed himself up, slower than he would have liked, forcing the stiffness from his limbs through sheer spite. Demon, he corrected. Daemon Targaryen. The Sellsword blinked, not understanding the name. Asshai swallowed tales like stones. Westerosi histories meant nothing here. It was almost refreshing. A shadow slid across the yard. Daemon lifted his head and met the gaze of his oldest companion. Caraxes clung to the obsidian perch like a gargoyle, tail hooked around a broken pillar, wings half spread for balance. The dragon had been the color of fresh spilled blood when Daemon first claimed him, sleek and terrible. Now his scales had darkened toward rust, many of them missing or cracked. One eye had clouded to a filmed over white, the lid scarred where some ancient wound had never quite healed. The other eye burned as fiercely as ever, a molten orange slit that tracked Daemon's every movement. You've grown ugly, Daemon told him. Caraxes answered with a low, warbling hiss that rattled the shields stacked along the wall. The Sellsword flinched and crossed himself with some eastern token. Daemon sheathed the practice blade and walked across the yard, every step an argument with his complaining knees. He rested one hand on Caraxes' muzzle, just above the fretted scar that ran from eye to nostril. The dragon's breath washed over him, hot and rank with old meat. Beneath his palm, immense muscles shifted. "They killed our kind old friend," Daemon murmured in high Valyrian. "Hunted them, starved them, locked them in cellars until they forgot how to fly. Our house squandered what it was given, again and again, until the world took it from us." Caraxes snorted, a little plume of smoke curling from his nostrils. "But there are still dragons," Daemon went on. "I have seen them, not in flesh, not yet, but in flame. Little ones barely out of the shell, and bigger dragons, the ones who will ride them." He thought of the girl in the fire the Shadowbinder had shown him. Daenerys Targaryen, hair like pale moonlight, eyes wide with terror and something too fierce to be fear alone as she walked into her husband's pyre. The way she had emerged, skin unmarked, 3 stunted, shrieking creatures clinging to her like hungry children. And beyond that, in a colder vision, a boy in black furs, snow blowing around him, dark hair, gray eyes, a sword he wore like part of himself, a direwolf's shadow at his heel, an ember in the snow. "The world thinks our tale ended when their usurper broke our line," Daemon told Caraxes softly. "It did not. It merely went north and east. The dragon's eye narrowed." "We are going west, Caraxes," Daemon said. "We are going home." The dock groaned beneath the combined weight of dragon and men. Ashi's harbor was a forest of masts and gray sails, ships from 100 strange lands lying low in the water as if trying to make themselves smaller, harder for the city to notice. The river met the sea here in a sluggish mingling of black and green. Even the gulls wheeled wide of the place, crying their resentment. Daemon stood at the foot of the gangplank, cloak snapping around his calves in the sour wind. The captain facing him was a tall woman from Ibn, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, with little tusks peeking from her lower lip and a net of gold rings braided into her beard. She eyed Daemon the way one might eye an unusually truculent storm. "You want passage west," she said in gruff, heavily accented Valyrian. "You bring a demon lizard onto my decks. You pay triple." Behind her, the crew shifted uneasily, keeping one eye on Caraxes, who lay curled along the dock like a coil of rusted chain. His wings were folded tight to his sides, but the slow, impatient flex of his talons sent splinters flying from the wood. Daemon smiled thinly. "Triple the usual for a man," he allowed. "But I am not usual." "I can see that," the captain said dryly. "You are mad. Mad men don't have this." He opened his hand. The jewel lay on his palm like a drop of frozen blood, catching what little light there was and turning it into something richer. It was no larger than the end of his thumb, but it had been cut with a craftsman's devotion. He had taken it once from the neck of a Volantine magister whose arrogance had offended him, in a time before he had known how little such trophies mattered. The captain's eyes widened despite herself. "You sail to Volantis, Cohor, Bravo's old town," Daemon said. "Beyond that, you take us to Dragonstone. You will have no trouble with pirates. They fear dragonfire more than kings. You will have no trouble with storms, if your gods are kind. When we land, this is yours. Until then, it is mine." He closed his fingers over the jewel. The captain's gaze flicked from his hand to Caraxes and back. Greed and dread wrestled briefly on her face. Greed, as it usually did, won. "You sleep on the foredeck," she said. "You and the beast. If he shits on my planks, you scrape it yourself, prince." Daemon almost laughed, felt strange in his chest, like something cracking. "Agreed." He turned to the men behind him. 7 in all, his little company. The Lyseni Sellsword from the yard, a sallow-faced archer from ET who had once tried to rob him and been persuaded that service was better than death. A pair of Carthene brothers who had lost their caravan and their patience with their own merchants. An exiled Bravosi Bravo with a carved wooden coin sewn into his collar. 2 others, nameless in his mind as yet, but not unvalued. "You've heard her terms," he told them. "If any of you would rather remain in this corpse of a city, speak now." They did not, though one of the nameless ones, a boy really, no older than 17, swallowed hard as Caraxes' tail thumped impatiently against the dock. "Good," Daemon said. "Then we sail." He mounted the gangplank first, placing his feet carefully. The wood bowed and creaked beneath his weight. Behind him, his men followed, boots thudding, gear clinking. Last came Caraxes. The dragon moved with unnerving delicacy, claws finding every place on the dock that would bear him. When he set one foreclaw on the gangplank, the entire ship moaned, ropes straining, mast swaying. Sailors shouted and grabbed for lines. "Easy," Daemon called back over his shoulder in Valyrian. "You have cheated death longer than most kings. Do not let a rotten piece of would be your undoing." Caraxes rumbled something that might have been contempt and flowed up onto the deck, his long body coiling around the foremast. The ship sagged under the new burden, then found its balance, creaking. The captain barked orders. Lines were cast off, sails unfurled, the stink of the harbor shifting as they began to move out into the open sea. Daemon went to the prow and braced his hands on the rail. Somewhere beyond this gray waste lay Volantis, with its tiger princes and its red priests. Somewhere beyond that lay Pentos and Bravos and the narrow sea. Beyond that, the green, familiar waters of Blackwater Bay, the dark teeth of Dragonstone, the long, cold arm of the north reaching down towards civilization. He could almost smell it, the chill of Wolfswood pines, the smoke from Winterfell's hot springs, the iron tang of the trident. His home, and yet no longer his, a realm that had forgotten him, ruled and ruined by men who did not know his name. "I am coming," he said softly to the wind, to the usurper's line, to the scattered remnants of his own blood. "Make ready." The cabin smelled of pitch and wet wood. The ship's timbers creaked and sighed around him like an old woman in her sleep. Water slapped against the hull in slow, measured strokes. Daemon sat cross-legged on the floor, the motion of the sea rolling through him. Before him, the brazier the Shadowbinder had given him glowed with a steady, unnatural heat. Its coals did not seem to burn down. They were as full and red now as they had been when he had taken the thing from her hands on the dock. "Fire answers fire," she had said. "Blood answers blood. You will not always like what you see." He had never been one to turn away from an ugly truth. Daemon extended his left hand over the brazier and opened the small cut he had made there, squeezing a few drops of blood into the coals. They hissed greedily. The flame shifted, flaring higher, the yellow giving way to a pallid, ghostly blue, then deepening toward orange again. Shapes formed. At first, they were nothing but smears of color, impressions of motion. Then the smoke cleared, and he saw her again as he had in Ashai's balcony sky. Daenerys Targaryen stood in the heart of a great funeral pyre. The logs had collapsed inward, sending up waves of sparks. The body laid upon them, massive, scarred, crowned in braided hair and bells, had burned down to blackened bone. Heat rippled in the air, warping the world around her. She should have been ash. Instead, she walked free. Her hair was gone, burned away, leaving her scalp smooth and pale. Her skin shone with sweat and soot, but it was whole, unmarked. In her arms and on her shoulders clung 3 tiny, ugly things, all ribs and wings and shrieking mouths. Dragons, and yet not. They were hatchlings, scrawny as alley cats, but the sound of their cries drew every hair on Daemon's neck to attention. Around the pyre knelt a sea of dark faces. Dothraki, he guessed, from the braids and the rings, though these looked more ragged than the proud riders he remembered from tales. Men who thought only of horses now bowed their heads to a woman crowned in smoke and newborn fire. "She thinks she is alone," the Shadowbinder's voice murmured in his memory. "The last, the end." Daemon watched the girl. No, the woman. She carried herself like one, despite her years, raise her hand to stroke the snout of the largest dragonling. It craned its neck, rubbing its scaled head against her fingers with something like devotion. Not the end, he thought. The beginning. He should have felt something warmer than he did. Pride, perhaps, at the sight of his house's fire rekindled. Instead, he felt the familiar tightness of calculation coil behind his ribs. Daenerys Targaryen was a marvel. She was also a threat in the simplest, truest sense of the word. A dragon who did not know she was but one head of the beast. "What would you make of me, little niece?" he asked the flame softly. "Am I your ally? Your rival? Your ruin?" The vision did not answer. It shifted, smoke folding over smoke, and when it cleared, the scene had changed. A new boy stood in the fire. Snow. It fell in the brazier fire, impossible and utterly real, white flakes drifting past Daemon's face without melting. They vanished the instant they touched the floorboards, leaving no damp behind. The vision had shifted north. He knew it as surely as he knew his own name, though he had never stood where he stood now, atop a wall of ice that seemed to cut the world in two. The boy at the vision's center wore black. The cloak wrapped around his shoulders was thick, the fur at its collar stiff with frost. The breast of his surcoat bore a device Daemon recognized from old tales, the black crow of the Night's Watch. His hair was dark, almost black itself, curls whipped about by the bitter wind that tore across the ice. He had the look of a Stark. The thought came before Daemon could stop it. The boy's face held that Northman stubbornness, the long plains and strong jaw he had seen in 100 wolf-blooded lords and ladies over council tables. But the eyes, gray he thought at first. Then the flame shifted, and something in them caught the light in a way that made his breath catch. Not purple, not like his own, but there was a depth there he knew, a weight, a sorrow too old for such a young face. Below the boy, the world fell away into darkness. The wall. This had to be the wall. The vast fortress of Ice Aegon had flown above when he first surveyed his new kingdom, dropped sheer into a black gulf. Torches burned along its top in feeble, flickering lines. Far below, at its base, Daemon could just make out structures. A gate, a courtyard, wooden buildings huddled together as if for warmth. "Who are you?" Daemon murmured. The boy turned his head, as if he had heard something. Wind pulled at his cloak. Snow stuck in his hair. At his side, the pale shape of the direwolf lifted its head, red eyes glimmering. Ghost, Daemon thought, recalling the Stark words. Winter is coming. Beyond the wall, in the far distance, something moved. The flame blurred when he tried to look directly at it, but he felt the wrongness of it deep in his bones. A cold that had nothing to do with wind or weather. "There are other fires than yours, dragon," the Shadowbinder had said on the balcony. "Other powers. The world is not just your house's stage." Daemon watched the boy in black square his shoulders and stare into that creeping dark as if daring it to come closer. "A Stark, then," he said. "Or some bastard cousin." The thought unsettled him for reasons he could not entirely name. A dragon's fire and northern ice had danced together before. Targaryen kings had taken wolf brides, forging bonds of convenience and ambition. But there was something about this boy, this Jon Snow. That name floated up from the coals now, unbidden. That rang in his blood like a struck bell. Snow. Yet when he imagined the lad's flesh, he did not see pale northern skin alone. He saw fire moving beneath it, banked but not extinguished. "Ember in the snow," he said again. "I see you." The vision did not reply. It rarely did. The flames surged, and the wall vanished, replaced by a royal of color and smoke that meant the fire had given him all it would for now. Daemon let his hand fall to his knee. The ship rolled as a wave struck it broadside. He swayed with the motion, as used to a deck under his feet as he was to the shifting back of a dragon. The cabin walls pressed close around him. 3 dragons hatched in the east, an ember boy on the wall, a realm that had cast his house aside and set a stag upon the throne, an enemy beyond the wall that made all mortal crowns look like toys. "Very well," he murmured to the dying fire. "You have shown me the pieces. I will decide how the game is played." The narrow sea lived up to none of its names. There was nothing narrow about the waves that reared up to batter the ship, nor the sky that arched above them, a bruised dome split by jagged veins of lightning. Rain lashed down in hard, slanting sheets, needling Daemon's face and soaking his cloak until it clung to him like a second, colder skin. He stood at the prow regardless, legs braced, one hand locked around the rail. "Below, you old fool!" The Ibonese captain roared from the quarterdeck, her beard plastered against her neck by the rain. "You'll be washed overboard." Daemon bared his teeth at her, uncowed. "You forget, Captain," he shouted back. "I have fallen from higher places than this." Above the crash of wind and water came another sound, a drawn-out scream that was almost song. Caraxes rode the storm. The dragon skimmed low over the waves, wings beating in long, powerful strokes that sent spray flying. Lightning flashed, bleaching his rust-red scales to bloodless white for an instant. His long neck undulated, the twisted shape that had earned him the name Blood Wrm Stark against the darkness. He should not have been flying in such weather. Age stiffened dragons as it did men, and the winds could tear a wing from its socket as easily as they could snap a mast. But Caraxes had never been docile. His joy in war, in danger, in any excuse to scream defiance at the sky had always matched Daemon's own. Now, as the storm tried its best to grind them all to splinters, Daemon felt something like contentment push through his sour mood. This, at least, was familiar. He narrowed his eyes, peering past the sheet of rain. There, when the ship rode a crest, he could see a darker smear on the edge of sight, the hint of land. Westeros, still distant, but closer with every shuddering lurch of the hull. He thought of the girl in the fire again, of Daenerys Targaryen somewhere under a warmer sky, maybe even now teaching her little dragons to flame pigs and goats, of Jon Snow on the wall, wind cutting his cheeks, staring down a darkness only he could truly see. They did not know he was coming. That was an advantage, and Daemon had never been one to waste such gifts. He would not go first to the girl in the east. She had dragons of her own, true, but she had no roots in the soil of Westeros yet, no ties binding her to its lords and small folk. A conqueror who appeared from over the sea with foreign hordes at her back. He knew how that story was told. Aegon had won it only because the world had never seen dragons before. Now they had seen worse besides. A girl with fire alone would not be enough. No, he would go north, to the boy on the wall or near enough to him. To the wolves who had once bent the knee to Targaryen kings and found the bargain not entirely to their liking. To a place where winter and fire might yet be coaxed into alliance. "Stubborn creatures," he murmured, watching the lightning dance. Starks and Targaryens both. Proud, prone to folly, quick to love and quicker to hate. He thought of Rhaenyra again against his will. Of the way she had smiled at him in the Red Keep's shadowed halls when she was still just a girl and he was already imagining crowns. Of the way that same smile had tightened years later, when she realized what his love truly was and where it would lead them. "I will not make the same mistakes," he told the wind, the sea, the dragon, perhaps himself. Caraxes answered with another scream, as if mocking the very idea of learning from the past. The ship plunged down the far side of a wave, spray exploding over the bow, drenching Daemon anew. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, letting the water scour his face. When he opened them again, he could swear the land on the horizon had grown a little clearer. "Soon," he told it, "soon, Westeros. Let us see what you have become without me." The storm burned itself out by degrees. By the time full dark settled, the sea had smoothed to a slow, heaving roll. The ship's timbers no longer screamed with every gust, only muttered. The crew moved with the careful, exhausted efficiency of people who knew better than to trust a calm so soon after a rage. Daemon went below. The hold was a cramped space, filled with barrels of salt pork and casks of cheap wine, sacks of grain and boxes banded in corroded metal. The air was thick with the smells of mold and brine and the sour tang of unwashed men. A lantern hung from a beam, its flame guttering as the ship rocked. He had claimed a corner for himself, more because the others had been too wary to come near than because he had any particular right to it. A coil of rope served as his pillow when he bothered to sleep. Tonight he sat on an overturned crate, elbows on knees, the dragon sigil ring turning slowly between his fingers. He had taken the ring from his brother Viserys' corpse once, all those long years ago, when they still believed such tokens meant something. He had lost it and found it again twice since. Now it was worn smooth with handling, the three heads of the dragon almost indistinct. The map pinned to the bulkhead was crude. Some dockside scribe in Asshai had sketched it from older, better copies, never having seen Westeros himself. Even so, the shape of it tugged at Daemon's chest. The jutting promontory of Dorne, the fat bulge of the Reach, the spidery fingers of the Riverlands reaching up toward the neck, the sword-hilt spine of the north, with the island of Skagos like a broken tooth off its edge, Dragonstone, a little blot just off the eastern coast, marked with the same three-headed sigil that adorned his ring. And there, up at the very top, a line. The wall. He traced it with a fingertip. "What are you?" he asked the memory of the boy in black. "Bastard, certainly. Stark, almost surely. But there is something else there, Jon Snow. Something that smells of my own house's folly." He had pressed the Shadowbinder for more when she first showed him the visions. "Whose son?" he had demanded, the words sharper than he'd intended. "Do not play coy with me. This is some trick of yours, some sorcerer's mummery." "We are not the only ones who play at mummery," she had replied. "Ask your own house's history if it likes its bastards properly named. The boy is ice and fire both. That is all you need know." It was not, of course. Daemon had never been content with half-knowing anything. A boy of the Night's Watch, wearing Stark's face and some secret ember of Targaryen heat besides. If that was not a lever to move Westeros, nothing was. He leaned back against the creaking wall and closed his eyes. Memory came despite himself. Rhaenyra on Dragonstone's battlements, hair whipped by the sea wind, eyes bright with fury and longing. "It should have been simpler," she had said once, when they were still young enough to think the world might round its corners for them. "My father should name me and be done with it. Or he should take a son from you, uncle, if he will not trust a woman." "And which of those choices would you prefer?" he had asked, amused. She had smiled then, that quick, conspiratorial flash that made him feel as if they were the only two real people in a court full of painted dolls. "Both, of course. I have never seen why the world should not give me all I desire." He had loved her for that in his own twisted way. Loved that she wanted so much, that she would reach for it with both hands rather than wait for it to be offered. He had also helped destroy her. Daemon opened his eyes to the dim, swinging lantern and the crude map. "I will not make the same mistakes," he said again. The words sounded thin in the hold, but he forced them out regardless. "If there is a way to bind these new dragons, east and north, without burning half the world to do it, I will find it. And if there is not," the part of him that had always delighted in chaos whispered, "then I will choose my fire and let the rest of them choke on the smoke." He did not say that part aloud. He turned the ring once more, then pushed himself to his feet, joints popping. Above, the ship creaked. A man laughed, short and sharp. Somewhere distant, Caraxes rumbled, the sound like stone grinding against stone. "Soon," Daemon murmured, "soon we will see whose blood still remembers how to burn." The first sight of Westeros came with the dawn. The storm had spent itself in the night, leaving behind a sky washed clean to a pale, hard blue. The wind was knife-cold, but steady. The captain had woken him with a shove and a grunt, jerking her thumb toward the ladder. "Your land," she had said. "Come see how it looks before you burn it." Daemon had snorted at that and gone up, heart a slow, heavy drum in his chest. The coast rose from the sea like the back of some sleeping beast. Cliffs of dark stone veined with quartz, patches of scrubby grass clinging to their tops, pines marching down toward the edge in ragged ranks. Here and there, the cliffs fell away into stony beaches where waves chewed at the shore. "North," he said, tasting the word. The air was different here, sharper, cleaner. Even the light felt thinner, as if the sun were already tired from something it had not yet done. He did not bother asking the captain's leave this time. Caraxes met him at the bow like a phantom drawn from his thoughts. The dragon dropped from the sky in a long, slanting glide, wings half-folded, tail lashing. Sailors cursed and scattered as his shadow swallowed the deck. "Try not to sink her," Daemon told him in Valyrian, slinging himself up onto the familiar curve of the neck. The saddle and chains had long since been lost. He rode bareback now, trusting in old skill and older bonds. Caraxes shifted, adjusting his balance under the new weight. "Go," Daemon said, and the dragon needed no further encouragement. They surged skyward, leaving the ship bucking in their wake. Air knifed past Daemon's face, tearing tears from his eyes that froze almost as soon as they formed. His hands, gripping the ridge of bone along Caraxes' neck, went numb within heartbeats. It did not matter. For the first time since he had woken on the Black Altar, he felt entirely himself. They broke through a band of low cloud, and then they were above it all, the world spread out like a map. To the west, inland, he could see the dark smudge of forest. Wolfswood, he guessed, though it had been little more than a story to him before. Southward, the land curved away, hinting at other shores he could not yet name from this height. Beneath them, on the edge of a gray strip of beach, a cluster of buildings huddled around a crooked pier. Smoke rose from one or two chimneys, straight in the still air. The first scream from below was faint, lost in the rush of wind. The second came sharper, someone's voice cracking on a prayer. Daemon looked down and saw them. Fisherfolk by their clothes and their boats. Tiny from this distance, but their gestures needed no magnification. Some pointed with rigid arms. Others fell to their knees. One man raised a spear, purely on reflex, as if he might hope to skewer the dragon from the ground. "Still afraid," Daemon murmured, words whipped away. "Good. Fear is a language every kingdom understands." Caraxes tipped one wing, circling. It would have been the easiest thing in the world to give the beast his head. To let him dive, scream, scour the village with flame. To carve his coming into the coastline so deeply that word of it would outrun any ship or raven. Daemon did not. "Not yet," he said, leaning close, voice firm. "No fire." Caraxes hissed, disgruntled, but leveled out. "We are not here to conquer fishermen," Daemon went on. "We are here for wolves and kings and the ghosts on the wall. The rest will fear us enough without a pile of charred corpses to remind them." He angled the dragon inland. The land unrolled beneath them. Patches of thin, frosted grass, frozen streams glinting like broken glass, the occasional scatter of trees. Once, far below, a line of riders moved along a half-buried road, cloaks pulled tight around their throats. One horse shied as Caraxes' shadow passed over them, and one of the tiny figures made a hurried sign against evil. Daemon felt a grim satisfaction. "They do not know your name," he told Caraxes. "They do not remember mine, but they remember the shape of you. That will do." He had no precise map for this part of the world, no neat progression of leagues marked between landmarks. He navigated by instinct and half-remembered tales, angling toward where he thought Winterfell lay. A knot in the north, a place where hot springs steamed against the cold and ancient kings slept beneath stone. As the sun climbed, the land changed. Trees thickened, pines giving way to oaks and beeches. The snow on the ground deepened, unbroken save for the occasional track of some beast or band of men. Smoke smudges on the horizon marked scattered holdfasts and crofters' cottages. Finally, ahead he saw it. Winterfell rose from the forest like something grown rather than built. Its walls were not smooth and pale like the high towers, nor black and sharp as dragonstones. They were rough-hewn gray stone, patched and mended and layered over so many times that no man could have said where the first course lay. Smoke curled from a dozen chimneys, carrying with it the smell of wood and meat and some faint mineral tang. Even from the air, Daemon could see where the hot springs came up from the bones of the earth. Steam clung to the inner courtyards, turning them into little pockets of ghostly fog. The god's wood within the walls was a dark, dense knot of branches, its heart tree's pale crown just visible. He had Caraxes set down in the wolfswood, out of sight of the castle proper. The dragon landed with an impact that shook snow from the branches. Birds exploded from the trees in a black, shrieking cloud. Caraxes folded himself down among the trunks with ill grace, his long body winding between them. Against the dark, he was almost invisible. "Stay," Daemon told him, as if he were some great, murderous hound. "If you hear screams, wait. If you hear steel, wait. If you smell fire—" He paused, then smiled to himself. "If you smell fire, that will likely be your doing. Try not to eat any Starks without my leave." Caraxes rumbled, the sound low and dubious. Daemon laid a hand briefly on the rough scales of the dragon's jaw, then turned and walked toward Winterfell. The snow was not deep yet, barely up to his ankles, but it crunched under his boots in a way that set his teeth on edge. He had grown used to the soft sand of Essos courts, the slick, steaming stones of Ashai's streets. This felt like walking on broken glass. The main road to the castle cut through the trees, a packed trail of dirt and ice. As he approached the outer gate, 2 guards in thick cloaks stepped forward, spears lowered. "Halt!" one called. His breath steamed in the air. Beneath the edge of his helm, his beard was crusted with frost. "State your name and business." Daemon had considered a dozen answers on the flight over. He could give his true name and watch them laugh, take him for a madman. He could claim to be some Essos lord come to sell trinkets and horses. He could brandish Caraxes like a calling card and see how long it took for half the north to take up arms. In the end, he chose a simpler path. "Ser Demian Waters," he said, dipping his head enough to be polite without suggesting deference. "A knight of no great renown. I seek the hospitality of Winterfell before I ride onto the wall and take the black." The lie tasted strange, but not entirely false. He wanted to see the wall, to see the boy he had glimpsed in the fire. Taking the black was hardly his intention, but the North did not need to know that yet. The guards exchanged a look. "Plenty o' men ride north to take the black," the second one said, skepticism roughening his voice. "Few of them look like you, sir. Where's your horse?" "Died in the storm 3 days past," Daemon said smoothly. "I walked the rest. I should like to warm my feet before I march the rest of the way to freeze them off entirely." He offered them a smile, showing just a hint of teeth. The first guard snorted, not entirely charmed but not wholly put off either. "You'll have to speak with Lord Eddard Stark Steward," he said. "We're no ones to give guest right, but we're not so mean as to keep a man from a fire." They stood aside, spears lifting. Winterfell's gate yawned before him, its portcullis raised, the heavy oak doors open. Beyond lay a tunnel of stone, cut through the thickness of the wall. Warmth brushed his face as he stepped under the arch, the breath of the hot springs that crisscrossed the castle like hidden veins. For the first time since he had woken on the Black Altar in Ashai, Daemon Targaryen walked into a hall of men who had never heard his name. He drew his cloak a little tighter around himself, hiding the flash of old scars at his throat, and smiled. Let them see a weary knight, he thought. Let them feed him, warm him, let them speak freely in his presence. Winterfell was a fortress, but every fortress had its loose stones. Daemon had come to pull at them, one by one, until the whole edifice of the world shifted to make room for his plans. The heat of the great hall hit Daemon like a wave. After the sharp bite of the courtyard air, the warmth inside felt almost indecent. Fires roared in twin hearths at either end of the long chamber, throwing light over banners and faces alike. The gray stone of Winterfell's bones softened in the glow, picking up the reds and golds of the crackling logs. Daemon paused just inside the threshold, letting the door thud shut behind him. Eyes turned. Men with cheeks reddened by ale and firelight, boys with uncombed hair, servants bearing trenchers and pitchers. All glanced up, weighed him in a heartbeat, and then, having seen nothing to threaten their skins, turned back to their cups. Not all. At the far end of the hall, on the raised dais, Eddard Stark watched him. The Lord of Winterfell wore wool and leather rather than silk and velvet. The only concession to ornament was the simple silver clasp at his breast, shaped like a direwolf's head. His dark hair was threaded with the first lines of gray, his beard neatly trimmed. He had a Northman's heaviness about the brow, but his eyes were quick and cool, missing nothing. Daemon felt the weight of that gaze and allowed himself a small spark of respect. Here, at least, was a man who understood the value of silence. Beside Eddard Stark sat his lady, Catelyn Stark. Tully, by her coloring, held herself very straight. Her auburn hair was pinned back under a modest cap, her blue eyes watchful. If her husband's regard measured danger, hers measured trouble. She assessed him the way a woman with children judges a new dog brought into the yard. Could it bite? And if so, how hard? Good, Daemon thought. Let them all look. Let them decide what I am. A small man with a pointed gray beard approached him, robes rustling. Maester, Daemon guessed, from the chain at his throat, each loop a different metal. Welcome to Winterfell, sire, the Maester said, inclining his head. I am Maester Luwin. You told the guards you seek guest right and intend for the wall. For the black, Daemon said, pitching his voice to the weary deference of a man long on the road and short on coin. If your lord will grant me bread and salt, I will trouble him no further than a night and a morning. Bread and salt you shall have. Luwin's eyes crinkled in a way that suggested both kindness and the capacity not to trust it. Lord Eddard Stark is not a man to turn away those who wish to take the black. Has he so many men he can spare them? Daemon asked lightly. Too few, some might say, the Maester replied. Too many, say their mothers. He gestured, and a steward, thin, spectacled, with ink stains on his fingers, stepped forward bearing a trencher on which lay a crust of bread and a small dish of salt. Daemon took a pinch of salt, sprinkled it over the bread, and bit off a mouthful, letting them all see him swallow. Guessed right. Even in this hard land, some oaths remained unbroken. Eddard Stark rose. The hall's low murmur dimmed as he stepped down from the dais. He moved with the unhurried assurance of a man who had no need to hurry. His people would make way for him because they could not conceive of doing otherwise. As he approached, Daemon let his shoulders sag a little, let his age show. A weary hedge knight, nothing more. Ser Demian Waters, he said when the lord was close enough to hear him clearly. At your service, my lord. Be welcome under my roof, Ser Demian, Eddard Stark said. His voice was calm and deep, the vowels flattened by the north. You will share our meat and mead tonight. In the morning, if you still wish it, I will give you an escort to the King's Road and any letter you require to present at Castle Black. I ask only a place by your fire, Daemon demurred, and perhaps leave to see your yard. A man ought to know the measure of his sword before he goes to take the black. That drew the faintest flicker at the corner of Stark's mouth. You will find the yard full of boys eager to prove themselves. Try not to break them. Behind Stark, Daemon caught a glimpse of the table on the dais. Lady Catelyn watched their exchange intently. Beside her sat a broad-shouldered youth with her coloring and Stark's height, Robb, presumably. Next to him, a boy with dark curls and a restless, inward-turned gaze, his seat half a step lower than the trueborn son's. Jon Snow. Daemon let his eyes skim over him, not lingering. There was time yet. First the father, then the son. Come, Eddard Stark said. Eat, Ser Demian. Winterfell is no true host without a full belly and an honest tale. Tales I have in plenty, Daemon said. Honesty is rarer coin, but I will see what I can spare. The yard rang with the sound of wood on wood. Morning had broken gray and cold, a thin crust of frost filming the flagstones. Breath plumed from men and boys alike as they moved through drills, the clack of practice blades sharp against the low murmur of instruction. Daemon stood beneath a stone arch, the chill dripping down from the blocks above into his shoulders. He had refused a fur-lined cloak when one of the servants shyly offered it. Cold reminded him that he was no longer in Ashai's stagnant warmth. Besides, he wanted to feel the North's teeth. "You favor the boy in black," the steward, Vayenpool, if Daemon recalled the maester's introduction correctly, had said as he led him down. "Jon Snow, Lord Eddard Stark's bastard." Daemon had finished for him mildly. "So I gathered." Now he watched the bastard in question circle his half-brother. Robb Stark had the look of the young wolf he would someday be called. Broadening shoulders, long limbs still not entirely under his command. He was exuberant, the way boys with loving fathers often were, throwing his weight behind every swing. His hair, dark copper like his mother's, curled damply at his brow. Jon Snow was leaner. He moved as if he were not entirely certain he deserved the space his body took up and was determined not to waste any of it. His strikes were smaller, tighter, less showy. When Robb lunged with an overhand smack that would have rattled an opponent's teeth but left his own guard wide open, Jon slipped aside, wooden blade darting to tap his ribs. "Again," Jon said. His tone was flat, but there was a spark in his eyes. "You're dead?" Robb protested, laughing, rubbing his side. "Admit it. In a real fight, you wouldn't be laughing," came a dry voice. Theon Greyjoy lounged against a post, arms crossed, gray eyes amused. He was all edges and arrogance, that one, with a smirk that begged to be knocked sideways. Daemon had known a dozen like him in his life, half hostage, half prince. "In a real fight, I'd have a real sword," Robb shot back. "And a real corpse if you leave your side open like that," Daemon said. The words slipped out before he'd quite decided to speak. Heads turned toward the shadowed arch. Robb straightened, cheeks flushing higher than mere exertion could explain. Jon's gaze flicked to Daemon's face, quick and assessing. "My lord, sire," Robb corrected, remembering. "You think you can do better?" "I think you can," Daemon replied. He stepped down into the yard, boots whispering over frozen ground. "If you stop swinging like you're trying to impress the nearest maid." Arya Stark, perched on a low wall nearby with legs swinging, snorted aloud. Catelyn Stark's daughter she might be, but there was too much wildness in the way she grinned not to be a Stark through and through. Robb's flush deepened. "I fight as Ser Roderick teaches," he said stiffly. "Ser Roderick does what he can with what he's given," Daemon said. "He taught you to hold a sword and not cut off your own foot with it. That is no small thing. But if you want to live when someone who truly means you harm stands across from you, you must learn something more." He looked to Jon Snow. "You at least have the right idea," he said. "Smaller, quicker motions. You think of defense as well as attack." "Who taught you?" "Ser Roderick," Jon said warily. "Same as Robb." "Then you listened where your brother only heard," Daemon said. "Come." He held out a hand to the weapons rack. A boy hurried to place a practice blade in it. Daemon wrapped his fingers around the worn wood, testing its balance. Felt clumsy after a life with steel, but weight was weight. "Which of you will show me what you've learned?" he asked. Robb stepped forward immediately, pride bristling. Jon hesitated for a heartbeat, then moved to join him. "Both of you then?" Daemon said, amused. "Why not? The world will not line up one enemy at a time just because you ask nicely." The boys exchanged a look. Jon's mouth tightened, but he nodded. "Come," Daemon said again. They did. The first flurry was all bluster. Robb launched himself at Daemon with the headlong enthusiasm of youth, shouting as he swung. Jon hung back half a step, trying to flank. Daemon's body remembered more battles than these boys had had years. He shifted, let Robb's blow glance off his own blade, turned with it, and let the younger Stark's momentum carry him past. "Guard," he said, tapping the boy's exposed shoulder. Robb stumbled, corrected, cheeks flaming. Jon slid in quick. His wooden blade snapped forward in a neat thrust aimed at Daemon's chest. That was better, less wasted motion. Still, his feet betrayed him, the slightest hitch in his step as he committed. Daemon twisted, let the thrust slide past his ribs, and stepped into Jon's guard. A quick flick of his wrist disarmed the boy neatly, sending the practiced sword skittering across the yard. "Your hands move faster than your thoughts," he said. "That will get you killed. Think first, then swing." Jon's eyes flashed. He did not argue, to his credit. He stooped, retrieved the blade, and moved back into position. "Again," Daemon said. They came again, and again. Each time he corrected, not gently, but not with the cruelty some masters used to break students. He did not want them broken. He wanted to see what lay underneath the pride and the name and the bastard's shame. After a time, their movements grew more economical. Robb began to watch as well as react. Jon's footwork smoothed, the little stutter slipping away. Ghost watched from the yard's edge. The dire wolf was larger than any hound Daemon had ever seen. Its fur so white it seemed almost to glow against the gray stone and dirty snow. Its red eyes tracked his every move. Once, when Jon stumbled, Ghost took a step forward, lips peeling back over his teeth, as if prepared to lunge at the man who had unbalanced his master. Daemon met that gaze and felt a curious recognition. "Good," he said at last, lowering his sword. His breath steamed in the cold air, but his chest rose and fell steadily. "You learn. That may save you when the world stops being a yard." Robb grinned, sweaty and pleased. Jon only nodded, lips pressed together, dark curls sticking damply to his forehead. "What did you do, sire, before you took the road north?" Jon asked abruptly. "You fight like the stories." Daemon raised a brow. "Which stories?" "The old ones," Bran piped up from the wall, eyes wide. "Of knights in black and red, and dragons over the Blackwater, and—" "Bran," Robb warned. Daemon smiled faintly. "Once, long ago, I rode in wars that are dust on Maester's shelves now," he said. "But stories grow in the telling. Remember that when someone tries to live off theirs." He nodded to them both, then turned away. He had seen enough for now. The ember in the snow burned just as bright up close. Eddard Stark's solar was a smaller, quieter echo of the Great Hall. The walls were hung with simple tapestries depicting wolves chasing stags through snow-laden forests. The colors faded but the threads strong. A single narrow window looked out over the inner ward, its shutters drawn against the cold. The hearth took up most of one wall, fire banked but burning, its light reaching out to lick at the edges of the room. Daemon sat with his back to the fire, letting its warmth soak into his bones. The chair was sturdy, the wood polished by generations of Stark hands. "Your sons handle a blade well for their age," he said, swirling the mulled wine in his cup. The spices were unfamiliar, sharper than the sweet Essos blends he had grown used to, but not unpleasant. "Robb is eager," Eddard said. "Jon more thoughtful." He hesitated almost imperceptibly before the bastard's name. "Boys are quick to learn in the yard. I hope they never need use what they learn there." Daemon hummed. "Hoping has never been much of a shield." "No," Eddard's mouth tightened, "but I have seen enough war to know that peace, however thin, is a treasure not to be squandered." "You fought with Robert Baratheon," Daemon said. It was not a question. "I did." Eddard's eyes flicked to the map on the table, tracing paths only he could see. "At the Trident, at Storm's End, at King's Landing after it was done. Daenerys' brother dead in the river, her father butchered on his throne, her infant kin dashed against walls." Daemon knew the shape of that tale now, from the Shadowbinder's words and his own imaginings. To hear it from the mouth of a man who had been there was something else. "Do you regret it?" he asked. Eddard's gaze sharpened. "Do you ask as a man," he said slowly, "or as some emissary of a house that fell with the Mad King?" Daemon laughed softly. "If I were an emissary, my lord, I am a poor one. No banners, no men, only a tired old sword and a worn-out body." "That is sometimes when emissaries are most dangerous," Eddard said. "When they can slip through cracks no army could cross." Daemon inclined his head in acknowledgement. "I ask as a man who has seen realms torn apart by less than a mad king," he said, "and who wonders whether the pieces were set back together well." Eddard considered that. "I regret that so many died. he said at last. Good men, bad men, fools and cowards and heroes all the same. I regret that a realm had to be bathed in blood to rid it of one man's madness. But would I do differently? He shook his head. No, Aerys Targaryen had to fall. If he had not, half the realm would have burned before he was satisfied. Daemon watched the flicker of flame reflected in the Stark Lord's eyes. You speak like a man who believes madness lies in the blood, he said, that it is a sickness carried from king to king like a cough. I speak like a man who saw wildfire burn men alive, Eddard replied, a roughness threading his voice, and heard a king laugh at their screams. If that is in the blood, better that blood be spilt on a sword than on a city. Daemon sipped his wine, letting the heat spread through his chest. What of the prince? He asked, feigning idle curiosity. Rhaegar. Songs say he was different. Eddard's jaw tightened. Songs say many things, he said. They are not always concerned with the truth. But you are, Daemon said quietly. Eddard's gaze met his. For a moment there was a crack in the Lord's composure, a flicker of something raw beneath. Grief, anger, something more complicated than either. Truth is a hard guest, Eddard said. Once you give it a seat at your table, it eats more than you intended. Daemon set his cup down. I have seen enough courts to know when a man holds something too heavy for his hands alone, he said. You have your peace, Lord Eddard, of a sort. But there is rot beneath it, things unsaid, oaths sworn in blood and broken in silence. The Stark Lord's hand tightened on the stem of his cup. You are presumptuous for a guest, he said. I am observant. Daemon leaned back. You look at your bastard and flinch, though you hide it well. Your lady looks at him and does not hide it at all. Your lawful son tries to bridge the space between them because he does not understand it. He ticked each point off on his fingers. And there is a name that hangs in the air of this castle like smoke. You do not say it, but I see it in the way you glance at your gods would, your crypts. Lyanna. The word fell into the room like a stone into a still pool. Eddard did not move. For a heartbeat, the only sound was the low crackle of the fire. Then he stood up, slow and deliberate. This hall has given you meat, sire, he said, voice very quiet. And my roof has given you shelter. I will not have Lyanna's name bandied about like a tavern tale. Whatever you think you see, keep it behind your teeth. Daemon rose as well, matching Eddard's height more closely than most men would have. You cannot keep the dead from speaking, Stark, he said. Not forever. Secrets buried with them have a way of clawing back up. Not in my hall, Eddard said. If you have more to say, you will say it where the dead may hear. He turned, gesturing to the door. Come. You wanted to see my godswood. You will see more than that before the night is out. The godswood of Winterfell felt older than the castle that encircled it. Walls and towers were men's work. The trees had their own knowledge, their own slow, indifferent life. Snow lay soft upon the ground, muffling sound. The air smelled of earth and sap and something wilder beneath. The heart tree watched them come. Its trunk was thick and gnarled, the bark blanched pale as bone. 1,000 red leaves whispered overhead, stirring in a wind Daemon could not feel. The carved face at the center of the trunk, the old gods given eyes and mouth by some long-dead hand, regarded them with bleeding sap and fixed sorrow. Eddard Stark moved with the surety of long familiarity, stepping around roots half buried in the snow. Daemon followed, his boots leaving prints alongside the older tracks. You keep to the old gods, Daemon said, nodding toward the heart tree. I had heard as much of the north. I did not expect it of you, though. Because I fought for a southern king? Eddard said. Because I bent the knee to a man who burned under a different sky? Because you walk with one foot in duty and one in honor, Daemon replied. Men like that often cling to newer gods. They like rules written down in books with priests to tell them where the lines are. Old gods are less accommodating. He knew something of that, though the gods he had courted in Asshai were older and darker than any carved into living wood. Eddard came to a halt before the heart tree. He planted his torch in the snow, its flame flaring as it found purchase. The light licked up his face, casting deep shadows in the lines there. "The old gods remember," he said quietly. "They do not forgive or bargain or promise. They simply watch. That is enough for me." "And for Lyanna?" Daemon asked. Eddard's shoulders tightened. He turned then, facing Daemon fully, the heart tree looming behind him like a pale, misshapen judge. "You have said that name twice now under my roof," he said. "You will explain yourself, sire, or you will leave it for the snows to bury." Daemon let the silence stretch for a heartbeat. Snowflakes landed on his hair and cloak, melting slowly. "I was not in your wars, Lord Eddard," he said at last. "When Robert Baratheon broke your king on the Trident, I slept in a city of black stone. When you buried your sister, I was wrapped in shadows beneath mountains no Valyrian had ever named. Your grief is not mine." Eddard's jaw clenched. "Then you will take her name from your mouth and— But dragons remember their own." Daemon cut across him, tone sharpening. The torch crackled. "I have seen your sister's face," he went on. "Not here in this place. In books, in songs, in tapestries half-molded in keeps that do not deserve to keep them. Lyanna Stark, the wolf maid, the beauty who caught a prince's eye. He saw it now, half overlaid over Eddard's features. The same straight nose, the same stubborn set to the mouth, softened and sharpened both by youth and gender. He saw, too, the shadow of another face he had known better than any, Rhaenyra's, laughing in Dragonstone's wind. "I have seen Rhaegar Targaryen's face as well," Daemon said. "In paintings, in the words of those who loved and hated him. I have weighed his songs against his foolishness. I have seen where he took your sister and what came of it." Eddard took a step forward, boots crunching in the snow. "You know nothing of what came of it," he said, voice low and dangerous. "Nothing but the stories men like Robert chose to tell." "Your king chose his stories," Daemon acknowledged. "So did your friend. So did my kin when they burned men and called it justice. I have my own." He held Eddard's gaze. "I say this," he went on. "A prince obsessed with prophecy steals away a northern maid. A mad king's son, but not himself a madman, if half of what I have heard is true. He hides her where few can find her. And when she dies, you return from that place with a bastard you claim as your own, whose eyes hold a depth I have seen in Targaryen faces and Stark faces both." Eddard's breath steamed in the air between them. "You overstep," he whispered. "I step where your own blood has already spilled," Daemon said. "You can cover it with snow, Stark, but it is still there. Your Lyanna loved my Rhaegar, or she hated him and he forced her. Either way, she bore him a child. You cannot tell me you buried that child with her." The wind stirred the red leaves overhead, making them whisper like distant, mocking voices. Eddard's hands had tightened into fists at his sides. "Even if what you suggest were true," he said, each word bitten off, "what would you do with that knowledge? Run south to your exiled queen and her dragons? Trade it for a crown? Spill Jon's blood on an altar of your ambition?" Daemon thought of Daenerys in the pyre, flames twining around her like lovers' hands. Thought of Jon Snow in the Brazier's vision, standing on the wall and staring into the dark beyond. "I asked once to live long enough to see my house remade," he said. "Not to see it broken into more pieces for men like you to fight over. I would not hand that boy's throat to a girl who thinks herself the only flame left in the world." Eddard blinked, surprise flickering through the anger. "Then what do you want?" he demanded. Daemon exhaled, watching his breath curl. "I want the realm that should have been," he said simply. "One where my kin did not squander dragons like coin in a drunken game. One where prophecy is tempered by sense. One where the wall does not stand alone when whatever moves beyond it comes south." He stepped closer, until their faces were little more than a foot apart. "You have a son who is not your son," he said. "You keep him hidden under your own shame. You let him take the name of Snow when he is no bastard in truth. That may have protected him from Robert once. It will not protect him much longer. not from dragons in the east or dead things in the north. Eddard flinched at the mention of dead things, just enough for Daemon to notice. "You know something of that?" Daemon murmured. "Do not waste my time pretending you do not." For a moment, Eddard looked very old. "Even if I believed you," he said, "even if I admitted what you say, what then? You expect me to hand Jon over to some stranger who walks into my hall with old stories and older eyes? To let you take him south to be a piece in your own game? You mistake me," Daemon said quietly. "I have no love for Southron courts. I have burned in their games before. I mean to go north, not south. To the wall, to see what moves beyond it. To see what your boy is, when he stands where I have seen him stand." The heart tree loomed, its carved eyes bleeding sap. "You would claim him," Eddard said. "Name him Targaryen. Put a dragon where I told the world there was only a wolf." "In time," Daemon conceded. "If he proves worthy of the name. If the world proves worthy of bearing it again." "And if I forbid it?" Eddard asked. Daemon considered him. "Then you will die someday," he said, not unkindly. "And secrets die poorly with their keepers. Better that you guide what comes after than leave it to chance." Eddard closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, something in them had settled. "You will not speak this to Jon," he said. "Not yet. Not unless I am dead, or the need is so dire that honor itself bends before it. Swear it. Swear it by whatever gods you still hold to." Daemon glanced at the heart tree, at the red leaves, the pale bark, the carved, sorrowful eyes. "I have bent my knee to stranger gods than yours," he said. "But I will swear, by fire and blood and whatever stares at us from that trunk. I will not name the boy's parentage to him unless the world leaves us no other choice." Eddard nodded once, sharply. "Then we will go where the dead cannot deny or confirm your suspicions," he said. "To the crypts. If ghosts are to walk, let them walk there." The air in the crypts tasted of dust and old stone. It was not the dry, choking dust of disuse. People came here often enough. Daemon could see the signs in the absence of cobwebs on certain steps, the fresher candle stubs on some of the ledges. But time left its taste regardless. Their torches cast long, wavering shadows on the walls as they descended. The stair was steep and narrow, worn in the center by centuries of stark feet. Eddard led the way with the unthinking surety of a man who had walked this path more times than he cared to count. Daemon followed. One hand rested lightly on the hilt of the dagger at his belt. At the bottom, the stair opened into a long, low hall. Stone figures sat upon stone thrones to either side, each with a wolf at its feet, each with a sword laid across its lap. The air was cooler here, but not entirely dead. A faint draft moved through the hall, making the torch flames bow and twist. "Your kings," Daemon murmured. "My family," Eddard said. His voice sounded different in the crypts, hollowed out. "They guarded the north when Valyrians still thought dragons would keep them safe forever. There was no boast in it, only fact." Daemon nodded, acknowledging the line. They walked. The faces of the statues changed as they went. Features broadening, narrowing, beards thickening or thinning. Some helms plain, others adorned with antlers or wings or snarling beasts. Each pair of stone eyes seemed to follow them, judging. Daemon felt no particular awe. He had walked through tombs before, some grander, some poorer. He respected the weight of history, but it did not bow him. If anything, it stiffened his spine. These men had thought themselves the center of the world once. Now they were stone. At the far end of the hall, the statues shifted again. The last few were less worn, their features sharper. The dust lay thinner on their shoulders. The dire wolves at their feet seemed almost to bristle still. Eddard stopped before one. She was carved smaller than the others, though still seated, a stone direwolf at her feet like all the rest. Her hair fell around her shoulders in long, wavy locks, pulled back from a face that was both fierce and gentle. Someone had taken care with the set of her mouth, the tilt of her chin. A wreath of stone winter roses lay in her lap, the petals perfectly rendered. Lyanna Stark. Daemon studied her for a long moment, comparing this idealized stone face to the ghost that flickered at the edge of his imagination. He saw hints of Eddard, of the younger girl from tapestries, of the tales sung by half-drunk bards. He thought, too, of Rhaegar, fingers plucking at his harp, crown of blue roses in his hands. "You brought the roses," he said quietly. "Or you had them carved, at least." Eddard's throat worked. "She loved them," he said, "even when there was no summer to give them scent." Daemon stepped closer, lifting his torch to cast more light over the stone. "Did she love him?" he asked. "Did she love Rhaegar?" "That is between her and whatever gods listen to her now," Eddard said. "What matters is that he stole her from us. He set the realm on fire for a crown of flowers." "Robert would say so," Daemon said. "He needed a villain to justify his war. But you," he looked back at Eddard. "You saw them," he said. "In that tower in the south. You saw her face when she spoke his name. Was it hatred, or something more complicated than your friend could bear to admit?" Eddard's eyes closed briefly. When he opened them, they were bright in the torchlight, the color unreadable. "She was my sister," he said. "I will not explain her heart to a stranger, but I will tell you this. Whatever lay between her and Rhaegar, it cost her everything. Her life, her honor, her good name in the songs and tales. And it gave her him." He did not have to say the name. Daemon straightened slowly. "You speak as if you were there," he said. "In the room when she died. In the blood." "I was." The words came like stones dropping. "I held her hand. I heard her last words. I made her a promise." Daemon's fingers tightened on the torch shaft. "To protect her son," he said. Eddard's head snapped up. For a heartbeat, stark fear flashed across his face, naked as a child's. "To protect him from Robert," Daemon pressed. "From the men who would have killed him for the crime of existing. So you brought him home, called him your bastard. Let the realm think you had soiled your honor in some nameless girl's bed, rather than admit your sister bore a dragon's whelp." The crypt seemed to grow colder. "You talk too much," Eddard whispered. "Someone must," Daemon said. "You have wrapped your family in silence and expected the world not to notice the shape of what it hides. I do not blame you. You did what you had to do. But the world you protected him from has changed. There is a girl across the sea now with 3 dragons hatching on her shoulders. There are dead things stirring beyond your wall. You cannot keep truth buried forever and expect it not to claw its way up when you least desire it." He reached out briefly and touched the cold stone of Lyanna's hand. "I am no friend to Rhaegar's folly," he said, "but I know what it is to see a realm squandered. If there is a chance to forge something better from the ruin, I will take it. Even if it means telling your boy what you could not." "You swore," Eddard said. "In the gods would. You swore you would not speak unless there was no other choice. And there is choice yet," Daemon said. "I will not tell him now. Not here where he is still more wolf than fire. Let him take the black if he wishes. Let him see the wall. Let him stand where I have seen him stand. Then we will see what kind of man he is." He turned, lifting his torch, letting its light lick over the other statues. Stark faces, all of them. Men who had bent the knee to Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters once, grudgingly. Men who had yet bowed whe. And dragons came because they knew the cost of saying no. "He is my son in all that matters," Eddard said behind him. "I raised him. I taught him. If he is to be taken by anyone's hand, it will not be by some ghost from a dead house." Daemon looked back over his shoulder, letting his age show plainly now, lit by the wavering torchlight. "I am no ghost," he said. "I am what your sister's prince should have been. A man who will not leave the realm to bleed out because he is too afraid of his own blood." The words hung between them, heavy. Eddard's shoulders slumped a fraction. "Go to the wall, then," he said at last. "See what you must. I will give you a letter to my brother Benjen Stark. He is first ranger there. He will keep an eye on you if such a thing can be done. I have never known anyone to truly keep an eye on a dragon," Daemon said, "but I appreciate the sentiment." He let his gaze fall back to Lyanna's statue for a moment longer. "If I can make something of the ruin your generation left," he said softly, almost to himself, "perhaps she will forgive me my presumption." The stone woman did not answer. Only the dripping of unseen water and the soft sigh of air through the crypt replied. The castle slept uneasily. Servants dozed in corners. Guards stamped their feet at their posts. Fires burned low in their grates. Somewhere in the great hall, a drunk laughed too loudly at his own joke and was shushed by a sharper voice. Winterfell breathed. Daemon preferred the night. He moved along the wall walk with the sure-footedness of a man who had walked on narrower paths at greater heights. The stones were slick with a thin sheen of frost. The air cut his lungs, each breath a small wound. Ahead, a figure leaned against the parapet. Jon Snow's cloak was too thin for the hour, patched in spots, the black of it faded by many washings. He had left his gloves somewhere behind, fingers bare against the stone. Ghost sat to one side, tail curled around his paws, red eyes half-lidded. "You will lose your fingers that way," Daemon said quietly as he approached. "The cold takes what you show it." Jon straightened, startled. Ghost lifted his head, a low rumble building in his chest. "I've lost worse things than fingers," Jon said, recovering quickly. "Sire, you are young yet," Daemon said. "Plenty of time to misplace the rest." He came to stand beside the boy, resting his forearms on the parapet. Before them, the night stretched out in layers. The dark smear of the wolfswood, the faint glimmer of starlight on distant snowfields, the deeper black where the land dipped out of sight. The sky was clear, the stars hard and cold. "You should be in bed," Jon said. "At your age." "Sire," Daemon huffed a laugh. "At my age, sleep is wasted on the hours too short to dream and too long to die." Jon frowned, not quite sure what to make of that. "You mean to take the black?" Daemon said, changing tack. "You spoke of it in the yard, and your Lord Father spoke of it tonight." "My Lord Father is not glad of it," Jon said, "but he accepts it. There's no place for me here." His tone was neutral, but the words fell heavy. "No place," Daemon echoed. "I saw a place at table for you. At the far end," Jon said bitterly. "Below my sisters, below Bran. Robb sits beside father. I sit near the benches with the household men." "And yet you sit," Daemon said. "There are bastards who would give their lives for a place at any table, much less that one." "That's easy to say if you've never been a bastard," Jon snapped. Daemon turned his head, studying the set of the boy's mouth, the anger held tight behind his teeth. "I have been worse things," he said. "Bastardry at least gives you certainty. You know where you stand. On the wrong side of the sheet. There is honesty in that, however ugly." Jon's lips thinned. "You know much of bastards for a hedge knight." "I know much of men," Daemon said. "Bastards are only men who had the misfortune of being born where the world could not ignore them and would not accept them." He looked out over the dark again. "The wall is not what you think it is," he said after a moment. "You imagine black brothers with honor in their hearts, protecting the realm from wildlings and worse. You see glory in exile." Jon stiffened. "And what do you see?" "Criminals," Daemon said bluntly. "Rapists, thieves. Boys sent there because their fathers did not know what else to do with them. And a few men like Benjen Stark who believe in oaths still. The wall is a graveyard that hasn't realized it is dead yet." Jon's hands curled on the stone. "You would have me stay here then?" he demanded. "Live under Lady Catelyn Stark's gaze, knowing every look says I should not exist? Watch Robb be groomed for lordship while I fetch his cloak and guard his back? I would rather stand my post in a graveyard." Daemon regarded him. "There is fire in you," he said. "You hide it well. You think no one sees. They do. It frightens them." Jon blinked. "Fire. Not the kind you put logs on," Daemon said. "The kind that makes men follow you. The kind that makes you step forward when others step back. You have it, bastard or not." Jon looked away, uncomfortable. "I am no one," he said. "I am Jon Snow. That is all I will ever be. For now," Daemon said softly. "Names are mutable things. Men remake them, or they are remade by others." Ghost shifted, coming to lean subtly against Jon's leg. The boy's hand dropped automatically to the direwolf's head, burying his fingers in the thick white fur. "What was your name before?" Jon asked suddenly. "Before you decided to be Ser Demian Waters." Daemon smiled without humor. "Do you think that is not my true name?" "I think you do not move like a man born in a village," Jon said. "And you do not speak like a man who grew up with mud on his boots. You fight like no knight in any of old Nan's stories. You look at father as if you've known men like him before, and at me as if you know something I don't." He shook his head, frustrated by his own lack of words. "You are more," he finished lamely. "You give me too much credit," Daemon said. "I am only a man who has lived too long and made too many mistakes. As for my name," he let the thought hang for a heartbeat, then shrugged. "Names matter less than deeds," he said. "Remember that on the wall. No one there will care to call you Snow or Stark if you bleed the same as them." Jon's mouth twisted. "I had hoped to leave names behind," he said. "On the wall, a man is his cloak, his vow, his brothers. That is what my uncle says." "Benjen Stark is an honorable man," Daemon said. "He speaks the truth as he sees it. But the world has a way of making liars of all of us." He pushed himself upright from the parapet. "I go north with you," he said. "If your Lord Father keeps his word and gives me a horse and a letter, we will see, you and I, what the wall truly is, what waits beyond it." Jon stared at him, surprise breaking through the bitterness. "You would take the black as well?" he asked. "Perhaps," Daemon said. "Perhaps I will only stand close enough to smell the ice and decide I prefer warmer graves. We will see." He met the boy's gaze directly. "Whatever comes," he said, "remember this. You are more than the name they give you. There is something in you that is not of this hall, this castle, this snow. It will not let you die quietly on a wall of ice, however much you think you want that now." Jon swallowed. "You speak as though you know my future." "I have seen enough futures to know they do not care what I think," Daemon said. "But I know how embers look, Jon Snow. I know how easily they can be stifled, and how hard they are to kill outright." He turned away then, leaving the boy with his wolf and the cold stars. The guest chamber was modest by the standards of the courts Daemon had once haunted. A narrow bed, a chest for belongings, a washstand with a cracked basin. The walls were bare stone, cold even with the small fire in the hearth. The only luxury was the thickness of the furs piled on the bed, smelling faintly of smoke and old leather. Daemon sat with his back to the wall, feet bare on the rushes. The brazier from Asshai rested on the floor before him, bronze catching the candlelight. It seemed out of place here, a foreign artifact in a room that could have belonged to any Northman of middling rank. The coals within still held their unnatural, steady glow. He had not intended to use it again so soon. Visions were a double-edged sword. They cut away ignorance, yes, but they also sliced fingers that reached too often. Men who stared into fire every night began to see what they wanted, not what was. But he was old and the future pressed close. He needed to see how his chosen pieces moved on the board. "You will take me north," he murmured to the coals. "You will show me how the fire dances at the edge of the world." He drew the dagger lightly across his palm. The skin there was tough with old calluses. It barely bled. He squeezed, coaxing a few drops onto the coals. They drank it with a soft hiss. The flame rose. It did not explode into shape this time. Instead, it unfolded slowly, like a reluctant flower. Colors deepened, smearing and then sharpening. Daenerys Targaryen appeared first. She rode across a sea of grass, the stalks brushing the horse's belly. The sky above her was vast and blue, untroubled by clouds. Her hair, grown back some since the pyre, streamed behind her in a pale banner. At her shoulder, a dragonling clung to the saddle, wings spread for balance, eyes bright. Dothraki rode around her in a loose crescent, braids snapping, rocks gleaming. Some looked at her with awe, some with fear, some with the flat calculation of men weighing a new thing's usefulness. She sat straight, chin lifted, mouth set in a line that was not softness and not cruelty. There was doubt there, and determination, and a hunger that reminded Daemon painfully of another young Targaryen he had once known. "Little queen," he murmured, "you will burn the world to make it love you, if someone does not teach you another way." The fire shifted. Snow whirled into the vision, blotting out the grass. For a heartbeat, fire and frost struggled, images overlapping. Dragon wings beating above white fields, hoofprints filling with blood. Then the cold one. Jon Snow stood in a courtyard, breath steaming. It was not Winterfell's yard. The walls were higher, the buildings rougher, the air colder. Castle Black, Daemon guessed, though he had only ever read of it. Men in black cloaks moved around the boy, some training clumsily, others watching. A fat youth swung a sword that glanced off Jon's guard with such force he almost dropped his own. Ghost stood at the edge of the yard, fur ruffled, watching. Jon's movements had sharpened. He moved with the surety of someone who had fought enough times to let his body think for him, even when his mind was tired. There was less boy in his face now, more hard lines. He parried, stepped in, and brought his wooden blade down on his opponent's wrist with controlled force. The other youth yelped, dropping his sword, cradling his hand. "Again," Jon said, voice clipped. Daemon felt an odd swell of something in his chest. Pride, he thought. He had hardly earned the right to it. He had given the boy a few corrections in one northern yard. That was all. The rest was Jon himself. Yet he could not help but feel as if he watched a blade he had once touched being honed further, each stroke bringing it closer to what it might become. "Fire in the snow," he murmured. "And no one around you sees it yet. Good. Let them underestimate you. It will make it easier when you have to cut them down." The brazier's flame crackled, spitting a small spark. Beyond Jon, in the vision, a shadow moved along the wall. A man in black, cloaked in fur, hair streaked with gray, Benjen Stark, perhaps, or some other brother. The sense of cold beyond the wall was palpable even in the room's modest heat. It was not just weather, it was presence. Daemon felt it in his bones, the way he had felt the Shadowbinder's magic in Ass High. A pressure at the edges of the world, pushing inward. "You sleep poorly, old foe," he told the unseen dark. "Good, so do I." He let the images blur and fade, drawing his hand back from the brazier. "You cannot win this alone," he told the memory of Lyanna's stone face, of Rhaegar's harp, of Daenerys' dragons, and Jon's stubborn set to his jaw. "Not with one dragon, not with 3, not with 1,000 Starks on 1,000 walls." He flexed his hand, feeling the sting of the cut. "You will need me," he said. "All of you, whether you know it or not." Dawn had not yet whitened the eastern sky. The world was caught in that thin space between night and morning where colors leached away and sound seemed to carry farther than it should. The air was knife cold, the kind that found every unprotected inch of skin and bit down. Daemon moved through the wolfswood like a ghost, his breath a faint cloud before him. He had left Winterfell by a lesser postern gate, the kind used by hunters and messengers, not lords. The guard there had barely glanced at him. Men came and went from Winterfell often enough. A hedge knight bound for the wall with a letter from the Lord was hardly worth remarking on. Eddard had pressed the folded parchment into his hand in the gray light before dawn. "Benjen will see you to the wall," he had said. "And make sure you understand what you are riding into." Daemon had smiled at that. "I have been riding into things I do not fully understand all my life," he had replied. "Why should I start doing otherwise now?" He had not mentioned Caraxes. Some secrets were his alone to keep. He would reveal the dragon when it suited him, not before. Let the North think him a solitary knight until they had to think otherwise. Now, in the shadow of an ancient pine, Caraxes waited. The dragon coiled between the trees, his rust-red scales muted in the dimness. Frost rimed the edges of his wings where snow had settled during the night. His breath steamed in great clouds from his nostrils, melting the snow in circles around him before it refroze. "You sulk," Daemon observed, approaching. "You do not care for being left alone." Caraxes snorted, a plume of warm air washing over him. "I know," Daemon said. "I do not care for it either, but I cannot bring you into every hall like some prize hound. Men fear what they cannot control, and we are far beyond their leashes." He rested his hand on the dragon's neck, feeling the powerful muscles shift beneath the scales. "We go to the wall," he said in high Valyrian. "To the edge, to the place the fire showed me. There is a boy there who does not yet know what he is, and enemies who do not yet know what we are." Caraxes' eye gleamed, catching what little light there was like molten metal. Daemon glanced back over his shoulder. Winterfell's towers were just visible through the trees, dark shapes against the sky. Thin threads of smoke rose from its chimneys. Somewhere within those walls, the Stark family still slept. Or perhaps not. He could well imagine Eddard awake, staring at the ceiling, weighing what he had done by allowing the stranger to go north with his sons, with Lioness' son. "I will bring him back better than I found him," Daemon said softly, though no one was there to hear it but the dragon and the trees. "Or I will not bring him back at all." He did not mean death by that, though he knew the path they walked might end there regardless. He meant change. Fire remade what it touched. Jon Snow would not return from the wall as he had gone to it, however the tale went. Daemon swung himself up onto Caraxes' back. Age made itself known in the stiffness of his joints, the little catch in his breath as he pulled himself up. But once he was settled into the familiar curve behind the dragon's neck, the weight of years lifted a fraction. Here, at least, he knew how to move. "Fly," he whispered. Caraxes surged upward. The trees fell away beneath them, branches sliding past like black claws. Snow-laden boughs shook, sending down white flurries. For a heartbeat, they were in a tunnel of trunks and needles and cold air, and then they burst above it all. The sky was paling in the east, a faint streak of silver on the horizon. To the north, darkness deepened. Daemon looked that way. Somewhere up there, beyond the patchwork of forest and field and frozen stream, a wall of ice cut the world. Beyond that, something moved. "We are coming," he told the unseen cold. "You have waited long for your dance. So have we." The King's Road ran like a scar through the north. From above, it was a pale line, cut straight through forest and field alike. Snow lay thinner on its beaten earth, churned by hundreds of hooves and boots. Smoke from distant farmsteads and small villages marked where life clung to the hard land. Daemon let Caraxes ride the air high and far to the west of the road. From this height, few eyes could pick them out against the dull sky. A hawk screamed as they passed, banking away. The dragon's wings beat steadily, each stroke a measured effort from old muscles. Below, a knot of riders moved north. Even without the brazier's fire to guide him, Daemon would have known them. The black of their cloaks, the glint of mail, the straight-backed posture of men riding toward duty rather than away from danger. It all spoke clearly. At their head rode a man in heavier furs, his cloak's clasp shaped like a direwolf. Benjen Stark, he guessed. The first brother of the Wall who had gone there willingly. Beside him, a younger figure rode slightly hunched in his saddle, as if bracing against more than cold. Jon Snow. Ghost ran alongside the column rather than behind it, paws eating up the ground with silent ease. Every so often, the direwolf would dart ahead, then curve back, as if impatient with the pace of horses. Daemon watched the boy's profile as best he could at this distance. It was like trying to read a face carved into a coin. Yet he fancied he saw the stiffness in the way Jon held himself. The weight of leaving, the stubborn refusal to look back at what he had left. On a low rise some distance behind them, two solitary figures sat their horses. Robb Stark's hair was a copper smear against the snow. Theon Greyjoy's darker head bowed as he said something, his hand gesturing. The distance muffled their words, but Daemon could imagine them easily enough. Jests about bastards and black cloaks. Or perhaps something rougher, kinder, masked in mockery. The way boys said goodbye when they could not bear to make it soft. Jon did not turn. Daemon felt an odd ache between his ribs. He had left places without looking back before. Kingdoms, lovers, brothers, queens. He had told himself each time that to look back was to weaken his own resolve. That those who could not walk away clean did not deserve the power they sought. And yet, watching the boy ride north with his jaw set and his eyes fixed ahead, he felt the hollow of all those severed ties. "You see," he murmured to Caraxes, "he is already walking away from everything he has known. That kind of courage, the kind that looks like stubbornness if you do not know better, is rarer than dragon's blood." The dragon answered with a low rumble that vibrated up through Daemon's legs. "We follow for now," Daemon said. "At a distance. Let him think he goes alone. It will make him pay more attention to what he finds, not who watches." They shadowed the column for hours. When the riders stopped at noon to water their horses at a half-frozen stream, Caraxes circled higher, a faint shadow cast on the snow. The men below glanced up once or twice, shading their eyes, but saw nothing. When they rode again, the sky began to thicken with cloud, the world drawing closer. Snow started to fall in light, lazy flakes, dusting horsebacks and hoods. "How many do you think will still ride that wall in 10 years? Daemon mused aloud. "In 20? How many will fall to cold or wildlings or their own brothers' knives? How many will break and run?" He thought of Jon amidst them, not yet knowing the weight that would be set on his shoulders. "You are going to a place that will take all of you," he murmured toward the invisible boy, "and still want more." The wall did not look real. From a distance, it was a smear of white against the dark, like a cloud fallen to earth. As they drew closer, it resolved into lines and planes, shadows and gleams. Ice reflected what little light the sun could scrape together, turning the whole thing into a vast, dim mirror. Even Caraxes hesitated. The dragon's wings faltered for the space of a heartbeat, an instinctive recoil from the sheer unnaturalness of the sight. He had known stone walls, city walls, castle walls, human things raised with effort and arrogance. This was something else, a wound in the world that had frozen mid-bleed. Daemon felt his own breath catch. He had read of the wall in dusty tomes. 10,000 feet high, some maesters claimed. Others said 300. Men who had seen it could never quite agree on how tall it truly was. They all used different words for the same awe. From where he sat astride Caraxes' neck, high above the King's Road, it seemed both less and more than the stories. Less, because no man-made thing could ever match the wild exaggerations of song. More, because it was not man-made at all. It reared up from the earth in a ragged, sheer face, ice blue and white and gray and every color in between. Striations ran through it, hints of old snowfalls and ancient storms, like the rings in a tree. Near the top, torches burned along a walkway, their flames tiny, fragile things against the mass above and below. At its base crouched Castle Black. It was no true castle by southern standards. Low wooden structures huddled against the wall's immensity. A hall, stables, a smithy, armories. Smoke rose from their chimneys, snatched away by the wind. Men in black cloaks moved ant-like around them, hauling wood, mucking stalls, drilling in the yard. Jon Snow rode through the open gate with Benjen Stark at his side, a small figure swallowed by shadow. Daemon held Caraxes back, hovering at a distance where they would be nothing more than a vague unease to any eyes looking up. "Well," he said softly, more to himself than to the dragon, "here it is, the edge of the story." He had always known that if he lived long enough to see dragons fade and rise again, he would also have to face this place. The Shadowbinder had shown him as much when she fed him visions. Fire on ice, blue eyes in the dark, a boy in black standing where no boy should be. The cold up here was different from Winterfell's. It had weight to it, pressing against his skin, seeping into his bones despite the dragon's body heat. Caraxes' breath billowed in great clouds, crystallizing and falling in glittering dust. "You feel it too," Daemon murmured. "This is not just ice, it is purpose." The wall had been built to hold something back, something that had not forgotten, something that, perhaps, had learned as much from its long imprisonment as any dragon's line had learned from exile. Daemon's fingers tightened in the ridge of scales. "I asked to live until my house had risen and fallen," he said under his breath. "I did not ask to live until the world had to decide if it wanted to keep spinning." He smiled, a thin, fierce baring of teeth. "But here we are." Below, Jon Snow dismounted. Men approached, voices rising in greeting or curiosity. Ghost padded at his heel, white fur stark against the trampled snow. The boy looked up once, toward the top of the wall, as if he felt something there. Daemon narrowed his eyes. "Soon," he whispered. "Soon, Jon Snow. Jon, whatever you truly are. We will see what you do when the world asks more of you than any bastard has a right to give." He nudged Caraxes gently. "Come," he said. "It is time we saw this graveyard up close." The dragon banked, beginning a slow, wide circle that would bring them down behind a distant hill, out of sight. From there, Daemon Targaryen would walk the last stretch to Castle Black as he had to Winterfell. On his own 2 feet, cloaked in the illusion of an old knight with nothing left to lose. Inside, fire and ice waited, and the game, at last, would begin in earnest. The gate groaned as it shut behind them, the sound echoing off timber and ice. Castle Black's courtyard was a muddle of packed snow, churned to gray slush by countless boots. Smoke rose from the smithy in a dark plume. The tang of coal and horse sweat and men long unwashed stung the air. Daemon slipped through the lesser postern as the rangers rode in by the main gate. He had walked the last mile from the hill where Caraxes lay hidden, his cloak drawn up, his pack slung over one shoulder like any other traveler's. The subterfuge was laughable on one level. Few men his age and bearing passed without notice, but men saw what they expected. At the wall, they expected tired, shabby, half-broken men come to take the black. He was willing to play the part. The rangers' horses clattered across the yard, hooves slipping a little on the frozen ground. Benjen Stark rode at their head, cloak flapping, the gray in his hair more pronounced than his brother's. Jon Snow rode beside him, shoulders hunched against the cold, eyes taking in everything and nothing at once. A horn sounded from the top of the wall. Somewhere above, a voice shouted a greeting. Men emerged from doorways and alleys, some to take reins, some out of idle interest. The black-clad brothers of the Night's Watch looked smaller than Daemon had expected. Not in height, but in number. "Ben Stark," someone called. "You bring us more green boys? We're running out of straw dummies for them to beat." A man shuffled forward from the crowd, stooped, with a red blotch on his nose and a ledger clutched in his gloved hands. Bowen Marsh, if Daemon's memory of names served. Lord Steward of the Night's Watch. He glanced at Jon, at the other new recruits trailing behind, and his mouth tightened with a familiar mixture of resignation and worry. Another mouth to feed, another back to put between the world and the dark. Daemon moved toward the nearest brother on gate duty, a wiry man whose beard had more ice in it than hair. "I seek the Lord Commander," he said. "I have a letter from Eddard Stark of Winterfell." The brother looked him up and down, eyes lingering on the plain sword at his hip, the way he held himself. "You and half the realm," the man muttered. "Old Bear will be glad of the company. He loves reading letters about as much as he loves shaving." Still, he jerked his head toward the timber stairs leading to the hall. "Up there," he said. "You'll find someone to take you to him." Daemon nodded his thanks. As he turned, he caught Jon Snow's eye for the briefest of heartbeats. The boy swung out of his saddle, hand on his horse's mane. His cheeks were flushed from the ride, his curls crusted with snowflakes. There was a moment, a flicker, where his gaze snagged on Daemon's face, as if some half-remembered dream tugged at him. Then someone clapped him on the shoulder, laughing, and the moment was gone. Good, Daemon thought. Let it be that way for now. Threads woven too quickly snapped. He climbed the stairs, feeling the eyes of the watch on his back. Jeor Mormont's solar smelled of ink, smoke, and the faint ammonia tang of birds. The room was low-ceilinged, its walls lined with shelves bowing under the weight of scrolls and leather-bound books. A bearskin lay before the hearth, thick fur singed at one corner. Above it hung a faded banner showing a black bear on white. Jeor Mormont himself sat at a heavy table cluttered with maps and ledgers. His hair had gone mostly white, what remained cropped close to his skull. His beard was a bristling thicket, shot through with old crumbs. He wore black like the rest of the watch, but his cloak's fur was thicker, its clasp worked in the shape of a bear's head. The raven watched from its perch, head cocked, black eyes bright. It made a soft, throaty sound as Daemon entered. "Corn," it muttered. "Corn, corn. I have none for you," Daemon told it. "You'll live." The bird regarded him with what felt like offense. Benjen Stark stood by the hearth, rubbing at his hands to bring the blood back. His blue eyes tracked Daemon with frank curiosity. "So," Jeor said, turning the folded parchment between thick fingers, "Eddard sends me old knights now. I ask him for men and he finds me pensioners. You might find an old sword cuts cleaner than a young one," Daemon said mildly. "Less bravado, fewer wasted swings." Jeor snorted. "Or the arm shakes when it matters." But Ned Stark's word still carries weight at this wall, as it did in the South once. He says you fought in wars before he was born. Before his father was born, Daemon thought, but held the words back. "And that you wish to see the wall before you take the black," Jeor went on. "If you take the black." He let the pause linger. "You have too much to say in your eyes for a man who means to spend the rest of his days shoveling icy shit," the old bear said. "What are you, Ser Demian Waters? Some lord's byblow looking for a clean way out of a scandal? Some sellsword who angered the wrong magister? I am a man who has seen too many wars end poorly," Daemon said. "I would see where the next one begins, if you'll have me." Benjen's gaze sharpened. "You speak as though it's certain," he said. "This next war, isn't it?" Daemon asked. Benjen glanced at Jeor, then back at Daemon. "We've lost men beyond the wall," he said. "Rangers, some found wrong." His jaw tightened. "Others not found at all." Jeor grunted. "You'll have heard tell of wildlings, Ser," he said. "Mance Raider, the king beyond the wall. He gathers more of them each year. That's war enough for this old fool." He jabbed a thumb at his own chest. "Dead things and blue-eyed shadows I leave to old Nan's stories." The raven flapped suddenly, calling, "Dead, dead." Daemon met its bead-black eye. "Your bird is wiser than you give him credit for," he said. Jeor's brows rose. "Oh? And what do you know of dead things, Ser?" Daemon thought of the Shadowbinder's fires, of visions of pale figures moving through forests, of hands like frost gripping swords crusted with rime. "I know this," he said. "When the world grows colder, it is not just men who grow hungry. Things wake that should sleep. Things remember they were wronged." Jeor's lips thinned. "I have a wall full of men who see enemies in every snowdrift," he said. "I don't need another." "No," Daemon agreed. "You need someone who has seen what fire can do. Someone who knows that ice is not just water in another shape." Benjen shifted. "What did you fight in, Ser?" he asked. "You speak as if you know foreign wars." "I fought where dragons flew," Daemon said. "Long ago, before your usurper king ever lifted a hammer. Before Robert Baratheon was anything but a squalling babe at Storm's End." Benjen stared. Jeor frowned. "You talk in riddles," the Lord Commander said. "I have little patience for riddles." "But enough to let me stay," Daemon said. "Your letter from Eddard Stark asks only that you give me board for a time. Watch me, weigh me. If you find me wanting, send me back to the King's Road with your curses at my heels. If not, Jeor challenged. "Then when your dead things come knocking," Daemon said quietly, You will have someone under your roof who knows how to burn them properly. The raven hopped along its perch, feathers fluffed. Burn, it croaked. Burn, burn. Gior's fingers tightened on the parchment until it creased. You're a presumptuous bastard, he said. Daemon smiled thinly. I've been called worse. Gior grunted again, which Daemon was coming to recognize as his version of grudging amusement. Very well, the old bear said. You'll stay for a time. You'll eat our food. You'll train with our men. You'll keep your eyes open and your mouth shut unless spoken to. You'll not take the black until I say, however. I'm too old to waste good oaths on bad men. That is fair, Daemon said. Benjen Stark stepped away from the fire, expression thoughtful. I'll see him to the yard, he said. Let him meet what passes for steel at this end of the world. Do that, Gior said. And keep your own eyes open, Stark. I've had my fill of surprises from the south. I've no patience left for ghosts walking into my hall. Daemon inclined his head to both men, then turned to follow Benjen. Ghosts, he thought. If only you knew which ones I've met. The yard at Castle Black was smaller than Winterfell's, hemmed in by the looming presence of the wall on one side and a shabby timber hall on the other. The ground was packed snow and frozen dirt, pitted with the scars of 1,000 half-hearted drills. Move, you sacks of offal! Ser Alliser Thorne's voice cut through the cold like a lash. This isn't a mummer's show. You think the wildlings will wait while you scratch your arses and look pretty. He paced among the recruits, black cloak snapping, gaunt face twisted into something between contempt and grim satisfaction. His hair, once black, had gone iron gray at the temples. A long white scar tugged at the corner of his mouth, making his sneer permanent. Daemon watched him with a faint, distant disdain. He knew the type well. A man whose pride had been broken once too often, who now survived by breaking others. Alliser had been on the losing side of Robert's rebellion, sent to the wall as a traitor, if the tales were true. He had not forgiven the world for it. Jon Snow stood among the clumsy boys as an adult might stand among children. He moved with a grace born of both talent and relentless practice. His wooden sword struck with crisp efficiency, not the wild, overextended swings Daemon had corrected in Winterfell's yard. When a big, thick-armed youth named Gren lumbered at him, Jon sidestepped, brought his blade around in a neat arc, and tapped the other boy's knee hard enough to make him stumble. Again, Jon said, guard low when you see me drop my shoulder. You're leaving it open the same way every time. You're leaving your mouth open the same way every time, Ser Alliser snarled, swooping in. Ser Snow, Lord Snow, whatever you are today. Jon stiffened. I'm just Jon, he said. You're nothing, Thorne snapped. Less than nothing. A bastard who thinks he's better than the men who stand beside him because he's swung a sword in a lord's yard. You shame the rest of them when you show off. That's not, Jon began. A blow from Thorne's practiced sword caught him on the arm, hard enough to make him grunt. Did I speak to you? Thorne said. Did I give you leave to have thoughts? The other boys watched, some with discomfort, others with poorly hidden satisfaction. Small folk took their pleasures where they could. Seeing a noble-born bastard humbled was entertainment and justice in one. Benjen shifted beside Daemon. Ser Alliser takes his work seriously, he said, tone carefully neutral. He takes himself seriously, Daemon said. The work is an afterthought. Benjen hid a smile poorly. In the yard, Thorne turned on another recruit. A plump, terrified-looking boy whose furs hung askew on his shoulders. Lord save us. They've sent us a pig in man's clothes, Thorne said. What's your name? Samwell Tarly, sir. The boy stammered. Tarly? Thorne repeated, savoring it. I knew your father, Lord Randall. Hard as boiled leather, that man. I can't imagine what crime you committed to be sent here. Samwell swallowed. I read too much, sir. Laughter rippled through the yard. Thorne's smile was thin and vicious. Well, you'll learn different here, he said. Here, reading won't save you from a wildling axe, or from what comes out of the dark. Up, try to hit me. Sam lifted his sword with both hands, arms trembling. Thorn slapped it aside contemptuously, then jabbed the boy in the belly with his own. Sam wheezed, doubling over. Harder, Thorn barked. Do you think the dead will go easy on you because you're soft? Daemon's jaw tightened. He had known brutal training masters before. Some believed in breaking boys down to build men from the pieces. Others simply enjoyed the breaking. Alliser Thorne struck him as more of the latter. Jon moved without seeming to decide to. He stepped between Thorne and Sam, wooden blade raised. Leave him be, Jon said. He's not a fighter. He'll never be. There are other things he can do for the Watch. Silence fell. Thorne stared at him, delighted. Oh, listen to Lord Snow, he said softly. Giving orders already. You think your father's name means something here, bastard? You think because you can swing a stick a bit better than these piles of horse dung, you get to say who stands and who falls? He stepped closer, face almost touching Jon's. Hit me, he said. Go on. Show them all how brave you are. Daemon felt the air tighten. He knew this moment. He had seen its twins in 100 yards. Pride and injustice, bait and hook. A boy's honor measured against a man's cruelty. Jon's knuckles whitened on his sword. His jaw clenched. Ghost, sitting at the yard's edge, rose to his feet, fur bristling. Ser Alliser, Benjen said warningly. Thorne's eyes flicked to him, then back to Jon. The Lord Commander might love your uncle, he said. He won't love you if you turn your sword on a brother. Hit me, boy. Give me the excuse. Jon didn't move. Daemon stepped forward. Ser Alliser, he called, letting his voice carry just enough to turn heads. If you have such a hunger to be struck, I would be happy to oblige. Thorne whirled, cloak flaring. Who in the seven hells are you? He snapped. Ser Demian Waters, Daemon said. Late of nowhere worth mentioning. The Lord Commander has agreed to host me for a time. I thought I might see what passes for sword work at the end of the world. Murmurs stirred. Thorne's lip curled. And you decide to interfere in my training on your first morning? I see no training, Daemon said. Only you beating strength into those who have it and beating hope out of those who don't. It is a waste of both. Thorne's eyes narrowed. You think you can do better? I know I can, Daemon said. But I am an old man and old men tire. If you want a beating, I suggest you ask while I still have patience. A ripple of laughter, quickly stifled, ran through the watching brothers. Color rose in Thorne's cheeks. Take a sword, he snarled. If you think your arms remember how to use one. Daemon took a practice blade from the rack. Felt lighter than Winterfell's had. He rolled his wrist, letting the weight settle, feeling the wind and balance. His joints complained, but the ache sharpened rather than dulled him. He stepped into the yard. Do you want to come at me? He asked. Or shall I come at you? I should hate to deprive you of the chance to show these boys the proper stance. Thorne spat in the snow and lunged. He was not a poor swordsman. Experience moved in his strokes, a lifetime of fights shaping his blade. But rage blurred his judgment. He came in too hard, too fast, hoping to overwhelm with weight and bluster. Daemon let him. He parried once, twice, turning the blows aside with minimal movement. Thorne's blade jarred against his own, shock traveling up his opponent's arms. On the third swing, Daemon stepped inside, twisted his wrist, and neatly flicked Thorne's sword from his grasp. It hit the snow with a soft thud. Silence dropped like a stone. You leave your wrist open when you rage, Daemon said conversationally. Your grip loosens. Anyone with less fear and more sense than these boys could have done the same. Thorne's face went a dangerous shade of red. You, he began. Daemon flipped the wooden sword in his hand and caught it by the blade, holding the handle out. Again, he said, if you're capable of learning. Or you can take the day to consider whether your humiliation will teach these boys more than your cruelty ever did. The brothers around them shifted, torn between shock and a wicked, quiet glee. Jon stared, lips parted. Samwell Tarly blinked as if he could not quite believe what he'd seen. Thorne snatched up his sword, eyes promising future reckoning, and stalked away without another word. Benjen exhaled slowly. "You make friends quickly, sire," he said under his breath. "I have always believed in leaving an impression," Daemon replied. "Saves time later." He turned briefly to Jon. "You were right," he said. "The Fat One will never be a swordsman. If the wall needs his blood, it will take it whether he can hold a sword or not. Better to use his mind while you have it." Jon swallowed. "Thank you," he said. "Sire." Daemon inclined his head. "Do not thank me yet, Jon Snow," he said. "I may make your life harder than Ser Alliser ever could." The mess hall of Castle Black was low and smoky, warmed more by bodies than by the fire in the hearth. Men crammed shoulder to shoulder along rough tables, bowls of thin stew and crusts of black bread before them. The stew was more water than meat, the bread hard as old boots, but hunger made both palatable. Voices rose and fell in a constant murmur, punctuated by the occasional bark of laughter. Daemon sat near the back wall, where he could see the door and most of the room. Old habits died hard. A tankard of small beer sweated in his hand. Jon Snow sat with a handful of his fellow recruits at a nearby table. Samwell Tarly hunched over his bowl, hands wrapped around it as if to coax as much heat from the thin stew as possible. He ate cautiously, as though expecting the food to bite back. Gren and PYP argued about some triviality with the intensity of men who had few other comforts. Dolorous Ed Tolet. Daemon recognized his type at a glance, the man whose tongue took the worst of things and turned them into wry complaints before they could crush him. Muttered something that drew a burst of tired laughter. "And if the others come in the night," Ed was saying, "they'll probably trip over my boots and break their icy necks. That's the only way I'm likely to kill one." "The others aren't real," PYP scoffed, though his eyes darted toward the door. "Just tales for scaring children." "Tell that to Ser Alliser," Gren said. "He says he saw one on the Trident once. All glowing eyes and cold steel." "Ser Alliser says many things," Jon said. "Few of them worth listening to." There was a flicker of laughter at that. Sam smiled nervously, then glanced over as if afraid Thorne himself would emerge from the shadows. Daemon lifted his tankard, hiding his smile. He remembered camps like this. Different banners, different accents, the same stew. Men huddled together against cold and fear and boredom, turning their lives into stories so those lives would feel bigger than they were. What they lacked here was belief. "Sire," a voice said at his elbow. Daemon looked up. Jon Snow stood there, bowl in hand, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "May I?" Jon gestured to the bench. "Sit," Daemon said. Jon did, setting his bowl down carefully. Ghost slid under the table to lie at his feet, a white shadow. "You held your temper today," Daemon said. "That will surprise Ser Alliser more than losing to me." "I wanted to hit him," Jon admitted. "I still do." "Of course you do," Daemon said. "He goads you because he knows you are dangerous. Bastards who can think are always more trouble than noble fools." Jon's mouth twisted. "My being dangerous won't help the Watch," he said. "Not if I can't stop making enemies before I even swear the oath." Daemon took a swallow of beer. "When you take the black," he said, "you think you become no one. You think your name and your past and your blood all vanish under a cloak. That is the story the Watch tells itself. It is a comforting lie." Jon frowned. "My uncle says." "Your uncle is a good man," Daemon cut in. "He wishes the Watch were what it says it is. Once perhaps it was. Now it is something else. A place where men hide from the world and the world hides from itself." "And what am I hiding from?" Jon asked quietly. Daemon looked at him. "Expectation," he said. "A life where you are always half of something and never whole. Here you hope to be whole. To be a brother, nothing more, nothing less. There is honor in that." Jon's gaze dropped to his stew. "And is it so wrong to want that?" he asked. "To want a place where no one calls me bastard, where I can make my own way?" "No," Daemon said. It is not wrong. He paused. It is simply not all there is. Jon's brows drew together. You speak in riddles, sire. It is a habit, Daemon said. Old men collect them. Listen, Jon Snow. The wall is not the end of the world. It is not even the end of you. Oaths are important, I do not say otherwise. But there will come a time when the world will ask you to choose between what you have sworn and what you know is right. He thought of Rhaenyra, of Viserys, of all the times he had chosen wrong and called it necessity. When that time comes, he said, remember that oaths are made to spare men from having to think. You will not have that luxury. Jon stared at him. You sound as if you know what will happen, he said. Daemon smiled thinly. I know what always happens, he said. Winter comes. Men break. Others stand. The faces change. The pattern does not. Others. Samwell, drifting closer, started at the word. You mean the others? The White Walkers. PYP, behind him, rolled his eyes. Sam, for the last time, they're stories. Stories have teeth, Daemon said. That is why they survive. He drained his tankard and set it down. Finish your stew, he told Jon. Tomorrow you climb the wall. It is easier on a full stomach. How do you know that? Jon asked. Daemon rose. Because some heights you only respect after you've fallen from them, he said. And I have fallen farther than most. The cage jerked as it began to rise, chains clanking, pulleys groaning. Jon gripped the wooden slats, knuckles white. His breath came in short, visible bursts. Beside him, Samwell Tarly made a low, panicked sound that might have been a prayer. It's a long way down, Sam muttered. It's a very long way down, Jon. Don't look down, Jon said, not taking his own advice. Daemon stood with his back to the cage, one hand wrapped casually around a support. Benjen Stark stood opposite, feet braced, cloak snapping in the wind that shot up along the wall's face. Snow and ice blurred past them. The wall's surface was not smooth. It was a frozen cliff of ridges and shelves and old drips, layers upon layers of winters stacked atop one another. Here and there, Daemon could see where something had been cut into it. Tunnels, caches, ancient attempts at shaping the unshapable. How high is it? Sam asked, voice thin. Truly. High enough that if you fall, you won't live to complain, Benjen said. About 700 feet, Daemon said. Benjen blinked. You've never been up, he said. How would you know? I have an eye for distances, Daemon replied, and a fondness for tall things. Fondness, Sam echoed faintly. That's one word for it. The cage creaked. The courtyard of Castle Black shrank below them, the men in it reduced to black motes. The sky above seemed very far away and yet somehow nearer with each jolt upward. Jon's jaw tightened. This is what I wanted, he said half to himself. To see it, to stand on top of the world. Daemon watched him. There was fear, yes, but something else gleamed beneath it. A fierce, almost hungry anticipation. The boy wanted to test himself against the height, against the cold, against whatever lay beyond. Bastards and second sons had always been drawn to edges. You will see it, Daemon said. The world, and more than you asked for. The cage shuddered to a stop. A horn sounded overhead, short and sharp. Hands pulled at ropes, securing. A door scraped open, letting in a blast of wind that shaved the breath from their lungs. Off with you, then, a brother grunted, before the bloody thing changes its mind and drops you back down. They stepped out onto the top of the wall. The wind hit them like a thrown stone, cut through wool and leather and fur, sliding between layers, finding skin. It smelled of nothing and everything. Snow and stone and the faint, distant tang of pine. It carried no hint of hearth smoke, no warm trace of human life. Jon stepped forward, boots crunching on the packed, frost-rimed surface. The top of the wall was wider than he had imagined. Broad enough, Daemon reflected, to ride three abreast if a man were foolish or brave enough. Grooves worn by centuries of passage scarred the ice beneath their feet. Wooden walkways had been laid here and there, Their planks rhymed with frost. He went to the edge. The parapet was little more than a low lip, fashioned from ice and frozen stone. Jon curled his fingers over it, leaning out. The world fell away. To the north, the land rolled out in vast, white waves. Forests spread as dark smears across the snow. The haunted forest, men called it. In the far distance, a line of low hills humped beneath a veil of mist. The sky felt closer here, the clouds like a lid waiting to drop. "It goes on forever," Jon breathed. "Until it doesn't," Benjen said. He came to stand beside his nephew, pointing. "There, that darker line, that's the milk water when it's not frozen solid. Beyond it, the Frostfangs. Very fine name for mountains that want to tear you open." "And beyond that?" Jon asked. Benjen's mouth twitched. "Beyond that, more cold," he said. "Wildling camps, empty valleys, places even crows don't bother going. The end of the world, if you like." Jon's breath plumed before him. Daemon hung back a little, letting them have the moment. He felt the cold differently than Jon did. Not because it bit less. His bones ached as if they'd been soaked in ice, but because he recognized something riding on it. Presence. It was like the gods would at Winterfell had been old, watchful, but stripped of warmth of life. A sense of attention without care. The wall was not just a barrier of ice. It was a scar in the fabric of the world, a place where something on one side pressed against something on the other. He closed his eyes briefly. In his mind, fire rose. Not the heat of the brazier in his chamber, but another memory. Black stone underfoot, colorless flame drinking his blood, the voice of the Shadowbinder whispering of things that slept and things that woke. "Fire is not the only old power," she had said. "Ice remembers too." Now, on top of the wall, he felt that remembrance. "It's beautiful," Jon said. "It is terrible," Daemon said softly. Jon glanced back at him. "Which?" he asked. "The view or the wall?" "Yes," Daemon said. Benjen huffed a short laugh. "You should see it at night," he said. "When the auroras dance. When the stars feel close enough to touch." "I will," Jon said. "Perhaps," Benjen replied, quieter, "if you live long enough." The words were not meant to wound. They were simple fact, spoken by a man who had seen too many young faces vanish over that northern horizon. "We aren't beaten yet," Jon said. "No," Benjen agreed, "but we're not winning either. Remember that when you train with Ser Alistair, the man is a shit, but he knows one truth. If you're not better than the man across from you, you die. And the wildlings aren't the worst things that walk up here." Jon's hands tightened on the ice. Daemon stepped closer, feeling the wind tear at his cloak. "You wanted to be no one," he said to Jon. "A brother among brothers. Equal in duty if not in skill." "I did," Jon said. "You won't have that luxury," Daemon said. "Look." He nodded toward the smaller figures along the wall. Men on watch, moving between shelters, hunched against the cold. Their heads turned more often toward Jon than toward the forest. Eyes flicked to his sword, to the way he held himself, to the stark cast of his face. "They see you," Daemon said. "They see whose blood you carry. They will look to you when something comes out of that forest that they do not understand. They won't even know they're doing it. Neither will you at first." "I'm just Jon Snow," Jon said stubbornly. "For now," Daemon agreed. "But blood and fate are stubborn things. You can run to the end of the world and take a vow to be no one. They will still find you." Dark came early at the wall. By the time the last smear of sickly daylight had drained from the sky, the cold had deepened to a living thing. It crept under doors, through cracks, between the boards of shacks, into the marrow of men's bones. Daemon stood on the ramparts, cloak pulled close, breath curling from his nose and mouth. The torches along the wall burned low, their flames ragged in the wind. Brothers moved between them, stamping feet, muttering to one another, faces wrapped in scarves to keep their skin from cracking. Their eyes were fixed mostly on the ground before them, on the path of their patrol, on the next step and the next. Daemon's gaze went further. The haunted forest lay in darkness, a rough black smudge against the snow. Even in full daylight, it swallowed sight. At night, it was a single vast shadow. The stars above were sharp and cold. And between the trees, faintly, something moved. At first, he thought it was his imagination. Ashai's shadows reaching out to taunt him, the echo of the Shadowbinder's warnings. But the more he watched, the more certain he became. Light, not the warm, yellow tremor of a campfire, not the steady orange of a torch. This was pale, bluish, like foxfire or moonlight trapped in a jar. It flickered between the trunks, here and gone, as though whoever or whatever carried it walked with a slow, measured tread. "You see it too," a low voice said at his shoulder. Daemon did not start. He had heard the approach, the soft crunch of boots on frost. Maester Aemon stood beside him, swaddled in layers of black wool, his blind eyes turned toward the forest. His skin was parchment fine, mapped with 1,000 lines. The wind tugged at the fringe of his hair, what little remained, and at the cloudy stones of his maester's chain. "I see many things," Daemon said. "Some of them real, some less so." "This is real," Aemon said, "though whether it is what you think it is." He let the thought trail off. "You know what I think it is?" Daemon asked. "I know what you are," Aemon said quietly. "Or rather, what you were." Daemon went very still. "Do you?" he said. "Not your name," Aemon said. "Names are masks men put on their faces. I knew a man once who put on the name of Daemon Targaryen and found it heavy enough. I need no more." The light in the forest flared, then vanished. The trees swallowed it. Daemon watched the place where it had been. "You carry Valyria in your bones," Aemon said. "You move like my brothers did once when I was young and the world still thought us invincible. Your eyes see further than most men's. Your age does not sit right on your face." "That last is unkind," Daemon said. "It is true," Aemon replied, "and truth is seldom kind." He tilted his head as if listening to something the wind carried that Daemon could not hear. "I felt you the moment you stepped into our yard," the maester said, like an old song hummed in a forgotten tongue. "And yet you held your tongue," Daemon said. "You did not shout my not name to Jeor Mormont." Aemon's blind eyes wrinkled at the corners. "Jeor has enough worries," he said, "and you are not here for crowns. If you were, you would not have come to this grave of fools and exiles. You seek something else." Daemon watched his own breath drift away. "I seek to keep the world turning," he said, "or at least to ensure it does not stop before I'm ready to leave it." "Ah," Aemon murmured, "ambition of a different flavor, but ambition still." He turned his face toward the forest. "The dead grow restless," he said softly. "Birds bring us tales. Men, when they return, bring worse. You are not wrong to watch the dark, but do not mistake a light for its source." "You think I see phantoms," Daemon said. "I think you see the edges of things," Aemon replied. "The line where one truth rubs against another. Be careful, old dragon. Men who stand on lines fall into cracks." Daemon smiled, thin and sharp. "It would not be the first time I've fallen," he said. "I survived the last. Barely." Aemon's head turned, blind gaze meeting Daemon's with eerie precision. "Then perhaps you have learned caution," he said. "Our watch needs men who can be cautious and ruthless in the same breath." The wind rose, keening along the wall. The distant glow did not reappear. "If what you fear truly wakes," Aemon said, "it will not be kings or small folk who meet it first. It will be us. Old men, green boys, and a few ghosts who haven't realized they're dead yet." He smiled, faint and wry. "Best that we have at least one dragon on our side," he said. Daemon's hand tightened briefly on the icy parapet. "I am only one man," he said, "old as you say, with one dragon who has seen too many wars." Aemon sighed. "And yet sometimes one man is enough," he said, "if he stands in the right place at the right time and chooses correctly." He turned away, tapping his cane along the path. "Watch the dark," he said over his shoulder. "I will watch the fire." Daemon remained, eyes fixed on the forest, feeling the wall hum faintly beneath his boots like something alive. They brought the corpse in at noon. The rider who staggered through the gate with it slung over his horse's back had lost 2 fingers to frostbite. His eyes were wide with something colder than mere chill. "Found him near the milk water," the man gasped as they took the body down. "Just lying there. No tracks. No sign of what did for him." Now the corpse lay on a rough-hewn table in a storeroom that never quite shed the cold of the wall pressing in behind its stone. The air smelled of ice and old meat. Jeor Mormont stood at the foot of the table, arms crossed, mouth a hard line. Benjen Stark was beside him, jaw clenched. Maester Aemon hovered at the corpse's head, fingers gentle on its brow. Daemon stood opposite, studying. The dead ranger's eyes were closed. Frost rimed his lashes. His skin had the waxy pallor of men who had been too long in the cold. His lips were blue. His black cloak was stiff with ice, his mail shirt frozen to his tunic. "There are no wounds," Aemon said, voice soft. "No cuts, no rents, no bruising I can feel." "He froze," Jeor said. "Men do beyond the wall." "In full mail?" Daemon asked. With his sword still in its sheath, Benjen's eyes flicked to him, troubled. "His horse was found grazing," Benjen said. "Saddle frozen, but the beast itself unhurt. A man can fall in snow and never rise again, but his mount would not stand easy beside him for long." Daemon traced a finger along the dead man's sleeve. The flesh beneath was cold as stone. There was no give. "What is his name?" Daemon asked. "Jafer Flowers," Jeor said. "Ranger of this watch for 12 years. Daemon tucked that away. Names mattered. The dead deserved them. "You say there were no tracks," he said to the rider who had brought the body in. A lanky man hovering near the door, arms wrapped around himself. "Yet he rode with others." The man swallowed. "Aye," he said. "We left with 5. Just me and the body came back. The others? No sign. I swear it, sir. We looked. We called. Nothing answered but the wind." "The wind has teeth these days," one of the other brothers muttered. Jeor shot him a look that silenced him. "Whatever took them," Benjen said quietly, "left this one behind, as a message, or a mistake." "The dark doesn't make mistakes," another man said. "It just waits." Daemon watched the dead man's fingers. They were long, calloused. Frost had gathered beneath the nails. There was no sign of struggle in the set of his hands. No broken fingers, no blood crusted where he might have clawed at something. "He looks at peace," Aemon murmured. "Too much so." Daemon's frown deepened. He had seen men frozen before, on the stepstones, when storms swept in without warning. In the mountains near the Vale, when winter chased armies into passes they had no business crossing. The dead always wore the story of their death on their faces. This one did not. "He should stink," Daemon said abruptly. Jeor blinked. "What?" "He should stink," Daemon repeated. "He has been dead for days, perhaps longer. Even in this cold, there should be some smell. Corruption. Rot." He leaned in, inhaling cautiously. Nothing. Benjen's nostrils flared as he tried the same. His eyes darkened. "It's like a statue," he said. "Statues do not come back." One of the men muttered. Daemon's gaze snapped to him. "What was that?" he asked. The man swallowed. "Old Nan's stories," he said. "Tales from when I was a boy. She talked of dead men who got up and walked, with blue eyes and a hunger for warm blood." "Stories," Jeor said sharply. "We don't have the luxury for ghosts." Daemon straightened. "Ghosts would be simpler," he said. "They are bound to memory and place. This is something else. Something that raises questions." "What questions?" Jeor demanded. "Man's dead. That's the answer." "Why did he not rot?" Daemon asked. "Why does he still look like a man who might wake if we shook him hard enough? Why does the cold cling to him like a lover?" The room seemed to grow colder around them. Aemon's fingers trembled slightly on the dead man's forehead. "Burn him," Daemon said. Gior's head snapped around. "What? Burn him?" Daemon repeated. "Before sundown. Before he remembers he's forgotten something." Murmurs rose. "That's madness," someone said. "He was our brother. And I honor him by not letting him rise as something else," Daemon said. "You think me superstitious. I have seen worse than this and called it by softer names until it bit me. Burn him. If I'm wrong, you lose one corpse's worth of words said over an open pyre. If I'm right." He let the thought trail off. Aemon's blind gaze turned toward him. "You speak as if you have seen them," the old maester said. "The old enemies." "I have seen worse things than the cold can make," Daemon said. "And I have learned one truth that holds from High to the shivering sea. Fire ends what cold begins." Gior's jaw clenched. "We are not wildlings to burn our dead like savages," he said at last. "No," Daemon said. "You are men who stand between the world and whatever walks out of that forest. Do not let your pride be the hole in that wall." The raven, somewhere beyond the door, squawked faintly. "Burn," it croaked. "Burn, burn." Gior closed his eyes briefly. "By the 7 bloody hells," he muttered. "Benjen." Benjen Stark looked at the corpse, then at Daemon, then at his own gloved hands. "If there is even a chance he is right," Benjen said quietly, "we cannot risk it." Gior grunted. "Very well," he said. "We burn him, at dusk, and if he does rise, I will personally see to it that the next corpse on that table is you, Ser Daemon." Daemon inclined his head. "A fair bargain," he said. "I have avoided being on tables for a long time. I have no wish to start now." The pyre crackled as the first flames took. They had built it quickly in the courtyard, stacking rough timbers in a crude lattice. The dead ranger had been laid atop, his cloak arranged as if he were merely sleeping on some rude bed. His sword rested at his side. Someone had insisted it go with him, for honor's sake. Snow fell in slow, fat flakes, hissing as they struck the growing fire. The brothers of the Night's Watch stood in a ring around the pyre. Some held torches. Others clutched their cloaks tighter, expressions wary. Ser Alistair Thorne watched from the back, face unreadable in the shifting light. Jorah Mormont stood at the pyre's foot, torch in hand. "Jafer Flowers," he said, voice rough, "Ranger of this watch. You rode far and died far. We remember you." He hesitated, the torch flickering. "Burn him," Daemon said quietly. Gior shot him a look, then thrust the torch into the piled wood. Flame caught. It snatched eagerly at the oiled rags they had tucked between logs, climbing, licking along the timbers. Smoke rose thick and black. Heat pushed back the cold in a stinging wave. For a long moment, nothing happened. The fire grew, devouring wood, curling around the ranger's boots, creeping up his clothes. The smell of burning will reach them, harsh and acrid. Someone coughed. "He's just dead," one of the men muttered. "Dead's dead." Daemon watched. The flames reached the ranger's chest. His eyes snapped open. They glowed a cold, unnatural blue. Several men swore, stumbling back. The dead ranger's hands, which had lain folded neatly over his stomach, spasmed. Fingers clawed at the air, reaching, grasping. "He moves," someone gasped. "Of course he moves," Daemon thought grimly. "You left him something to move with." The ranger's mouth opened. No sound came from his charred throat, but his body jerked against the bindings they had used to tie him to the pyre. The wood creaked. For an instant, it looked as though he might break free, hurl himself at the men around him, teeth bared. Then the flames reached his hair. Fire whooshed, racing along the oil-soaked strands. The smell shifted abruptly, from wool to meat. The ranger's jerking slowed. The blue light in his eyes dimmed, flickered, went out. He sagged into the fire, limbs slack. Silence fell. Even the crackle of the flames seemed to hush, as if the fire itself had paused to mark the moment it owned the dead completely. The raven on the rookery's roof flapped its wings. cawing. "Burn," it croaked. "Burn, burn." "Well," Daemon said into the stunned quiet, "at least he will not be walking anywhere he shouldn't." Gior rounded on him. "What in all the hells was that?" he demanded. His voice shook, not with fear alone, but with the rage that comes when fear finds it has been right all along. "What I told you it would be," Daemon said calmly. "A dead man who had forgotten to lie still." Benjen's face had gone very pale beneath his beard. "I've never," he swallowed. "Not like that. Corpses in the snow, men frozen hard as stone. But eyes. Blue," Daemon said softly, "like a summer sky on a winter's day." He clutched his cloak tighter around himself. Blind eyes turned toward the fire as if he could see it. "That is how my uncle described them," he said. "When I was a boy, and the last of the old tales were told in Dragonstone halls. Blue eyes and cold hands. Old Nan's stories," one of the brothers whispered. "They're real," another said hoarsely. "Seven save us, they're real." "The seven won't help you," Daemon said. "Nor will the old gods, nor Lawler, nor any of the others, if you stand here wringing your hands while the dead learn to walk. You have seen what happens when you burn them. Remember it." Gior's jaw clenched. "You knew," he said. "You knew this would happen." "I suspected," Daemon corrected. "Suspicions are not facts, my Lord Commander. But I have seen enough to know when it is wiser to act on them." Gior stared at the pyre for a long moment, then turned away. "Benjen," he said. "We double the watches. No one goes beyond the wall without my leave. If any more bodies come in, they go to the fire before they go anywhere else. I don't care if they're brothers, kings, or bloody septons." Benjen nodded sharply. "And you," Gior added, jabbing a finger at Daemon, "will tell me everything you know about whatever that was. I won't have ghosts and old men whispering secrets in my castle when my men could die for lack of them." Daemon inclined his head. "Gladly," he said. "Though I warn you, some of what I have to say will sound like the tales your grandmothers told you to keep you from wandering into the dark." Gior bared his teeth. "After this," he said, jerking his chin toward the burning corpse, "I think we'd be fools not to listen." The fire's glow dwindled to a dull, sullen smear against the snow. From the height of the wall, the courtyard below looked small, the pyre no more than a tiny, flickering wound in the dark. Men moved around it like ants, shadows on shadows. The smell of burning did not reach this high. Daemon leaned on the parapet, gloves creaking. The stars were razor-sharp tonight. They seemed closer here, as if one could reach up and pluck them from the sky. The air was so cold it felt brittle, as if a careless breath might shatter it. Far to the south, high above the clouds, a shape moved. Most men would have missed it. To them, it would have been a trick of the eye, a smudge, nothing more. But Daemon knew the rhythm of those wings, the long curve of that body, the way Caraxes rode the thin air where no bird dared follow. The dragon's presence was a comfort and a reminder both. He had not brought Caraxes closer. Not yet. There would be a time to show the wall what a dragon looked like against the ice. This was not it. Men's minds could only take so many truths in a single day before they cracked. Below, along the wall's top, a torch moved. Jon Snow trudged his watch, shoulders hunched against the cold, ghost padding at his heel. The dire wolf was little more than a smear of deeper dark against the frost, but his presence shone in Daemon's awareness. The boy walked as if the night were thinner around him than around other men, as if the darkness pressed less hard. "You felt it?" Daemon murmured, watching him. "Even if you don't know what it was. You watched that body burn and saw your own reflection in its eyes." He knew how such things marked a man. The first time he had seen a corpse rise, not from cold, but from fire and foolishness. He had felt something shift inside him, a crack forming. Once the world showed you that the rules you lived by were lies, you could never wholly believe in them again. The wind keened along the wall. "You stand between worlds, Jon Snow," Daemon said softly. "Bastard and lordling, wolf and dragon, living and..." Whatever this new thing is that claws at the edges of the world. He had not asked to be bound to the boy. That was the thing that rankled the most. He had always chosen his causes, his lovers, his wars. Now prophecy and blood and the meddling of dead kings had thrust this ember of a boy into his path and dared him to ignore it. He could not. "I claimed once that I did not want crowns," he told the stars. "I wanted to shape the hand that placed them, to whisper in kings' ears and make them better than the fools who came before." He thought of Daenerys Targaryen on her sea of grass with her little dragons, of Jon Snow pacing the wall, unaware of the truth of his birth, of Aemon, blind and old, the last true Targaryen the world recognized, listening to the cold with a dragon's heart. "The dragon has 3 heads," men used to say in Valyria. "2 will never be enough." In his mind's eye, he saw them. A girl of fire, a boy of snow, and himself old and scarred, standing between them like a hinge. "I cannot be king," he said. "The world would not suffer it, and I have no patience left for the game. But I can choose who will be. I can choose who stands when this is done." He thought of Rhaegar's folly, of crowns placed on wrong heads for wrong reasons, of Lyanna's statue, stone roses in her lap. "I will not let your son be another prince who sings himself to death," he told her memory. "Nor will I let your niece burn a world she barely understands. I will make something better, harder." Trua. The words tasted like an oath. He straightened, feeling the wall hum beneath his boots. "I will claim him," he said quietly. "Not as father, those ghosts are crowded enough, but as heir. As the sword I should have been, if I had not squandered myself on little wars and little queens." He looked once more to where Jon's torch moved, far along the wall. "When the time comes," he said, "you will stand where I cannot. You will carry a name that will make the world shake, whether you want it or not." Above, high and distant, Caraxes screamed. The sound did not carry to the men on the wall. The wind stole it, shredding it into the night. But Daemon heard it, felt it, a shiver along his spine. "Soon," he told the dragon, the dead, the living boy below. "Soon we stop waiting. Soon we begin." The stars stared down, indifferent. The wall stood, cold and mute, between life and whatever waited beyond, and Daemon Targaryen, old, scarred, stubborn, set his hand to it as if to claim it, and everything it held back, for his own. The cold that morning was the kind that burned. It found its way under collars and through seams, biting at wrists and throats and ears until fingers went numb on sword hilts. Breath steamed in great white gouts. The sky above Castle Black was a hard, brittle blue, the sun a pale coin giving light without warmth. "Again," Daemon said. The boy in front of him, Hob, from some nameless village south of the neck, thick-shouldered but not yet hardened, grimaced and raised his practiced sword. His stance had improved over the past week. His feet were less likely to cross, his knees less likely to lock, but he still led with his shoulders, telegraphing every blow. Opposite him, PYP grinned, teeth white in a wind-reddened face. "Try not to fall on your arse this time," he said. "Guard." Daemon snapped before Hob could waste his breath on a retort. "Less chatter, more learning. Your enemies beyond the wall won't be witty. They'll be dead. Try to match them in usefulness." Samwell Tarly, watching from the fence with a practiced sword he barely touched, ducked his head to hide a smile. Jon Snow stood a little apart, working through a sequence of cuts with a focus that turned the rest of the yard to blur. Ser Alliser Thorne paced along the line like a crow looking for carrion. "Your grip is wrong, Thorne," Daemon observed conversationally as the master at arms passed. "Too tight. You choke the sword. It resents that." Thorne's jaw clenched. "I've been teaching boys to swing blades since before you were whelped, old man. And yet they still swing like butchers," Daemon said. "Perhaps consider that the problem is not the meat." A few of the recruits snorted, hastily smothering their amusement. Thorne's eyes narrowed. "You undermine my authority," he said, "in front of the boys." "If your authority can be undermined by truth," Daemon replied, It was not worth much to begin with. Benjen Stark cleared his throat. Enough, he said. They'll have need of both your tempers when they ride the ranges. Save some of it for the wildlings. Daemon let the matter drop for now. He did not press every advantage immediately. He had learned, however belatedly, that some blows were most effective when delayed. He moved along the line, watching, correcting. A tweak to Gren's elbow. A sharp rap to Pyp's knuckles when he let his guard droop after a successful strike. A nod to Jon when he adjusted his stance without being told, shifting his weight in a way that turned a parry into the beginning of a counter. You see, Daemon said quietly as he passed Jon. You think before you swing. That is the difference between a swordsman and a corpse with a sword in its hand. Jon's mouth twitched. Ser Alliser says I think too much, he said. Ser Alliser fears men who think, Daemon replied. They remember whose fault it was when they die. Across the yard, the brothers' glances toward Daemon held a new wariness. Since the pyre, since Jafer flowers had opened blue eyes in the fire and then sagged back into true death, whispers had followed him like smoke. Dragon blood, some muttered, which said others. Old Valyria breathed a few, thinking him too deaf to hear. He let them talk. Fear could be sharpened into respect, given time. A horn sounded short and sharp. Benjen's head lifted. Riders, he said, from the east. They were due 2 days past. Thorn barked for the boys to stand down. Wooden swords were lowered, breath steaming. Jon's gaze slid toward the gate, something like unease flickering across his face. Daemon felt the shift in the air before he heard the gate creak. Trouble, he thought. The world seldom sends messengers to the wall bearing good news. The ranger's cloak was stiff with ice. He had not bothered to remove it before being dragged into the Lord Commander's solar. Meltwater pooled under his boots as he stood before the table, breath coming in quick, shallow gusts. His cheeks were chapped raw. Frost had burned the tips of his ears. Jeor Mormont stared at him with a gaze that would have cowed a lord twice his size. Say it again, Jeor commanded, slowly this time, as if my own life depended on you getting the words right. The ranger swallowed. We saw their fires first, he said. Wildlings, Mance Raiders people, we thought. A small camp, south of the Milkwater. Smoke by day, glow by night. We came up on them careful like Benjen taught us. Wanted to take a few alive, learn what they knew. He licked cracked lips. But when we reached the camp, there was nothing. No people, no horses. Tents still standing, pots still over the fire, meat half cooked in them, as if they had just walked away. Wildlings don't walk away from food, Benjen said grimly. No, sir, the ranger agreed. That's why we went on, tracked them further north. Trails were wrong. No prints, not in the fresh snow, but signs of passage all the same. Bent branches, broken brush, like shadows had weight. Daemon felt the hair prickle on the back of his neck. Then the cold hit. The ranger went on. Hard, harder than I've ever felt it. And I've wintered beyond the wall 4 times, my lord. It was like the air itself froze in my lungs. The horses started to panic. One dropped where it stood, ice in its nostrils. Jeor's brows drew together. You turned back, he said. You should have turned back. We tried. The words came out as a near gasp. But they were behind us, in the trees. Who? Jeor demanded. Wildlings? How many? The ranger's eyes went wide, whites showing around irises darkened by memory. Not wildlings, he whispered. Not men. They wore. Some wore bits of leather, old armor. Some wore nothing. Their skin was wrong, like wax left out in the cold. And their eyes. Blue, Daemon supplied quietly, like sky through ice. The ranger nodded jerkily. They moved without sound, he said. No breath, no crunch of snow, just there. One of them had its hand on Jory's throat before I even knew it had moved. He screamed, and the sound. It turned to steam in the air. The raven fluttered its wings, agitated. Cold, it croaked. Cold, cold. What did you do? Benjen asked. What I could, the ranger said hoarsely. We ran. I've never run from anything beyond the wall before, sir. Not wildlings, not shadows, nothing. But this, his voice cracked. I rode until my horse died under me. Then I walked. When I looked back, I could still see them. Not chasing, just watching. Gior's fingers dug into the edge of the table. How many? He asked. How many of these things? I saw 3 with my own eyes, the ranger said. There could have been more. There were others with them. Men. Wildlings, I think. They moved like the dead ranger you burned, my lord. The room went very still. Daemon leaned forward over the map. Here? He asked, tapping a spot north of the milkwater with a scarred finger. Or here? The ranger squinted, then pointed to a place between the two. There, he said, near the frozen lake. There was a stand of dead trees, black against the snow. Benjen swore under his breath. We've used that lake for water on summer ranges, he said. If they're that far south. They are probing, Daemon said. Testing. Seeing how close they can come before you notice. Gior ground his teeth. I notice, he said. 7 hells, I notice. He looked up at Benjen. How many men can we spare for arranging? Not counting green boys. 20, Benjen said. 30, if we leave the south-facing towers thin. We can't empty the wall to chase shadows, my lord. We won't chase, Daemon said. We'll go to ground. Find where they were. See what they left. Gior eyed him. You propose to go out there? He asked. You, an old man with 1 good winter left in his bones? I have more winters than that, Daemon said. And I have seen this enemy in flame. I know what to look for and what to burn. Send me with Benjen. And the boy. Boy, Gior repeated. You mean Snow? Who else? Daemon asked. You will need someone these men will follow when they see what they're up against. Someone whose name carries weight even when he wears black. Benjen frowned. He's still a recruit, he said. He hasn't said his vows. Then we'll see if his vows are to the watch or to the wall, Daemon said. There is a difference. One is a brotherhood of men. The other is the line that keeps those things. He jabbed a finger toward the map's northern edge. From walking through your children's doors. Gior's gaze flicked between them. You're asking me to risk Ned Stark's bastard, he said slowly, on a ranging that may walk straight into the arms of the others, if that's what they are. I'm asking you to risk a swordsman where you'd otherwise risk 3 boys and a drunk, Daemon replied. If you prefer the latter, I will not stand in your way. Benjen's mouth quirked despite himself. Gior exhaled through his teeth. You're both mad, he said. But then, so was anyone who ever thought this wall was worth manning. He jabbed a finger at Benjen. Pick 20 men. None of Thorne's soft-handed darlings. Men who've seen more winters than latrines. Snow goes with you. And you? He stabbed his finger at Daemon. If you so much as let my rangers bleed while you hold something back, I'll see you strung from the top of the wall and let the others take what's left. Daemon inclined his head. I intend to hold nothing back, he said. Not this time. The raven hopped along its perch, feathers fluffed. Fly, it croaked. Fly, fly. Daemon's hand twitched, thinking of Caraxes hidden above the clouds. Yes, he murmured. We will. The haunted forest earned its name in the silences between the trees. Snow muted the sound of hooves, of creaking leather, of the occasional clink of mail. Branches bowed under the weight of frost, their tips nearly touching in places, making tunnels of white and gray. The sky above was a low, oppressive lid, clouds heavy enough to drag the world down. Benjen Stark rode at the head of the column, his horse picking its way along a barely visible trail. A few paces behind, Jon Snow followed, his cloak drawn tight, Ghost moving effortlessly through the drifts beside him. The direwolf's breath steamed, his tongue lolled pink against white fur. Daemon rode near the rear, where he could watch both the men and the trees. The rangers were quiet, not just the wary silence of men who knew sound carried in the woods, but a deeper hush. Jafer flowers burning had settled on them like a frost. Men who had laughed at old Nan's tales now eyed every shadow as if it might open blue eyes and reach for them. "Milkwater's half a day ahead," Benjen called back over his shoulder, voice low. "We make the lake by dusk if we don't lose any horses. Camp there, in and out if the gods are kind." "The gods aren't," muttered one man under his breath. "Leave them be," another said. "If they're watching, I'd rather they didn't notice me." Ghost's ears twitched. He lifted his head, nose working, red eyes narrowing on something in the trees. Jon felt it at the same moment. A subtle stiffening of the direwolf's body, a tension that ran from paw to tail. "What is it, boy?" Jon murmured. Ghost did not answer, of course. He rarely made sound when he hunted, but he angled slightly away from the trail, as if drawn by some scent only he could read. Daemon saw it. He nudged his horse forward, drawing abreast of Jon. "Your wolf smells something," he said. Jon nodded. "He does that," he said. "He smells more than we do." "Wolves often do," Daemon said. "So do dragons." Jon glanced at him, puzzled. "Dragons," he echoed. Daemon's lips quirked. "Later," he said. "For now, tell your uncle. The beast doesn't spook easily." Jon spurred forward. "Uncle," he called softly. "Ghost has something." Benjen reined in. The column bunched slightly, horses snorting, steam rising from their flanks. Men loosened swords and scabbards, the sound of steel on leather muffled by the snow. "Show me," Benjen said. Ghost moved ahead, nose low to the ground, then veered right into a denser stand of trees. Jon followed, Benjen close behind. Daemon angled his horse to cut off any retreat, senses sharpening. The smell hit them before the sight. Not rot, not yet, but the heavy, sweet staleness of meat that had cooled too quickly. The air grew colder, if that were possible. Daemon saw his breath plume thicker. They broke into a small clearing. The snow there was disturbed, churned by many feet, not fresh. Some of the prints had a glaze of ice over them, but recent enough that the wind had not yet smoothed them. Tents sagged under the weight of frost, ropes creaking softly. A cook fire lay between them, a circle of stones surrounding a blackened patch. In the center of it, a pot sat, its contents frozen solid. The wildling camp. "See?" The ranger from the solar whispered from his place in the column. "Just as I said. No bodies, no blood." Ghost growled, the sound low and rolling. Jon swung down from his horse, boots sinking into the churned snow. He moved toward the nearest tent, hand on his sword hilt. With his other hand, he lifted the flap. Inside, rough furs lay jumbled, as if someone had risen in haste. A crude doll stared up at him from the bedroll, its wooden bead eyes rimed with ice. "They left in a hurry," Jon said. "Or were taken," Daemon murmured. Benjen dismounted, snow crunching under his boots. He moved to the fire pit, crouching. "Pot's still full," he said. He chipped at the frozen surface with his glove. "Meat stew, not long abandoned." "Tracks?" Daemon asked. "Some," Benjen said. "But they end." Ghost growled again. His hackles rose. He backed away from the center of the clearing, eyes fixed on something at its edge. Daemon followed his gaze. A line of trees loomed there, their trunks dark against the snow. Between two of them, a faint glow pulsed, blue-white, like foxfire smeared on bark. It seemed to fade when looked at straight on, stronger at the corner of the eye. "Back," Daemon said sharply. "All of you." "Why?" A ranger began. The glow sharpened. The air dropped a good 10 degrees in a heartbeat. Men gasped, involuntary, clutching at their cloaks. Frost crawled up the trunks of the nearest trees, cracking as it went. The hair on Daemon's arms stood on end. Out of the shadows they came. They were taller than men, though not by much. One might have taken them for gaunt knights at a distance. armor of strange, pale plates, swords long and thin at their sides. Up close, nothing about them was human. Their skin was the color of old ice, cracked and ridged as if something beneath strained to break free. Hair hung in lank, brittle strands from skulls that looked more carved than grown. Their eyes burned with a steady, piercing blue, so cold it seemed to strip the color from everything it fell upon. Behind them, the dead walked, wildlings in furs stiffened with frost. A man in old black with a night's watch cloak half frozen to his shoulders. A woman whose hair had become a sheet of icicles. Their movements were jerky, as if pulled by unseen strings. Frost smoked from their mouths in little puffs, though they did not breathe. One of the others, Daemon had no more doubt now, names be damned, stepped forward. The air around it crackled softly. Snow hissed under its feet, not melting, but protesting, as if it knew it should not be touched by such cold. Men drew swords with a ragged chorus of steel. Benjen's voice cut through the sudden panic. "Form up," he shouted. "Shields, spears." They had no shields. This was a ranging, not a pitched battle, but they knew the shapes of defense. Men moved into a rough half-circle, blades out, spears lowered. Horses snorted and stamped, eyes rolling, some trying to rear away from the advancing cold. Jon's hand was slick on his sword hilt. His heart hammered in his throat, each beat loud enough to drown out thought. Ghost's snarl was a constant rumble at his side. "Remember the pyre," Daemon said, voice cutting through the terror like a knife. "Fire. They fear fire, not steel." One of the others tilted its head, as if hearing him. Its lips, if they could be called that, pulled back from teeth like shards of ice. It spoke. The sound was wrong. It had a shape, a cadence, like speech, but the tone was like ice cracking on a frozen lake, like a blade drawn along glass. Frost formed where the noise touched the air. Several of the dead things shuddered and took a step forward as if commanded. "Fall back," Benjen yelled. "Back to the trees. We make a stand there. We'll be surrounded," a ranger cried. "We're surrounded now," Daemon snapped. "Move." The dead advanced. They did not hurry. Why should they? The cold had all the time in the world. One of the rangers panicked. He screamed and flung his torch, one of the few they had lit in the perpetual twilight of the forest, at the nearest Wight. The flame struck the dead wildling's furs and caught. Fire raced up the corpse's chest, turning it into a staggering torch. The Wight kept coming. "Head!" Daemon shouted. "Take the head!" Jon moved without thinking. He stepped into the path of the burning corpse, sword flashing. The steel bit into the Wight's neck, bone crunching. The head flew, flipping end over end, blue eyes still burning. The body took 2 more steps, then collapsed, flames devouring it. The head lay in the snow, mouth opening and closing soundlessly, eyes fixed on Jon. Ghost darted forward, jaws snapping. He seized the thing and shook hard, then flung it into the fire. The blue light went out with a sound like a candle snuffed. It was not enough. The others watched, unhurried. They stepped around the burning Wight, pale blades sliding from pale scabbards. The metal, if it was metal, made no sound. Frost bloomed along their edges. Daemon drew his sword. It was plain steel, castle-forged, honed as sharp as he could make it in the Black Brothers' smithy. Against these things, it would be little better than kindling. But it was what he had between his hand and their cold. "Back!" he said again, voice hoarse. "Benjen, get them back. I'll buy you a heartbeat." "Buy it with what?" Benjen demanded. "Your corpse. Theirs if I'm lucky," Daemon said and stepped forward. The world narrowed. There were the others and the dead, and the men behind him, and somewhere above, invisible in the cloud cover, a dragon who had waited too long. His old heart pounded once, twice, like a war drum. "Come, then," he said in the tongue of old Valyria, the words smoky with age. "Come dance." The others paused, their heads tilted in eerie unison, blue eyes shifting upward as if hearing something beyond mortal range. The dead stilled, mid-shamble. For a heartbeat, the forest held its breath. Then the sky tore. Clouds split as something vast punched through them, sending ragged tatters spinning. A shadow fell over the clearing, bigger than any hawk or crow. Men flung up arms, cursing, eyes screwed shut against the sudden, searing brightness. Caraxes screamed. The sound was not mere noise. It was a razor dragged along the nerves, a battle cry that had rung over stepstones and river crossings and castle walls in another age. It rolled through the trees, shaking frost from branches, startling ravens into panicked flight. Flame followed. It poured from the dragon's throat in a roiling torrent, orange and gold and white hot at its heart. It hit the snow and turned it to steam in an instant, boiling the top layer into a sudden fog. It struck the advancing line of wights and wrapped them hungrily. Fire loved dead flesh, a bit deep, devouring. The first rank of corpses went up like kindling. Furs and hair and dried sinew burned, blackening, curling. The unnatural blue in their eyes flared, then flickered, then died as flames ate through skull and spine. Heat slammed into Daemon like a wall. He raised his arm against the force of it, cloak snapping back. His face stung, the skin on his cheeks feeling too tight. His eyes watered, tears freezing at their corners. Behind him, men screamed in mingled terror and awe. "Dragon!" someone gasped. "By all the... it's a bloody dragon." The others screamed too. Their voices were higher, sharper, like ice fracturing. One of them, caught at the edge of the dragonfire's wash, recoiled. Frost steamed from its armor. Where the flames had licked its pale skin, it blackened and cracked. It did not fall, but it stepped back. Fear, Daemon thought. Or as close to it as these things come. Caraxes wheeled. He had come in low on Daemon's signal. A flare of thought pushed up through the bond they shared, a wordless summons of need and battle. Now he banked, vast wings stirring the smoke and steam into new eddies. His tail whipped, clipping the top from a pine with a sound like a giant snapping a twig. Again, Daemon roared in Valyrian, throat raw. "Burn them!" Caraxes obliged. He spat another gouting sheet of fire, sweeping it like a scythe. More wights vanished in the blaze. The snow hissed and squealed, melting, refreezing in grotesque, half-molten shapes. The very air shivered with the heat. The others fell back. They were not immune. Their armor frosted, cracked. The edges of their swords smoked where flame kissed them. One took a step too slow and a licking tongue of fire wrapped its arm. The limb burst like overripe fruit, shards of ice-slicked flesh scattering. Its blue eyes flared brighter, then guttered as its body collapsed in a spray of hoarfrost. The remaining two turned, not to flee. That wasn't how these creatures moved. They withdrew, like a tide pulling back from a shore it had tested and found briefly inhospitable. They melted into the trees, the unnatural glow of their eyes fading, then gone. The dead that remained, those not yet touched by fire, sagged and stilled, puppets with cut strings. Silence crashed down. Men panted, chests heaving, eyes wide and ringed with white. Horses shook, sides quivering, steam rising in great gusts from their flanks. Ghost stood with his fur singed along one side, lips still peeled back from his teeth. Above, Caraxes circled once, then dropped lower, vast body weaving between trees with terrifying ease. Snow-laden branches snapped under his wings. He landed at the edge of the clearing with an impact that shook the ground, sending men stumbling. He lowered his head. Daemon stepped toward him. For a moment, dragon and man regarded one another. One old, one older, both scarred, both breathing hard. Flame flickered at the corner of Caraxes' mouth, heat shimmering in the air around his jaws. "You took your time," Daemon croaked in Valyrian. Caraxes snorted, a plume of heat washing over him. Behind them, a ranger found his tongue. "What in all seven hells is that?" he demanded. "A dragon," Jon Snow whispered, voice raw with awe and something deeper. "A real dragon." He stepped forward despite himself, hand half raised, as if drawn by some invisible thread. Daemon saw it. The The boy's face was lit by the fading flames, eyes wide, pupils blown. Ghost pressed close to his leg, but even the dire wolf seemed half-cowed, half-fascinated by the great beast. Daemon turned, addressing the rangers in the common tongue. "This," he said, voice carrying over the crackle of the dying fire, "is why you still stand." For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to boy and beast. Jon Snow took a step forward, boots squelching in waterlogged snow. The heat from the dying fires wrapped around him, a suffocating blanket. Sweat prickled along his spine beneath his furs despite the freezing air beyond the circle of flame. Caraxes lowered his head. Up close, the dragon was less a creature and more a landscape. Scales the size of shields overlapped along his neck, each one nicked or scarred in some way. Old wounds crisscrossed his muzzle where other dragons, other foes, had raked and bitten. One eye was clouded, milky, the other burned a savage amber. Jon's hand trembled. Ghost whined low in his throat, torn between bolting and staying at his master's side. His fur was singed along one flank, the tips of his guard hairs curled black. He pressed against Jon's leg, a tense, vibrating weight. "Easy," Daemon said softly in Valyrian, more for Caraxes than for Jon. "He is not prey." The dragon's nostrils flared. Hot breath washed over Jon's outstretched hand, smelling of sulfur and old blood. The pupils in Caraxes' good eye narrowed to slits, then widened again, adjusting. He tilted his head ever so slightly, bringing one nostril closer. Jon's fingers brushed scale. It was hotter than any forge he had ever stood near, hotter even than the coals of the brazier in Daemon's chamber. Heat radiated up his arm, into his chest, as if a brand had been pressed to his palm. For an instant, he felt something move under his skin. A flicker, like a match struck in a dark room. Caraxes exhaled sharply. The blast of air nearly knocked Jon back. Ghost snarled, leaping between boy and dragon, teeth bared. Men shouted, scrambling for their swords again without even knowing why. Caraxes did not flame. He drew his head back, snorted once more, and settled, folding his wings tighter. His eye blinked, membrane sliding across the molten iris. "Well," Daemon said, "he doesn't hate you. That is more than most men can say." Jon tore his gaze away from the dragon to look at Daemon. "You called him," he said. "You knew he was here." "I brought him," Daemon corrected. "He does not come where I do not go. Not willingly." He let his hand rest briefly on Caraxes' jaw. "We are old companions, the WYRM and I." Benjen Stark found his voice. "That's a dragon," he said, as if the word tasted strange. "An actual, living dragon." "Your eyes serve you well," Daemon said dryly. "Dragons are gone," one of the rangers blurted. "They've been gone since your maesters decided the world was simpler without them," Daemon said. "They were wrong. The world is seldom simple, with or without fire made flesh." He looked to Benjen. "You have seen with your own eyes what walks in your woods," he said, "and what burns it. When you speak of this to your Lord Commander, remember which of them feared the fire." Benjen swallowed. His gaze went from Caraxes to the charred remains of the Wights, to the melted, refrozen snow. The air still shivered with residual heat. Several trees at the clearing's edge smoldered quietly. "I'll remember," he said. "7 hells. How could I forget?" Jon's palm still tingled. He flexed his fingers, staring at the faint reddening of the skin. It would blister, he thought distantly. He should wrap it. Yet beneath the pain, there was a strange rightness. As if, for a moment, something inside him had recognized something in the dragon and answered. He met Daemon's gaze. "Who are you?" he asked, voice low. Daemon smiled, not kindly. "Someone who has been waiting a very long time to ask you the same," he said. News traveled strangely in the world. Sometimes it moved with the measured pace of ravens, ink on parchment carried from castle to castle. Sometimes it leapt like fire, jumping from tongue to tongue in taverns and markets, picking up embellishments the way sparks caught dry leaves. In a smoky tavern in Karth, where the Jade and Opal traders met to drink away the dust of the day, a captain from the Summer Isles waved his cup. "I saw it," he insisted, sloshing wine dangerously close to the edge. "By all the gods of sea and sky, I saw it. A dragon, rust-red as bloody iron, flying over a wall of ice taller than any tower in the Jade Gates." His listeners laughed, half disbelieving, half enthralled. "A dragon," one scoffed, "in the freezing arse end of the world? If you're going to lie, my friend, at least put your dragon somewhere warm. Dragons like heat." "This one liked something else," the captain said. "Death, maybe. Fire in a place that should never see such heat." It screamed, and the sound. It set the ice singing. In a corner, half hidden by hanging beads, a woman in red listened. Her hair was black as spilled ink, her eyes the color of smoke. A ruby pendant at her throat pulsed faintly in time with her heartbeat. She turned her cup between her fingers, the wine inside catching the lamplight. "Rust red," she murmured to herself. "Over a wall of ice. Fire where it should not be." Her god spoke in heat and vision. She had seen a girl in the flames, born of smoke and salt, dragons on her shoulders. She had not seen this old, scarred beast and whoever rode it. "Azor Ahai reborn," she whispered. "The prince that was promised. The warrior of light." She smiled, slow and sly. "You are multiplying little saviors." At another table, a thin man in a hooded cloak, compulsively neat despite the tavern's chaos, dipped a quill into ink. He wrote in small, precise script on a folded scrap of parchment. "Dragon sighted over the far north. Description does not match known hatchlings of Daenerys Stormborn. Possible older specimen. Writer unknown. Cross-reference with rumors of old men in black at the wall." He sprinkled sand over the ink, shook it off and folded the note twice. A small, indifferent owl blinked at him from the rafters, tethered by a slim jess to a beam. "Fly fast," he told it as he tied the message to its leg. "The Khaleesi enjoys good stories." The bird ruffled its wings, puzzled but obedient. By the time the tale reached Daenerys Targaryen, filtered through 3 tongues and 2 agendas, the dragon over the wall would be 10 times its size, the ice 100 times taller, and the rider either a corpse, a god, or a madman. In some ways, all 3 would be true. "You brought a dragon to my wall." Jeor Mormont's voice was very calm. Too calm. His fist came down on the table hard enough to make the inkpot jump. A rivulet of black spilled across the map of the north, darkening the already somber lines. Benjen Stark stood stiffly, hands clasped behind his back. Soot streaked his cheeks where Dragonfire's heat had licked them. The rangers behind him bore similar marks. Red skin, singed hair, the haunted eyes of men who had seen something their minds had not yet caught up to. Daemon stood near the hearth, letting the fire's warmth lick at his calves. Outside, through the narrow arrow slit, the sky was a pale smear. Somewhere up there, Caraxes rode the air in restless circles, his shadow passing across the courtyard like a storm cloud. "Yes," Daemon said. Jeor's jaw tightened. "You did not think to mention this before?" he asked. "When you arrived under my roof. When you ate my food. When you suggested we ride out to face walking corpses with 20 men and a bastard. If I had told you I had a dragon," Daemon said, "would you have believed me?" "No," Jeor grated. "There then," Daemon said. "We have saved ourselves an argument." Benjen cleared his throat softly. "My Lord Commander," he said, "whatever else we say, whatever else we decide, the dragon saved us. There is no doubt of that." Jeor shot him a look. "I am not blind," he said. "Nor am I ungrateful. But I am very, very tired of surprises." He turned back to Daemon. "You have breathed fire into a tinderbox, sire. You think this is some forgotten corner of the world where you may play your games without consequence? Ravens fly south. Men talk. Kings listen. Kings seldom listen to the wall," Daemon said. "That has always been the problem." Jeor snorted. "They will listen when they hear there is a dragon here," he said. Robert Baratheon will drink himself into a stupor and then reach for his hammer. Cersei Lannister will see only a weapon to be claimed or destroyed. Stannis will count the ways this proves his god's right. I'll have their lackeys at my gate demanding I hand you over like some piece of contraband. Let them come, Daemon said. I have burned better men than any who sit on that iron monstrosity you call a throne. You will not burn the king, Jeor said flatly. I might, Daemon mused. If he stands between this wall and what it needs. The wall needs men, not dragons, Jeor snapped. It needs both, Daemon said. You saw what those things did to your ranger. You saw what they would have done to the rest of us. Steel is not enough. Fire is not enough. You will need everything you can scrape together when they come in force. Jeor scrubbed a hand over his face, suddenly looking every one of his years. You talk like you know what's coming, he said. Like you've seen something we haven't. I have, Daemon said simply. Benjen shifted. Ser Demian, he said, tasting the false name. You fought them as if you had done so before. You called your dragon as if you knew exactly how close he flew. None of this is new to you. Daemon studied the flicker of flame in the hearth. I have seen dead things walk, he said. Not these, no. Others shaped by other hands in places far from here. I have seen what happens when men pretend old stories are just that. When they let comfort dull their edges. When they choose not to see until it is too late. He looked up. I will not watch that happen again, he said. Not if I can stop it. Silence fell. The raven muttered to itself on its perch, head bobbing. King! It croaked suddenly. King, king. Jeor and Benjen both glanced at it. Then at Daemon. Aemon, who had been quiet in his chair by the fire, spoke at last. There is more to him than he says, the old maester murmured. More than any of us say. His blind gaze turned toward Daemon with unnerving precision. He is not wrong about the need for fire. Jeor exhaled through his nose. Very well, he said. The dragon stays, for now. But you will not ride him over my castle without my leave. You will not flaunt him before the brothers as if this were a mummer's show. And when the ravens carry word of this to Winterfell, you will be the one to stand beside me when Eddard Stark demands to know why his bastard son rides in the shadow of a dragon. Daemon inclined his head. Gladly, he said. Jeor grunted. Get out of my solar, he growled. All of you. I have ink to scrape off my maps and letters to compose that men will call madder than old Nan's stories. Benjen moved toward the door, the rangers following. Daemon hesitated. A word with Maester Aemon, he said. Jeor waved a hand, dismissive. Take your riddles to each other, he said. Leave me my ignorance for an hour. The door closed behind Benjen with a soft thud. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The fire crackled, sending up the occasional spark. Outside, the wind moaned along the stone. Daemon studied Maester Aemon. In another life, in another world, they might have stood side by side at some council table in the Red Keep, younger versions of themselves arguing over king's follies. Now one was blind and bent under a maester's chain, the other dried out by sorcery and exile. Your dragon has an old smell, Aemon said at last. Not hatchling smoke, not the thin scent I remember from the last of my kin's beasts. Older, deeper. He is older than your memories, Daemon said. Caraxes flew when your uncles and cousins were still arguing over whose mother had the better claim. Aemon's hands tightened on his chain. You speak as if you knew them, he said. I did, Daemon replied, though most did not know me. Time is a crooked thing. It does not always flow in the direction men expect. Aemon's head tilted. I was offered a throne once, he said quietly. When my younger brother's line failed, I said no. I came here instead to be no one, to serve where I would do more good and less harm. Daemon smiled without humor. And did you? Aemon's blind eyes were steady. Some nights I think so, he said. Others, I wonder whether my refusal merely left the throne to more fire and less sense. I thought I was choosing duty over ambition. Perhaps I was only choosing one kind of pride over another. You couldn't have stopped what came, Daemon said. Madness runs in your line like or in a seam. A different king might have delayed it. He could not have erased it. He paused. Rhaegar tried, he said. Aemon flinched as if struck. You knew my nephew? He whispered. I knew of him, Daemon said. I watched him through other eyes. A boy with his head full of songs and prophecy, trying to be a hero in a world that wanted only a competent king. And yet you speak of him with pity, Aemon said slowly. He was given a story and told it was his to live, Daemon said. He believed it. He broke the world chasing it. When he finally realized what he had done, it was too late. He thought of Lyanna's stone face, of Eddard's tight jaw in the godswood. There is another, Daemon said. Another story twined around his. Around yours. Around mine. The prince that was promised, Aemon murmured. Born of smoke and salt, under a bleeding star. You and your red priests, Daemon said. Always needing your prophecies dressed in poetry. Prophecy is a sword that cuts the hand that grasps it, Aemon said. I am old enough to know that, yet still the words cling. Daemon leaned closer. Listen to me, Daemon Targaryen, he said, letting the name fall between them like a coin. There is a girl across the sea with dragons on her shoulders. There is a boy on this wall with a wolf at his heel and a name he does not know. There is an old man who should have died above the god's eye and did not. The world is not giving you one prince. It is throwing all its pieces on the board at once and seeing who still stands when the game ends. And you, Aemon said, what piece are you? The hand that moves another, Daemon replied. If I can help it. He glanced toward the door, where somewhere beyond Jon Snow walked his rounds. I mean to claim the boy, he said quietly. Not by blood. I will not steal Eddard Stark's place in his heart, but by purpose. I will make him my heir. My sword. My answer. Aemon's fingers tightened. You would put a crown on his head? He asked. In the midst of this, with dead things waking in the snow and dragons stirring across the sea, I would give him the choice, Daemon said, when the time comes. A name, at least, that fits the weight he will be asked to bear. Whether he wears it as king, as Lord Commander, or as something new, that will be his decision. And if he refuses? Aemon asked. Daemon's mouth twitched. Then I will find another, he said. The world does not hinge on one boy, no matter what your priests say. But this boy, he burns. You can feel it as well as I do. Aemon's blind eyes turned toward the door. I feel something, he admitted. A warmth, a song. When he stands near, it is not like Daenerys, from what I hear of her. Hers is all fire. His is banked. Ember in the snow, Daemon murmured, waiting for someone to breathe on it. He stood. I will not ask your blessing, he said. You are maester now, not prince. But I will ask this. When the ravens carry word of what we have seen, dead men and dragons both, do not let your letters turn Jon Snow into some pawn on Robert Baratheon's board. He deserves better enemies than that. Aemon smiled faintly. Robert Baratheon has never read one of my letters in full in his life, he said. But I will choose my words carefully. Do, Daemon said. The wrong word at the wrong time can kill more men than any sword. He turned toward the door. Behind him, Aemon whispered something in a language older than the wall. A prayer or a curse or both. Castle Black's godswood was a poor cousin to Winterfell's. The tree that grew there was stunted, its trunk twisted, its pale bark scarred by wind and cold. Its red leaves shivered in the night breeze, scattering a few shriveled remnants onto the frozen ground. A thin crust of ice filmed the surface of the pool at its roots. Jon Snow stood before it, cloak wrapped tight, breath steaming. Ghost lay at his feet, eyes half closed, ears twitching at distant sounds. The direwolf's flank rose and fell in a slow, steady rhythm that matched Jon's own breathing. You speak to them? A voice asked from the darkness between the trees. To your gods, Jon did not start. He had heard the crunch of boots on frost. "I don't know if they listen," he said, "but I speak." Daemon stepped into the patch of moonlight that filtered through the bare branches. He had left his heavier cloak behind, despite the cold. The night wrapped around him like another garment. His hair stirred in the wind, pale strands catching the light. His face, lined and scarred, looked older than ever, and yet his eyes were bright. "Old gods," he said, nodding toward the weirwood. "Roots and sap and memories. We had gods like that once in Valyria. We burned most of them when we found dragons." Jon glanced at him. "You don't believe in them," he said. "Any of them." "I believe in what men do in their names," Daemon said. "And in fire and in steel and in the choices that set them moving." He came to stand beside Jon, close enough that their shoulders almost brushed. "You have seen much in a short time," he said. "More than many men see in 3 lifetimes. Dead men that walk, creatures from your wet nurse's tales. A dragon." Jon's throat worked. "I dreamed of them," he admitted, voice low. "When I was a boy, dragons and castles and being something more than Ned Stark's bastard. Then I grew older and told myself they were just dreams. Foolish." He nodded toward the wall of ice looming beyond the trees. "I thought this was enough, to stand here, to hold the line." "And is it?" Daemon asked. "I don't know," Jon said. "You brought a dragon to the wall. You fight dead things like you've been waiting for the chance. You talk to maesters in riddles." He looked at Daemon directly. "What do you want from me?" Daemon considered him. "I want you to live," he said. "First, last, between those 2 points, I want you to be more than you think you are." Jon's jaw tightened. "I'm a bastard," he said. "That's what I am. Jon Snow. A sword in the dark if the watch will have me. Nothing more." Daemon's hand moved, quick as a striking snake. He seized Jon's wrist, the one that had touched Caraxes, and lifted it. The skin there was still reddened, faintly scarred. "Does this feel like nothing?" he asked. Heat flared under Jon's skin where Daemon's fingers gripped. "It's a burn," Jon said. "From your dragon." "It is a mark," Daemon corrected, "of what you are. You touched fire and it answered you. Not as it would answer any man. Not as it would answer Benjen or Gior or Samwell Tarly. It recognized you." Jon's heartbeat stumbled. "You speak as if—" He broke off, shaking his head. No, if you mean to say what I think you mean, you're mad." "I'm no." "No what?" Daemon asked softly. "No prince? No dragon? No rightful heir to a line that has been smeared across half the realm?" Jon yanked his hand back as if burned anew. "My father is Eddard Stark," he said. "He raised me. He taught me. I don't care what stories you want to tell. That's truth." "I do not dispute it," Daemon said. "He is your father where it matters. Blood is only one kind of bond, but the world does not care who held you when you cried. It cares whose name you carry and what weight it has when spoken." Jon's laugh was harsh. "They call me Snow," he said. "That's the only name that's ever had weight on my shoulders." "For now," Daemon said again. "You can live and die as Jon Snow if you wish. Take your vows. Stand your watch. Be a good brother and a better man. No one will fault you for it." He turned to face the weirwood, the carved face there watching them with blind, bleeding eyes. "But the world will ask more," he said quietly. "It always does of those who can bear it. When it does, when it presses you between what you swore and what you know to be right, remember that there is more in you than this cloak and this name." Jon stared at him, breathing hard. "You still haven't answered," he said. "Who are you?" Daemon looked at the weirwood, then at Jon, then up at the slice of star-pricked sky. "I am a man who should have died a long time ago," he said. "I am a prince of a dead kingdom, a rider of an old dragon, a fool who asked the wrong gods the wrong question and was given more time instead of a clean death." He inclined his head very slightly. "And I am the man who means to make you my heir," he said. "Whether that heir wears black or red, or some new color the world has not yet seen. Time will decide. Jon's breath caught. You would claim me, he said. As a son. As a successor, Daemon said. As the sword I cannot be and the king I never was. You think of crowns as metal and jewels. I think of them as choices and burdens. I would have you ready to bear them, if they fall on your head. Jon rocked back as if struck. I have taken no vows yet, he said. But I came here to take them, to be part of something bigger than myself. To be useful. There are many kinds of usefulness, Daemon said. The wall needs brothers. The realm needs more. When winter truly comes, not the nibbling at the edges we have seen, but the full, hungry dark, you will not be able to hide up here and pretend the rest of the world does not exist. It will come knocking at your gate. It will ask your name. Best you know how to answer. Ghost whined softly, pressing his head against Jon's hand. Jon dug his fingers into the thick fur, grounding himself. I am Jon Snow, he said at last. Whatever else you say, whatever else you want to make of me, that is what I am now. Good, Daemon said. Hold to that. You will need something solid when the ground starts to move. He stepped back into the shadows. When the time comes, he said, voice already fading into the dark, I will ask you again, not to stroke my pride, but to give the world an answer it understands. Jon stared after him. The weirwood's face watched in silence, sap frozen like old blood at the corners of its carved eyes. The wind sighed through its leaves, making a sound almost like a breath. Above them all, unseen, the wall hummed with a deep, distant vibration, like something stirring in its sleep. Winter was not coming. It was already here. Jon Snow had not slept. The others in the dormitory had, some tossing and muttering, others sinking into the dead weight of exhaustion that came after terror had had its way with the body. The rafters had echoed with snores and muffled curses, the occasional whimper stifled by a blanket pulled over a head. Jon had sat on his cot and watched his own breath fog in the chilly air. He flexed his hand again, the one that had touched Caraxes. The skin had blistered, then peeled. Maester Aemon had smeared something on it that smelled of pine and bitterness, wrapping it in clean cloth. It should have ached. It did, in a dull, throbbing way. But beneath the ache there was something else. A warmth that did not belong to the bandage or the hall's meager hearth. He remembered the feel of the scale under his palm, hot, unyielding, alive in a way stone and flesh were not. He remembered the way something in him had leapt in answer, a flash behind his ribs that had nothing to do with fear. Dragons are gone, he whispered to the dim room. They've been gone since before I was born. Ghost opened one crimson eye, then yawned, showing teeth too sharp for any dog. He shifted closer, pressing his flank against Jon's boots. I know, Jon muttered. I saw him. That doesn't mean I know what it means. Around him, men shifted in their sleep. Samwell Tarly snored softly in the next cot. His round face relaxed for once, the crease between his brows smoothed. Gren's feet poked out from under his blanket, toes blue with cold. PYP muttered something about ale and girls and rolled onto his other side. Jon envied them in a way. Their world had been simple yesterday. Wildlings and cold and brothers who might kill them by accident or design. Hard enough but knowable. A wall of ice, a castle of stone, an enemy of flesh and blood. Now the enemy walked on frost and stared with blue eyes that did not blink. Now dragons fell from the sky, ridden by old men who spoke in riddles and named him more than he dared to name himself. He thought of Daemon, no, Ser Demian, he corrected himself stubbornly, though the name sat wrong now. He thought of the man's hand around his wrist, the blunt certainty in his voice. I mean to make you my heir. The words had lodged behind Jon's ribs like a splinter. He had wanted fatherhood once, in his private, shame-faced fantasies. Not in the way his half-brothers would have it, with banners and castles and courtyards full of men shouting their names. He had imagined some lonely tower on a bleak shore, perhaps, with a woman who did not mind his bastard stain, children who looked at him the way he had once looked at Ned Stark. He had not imagined dragons. The door scraped. Jon turned his head. The gray light of false dawn slanted in around a broad, cloaked silhouette. "Up," Benjen Stark said quietly. "Time to see if the old gods still listen." They crossed through the gate in silence. The lift groaned them down, chains clanking, the world narrowing to the walls of the wooden cage and the faint, distant gleam of daylight above. When the door scraped open at the bottom, the cold struck harder, unfiltered by stone. The old godswood beyond the wall was little more than a clearing carved from the forest, the tree at its center older than the wall itself. The weirwood's trunk twisted up from the frozen earth, pale and smooth, its face carved in a time when men still remembered how to listen to sap and stone. The eyes wept red. Some of the recruits shifted uneasily as they knelt in the snow, gloved hands pressed to the ground. The words of the oath tasted different here, Jon thought. The same shape he had learned by rote in the mess hall, but heavier. "Night gathers, and now my watch begins." Jeor Mormont's voice rolled over them, low and solemn. He did not shout. There was no need. The wall itself seemed to lean closer to hear. "It shall not end until my death," the kneeling boys murmured, some steady, some trembling. Sam's voice quivered on the words, catching on death, as if his tongue did not quite want to give it shape. Jon's did not. He felt them settle in his chest, the way good steel sat in the hand. Right, inevitable, dangerous if mishandled. "I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children." The splinter behind his ribs twisted. Damien's words, demons, he corrected himself, though he hadn't been told it yet, echoed over the vow. "I mean to make you my heir, a king without children." A line gathered up and ended at the wall. "I shall wear no crowns and win no glory." There was a bitter comfort in that. Jon glanced up, inadvertently, as they spoke. The wall loomed, a vast, blue-white cliff, faceted and strange. At its foot, in the shadow where light could not quite reach, Daemon stood with his back to a tree, cloak drawn close, face unreadable. He was the only one standing. Even Jeor and Benjen had bent their heads a little, out of habit or respect or fear. Daemon alone watched with his eyes wide open, as if he did not trust the world enough to blink while these boys bound themselves. "I am the sword in the darkness." His hand tightened on an invisible hilt. Sam, beside him, stumbled over the next line. Jon's voice slid over it, picking it up, letting his steadiness carry his friend along. "I am the watcher on the walls." The words did not say which walls. Ice, he supposed. Stone. Flesh. The cold bit through his knees. Ghost sat a little behind the ring of kneeling men, ears pricked, head tilted, as if listening to something none of them could hear. Frost salted his fur. "I am the fire that burns against the cold." Jon tasted ash. He thought of Jafer flowers opening blue eyes in the pyre, of the white walkers stepping from the trees, cold so sharp it made the air itself cry, of dragonfire pouring down like a second sunrise, turning dead men to ash. "We are fire," Daemon had said, hand hard on his wrist. "You and I, more than you know. I am the light that brings the dawn." The dawn was weak that morning, pale and colorless, but it crept over the horizon in stubborn defiance of the dark. It caught on the wall's face, turning the ice to crystal, painting the world in shades of blue and white and red where the weirwood's leaves fluttered. "I am the horn that wakes the sleepers." A raven croaked somewhere overhead, voice harsh, indignant. Jeor's gray head was bowed, his broad shoulders tense. "I am the shield that guards the realms of men." Jon closed his eyes as he said it. That was the heart of it, the only line that truly mattered. Not the celibacy or the poverty or the lack of crowns. Not the brotherhood, though that had its pull. The shield, the standing, the choice to be a wall when the world would rather look the other way. He heard Daemon's voice again, low in the godswood at Castle Black. "There will come a time when the world will ask you to choose between what you have sworn and what you know is right." He finished the words. "I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come. Snow began to fall as they spoke the last syllables, soft and sparse. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. Then something did. Jon felt it like a weight settling on his shoulders, heavier than any cloak. Not chains, not quite. Something accepted, something answered. The weirwood's carved eyes seemed deeper. The old gods did not speak, not in words. They did not promise crowns or victories. They simply watched as the boys rose, men now in the eyes of the watch, and turned back toward the wall. Daemon's gaze met Jon's as he stood. There was something like satisfaction there, and something like regret. The world felt both heavier and thinner when they came back through the gate. Men clapped Jon on the shoulder in rough congratulations. Some meant it. Some were relieved it was not them. Sam clung to his arm as if afraid someone would snatch him back and tell him it had all been a mistake. PYP invented a song on the spot, terrible in every way, and Gren laughed until his nose ran. Jon smiled where it was expected. His face hurt. He slipped away as soon as he could, into the quieter corridors that ran along the inner side of the wall. The stone here sweated cold, tiny beads of moisture freezing in delicate patterns on the rough surface. The air smelled of damp wool and old smoke. He had thought to have one moment to himself. The wall, the gods, the oath, they all pressed close. Instead, he found Daemon waiting, as if he had stepped out of some older, sharper world and into Jon's path. "You said the words," Daemon observed. Jon bristled. "You watched me say them," he said. "You know I did." "That is not the same," Daemon said. "Men speak words every day and do not mean them. Oaths are only as strong as the backs that carry them." Jon's jaw clenched. "I meant them," he said. "Every one." "I do not doubt it," Daemon replied. "That is why I am here." He stepped closer. In the trembling candlelight, the lines on his face seemed deeper, cut by years Jon could not name. His eyes, though, were clear. "You are a brother now," he said. "In black, bound to ice. That changes things." Jon laughed once, harsh. "Changes what?" he asked. "Your plan to make me your heir? I take no wife, sire. I father no children. There's no line to inherit anything from you." "You think narrow," Daemon said. "Heir does not only mean one who inherits blood and bed. It means one who carries purpose, who finishes what another began." Jon shook his head. "I swore to the Watch," he said. "Not to you, not to any house. To guard the realms of men," Daemon said softly. "That was the heart of your oath. Not the celibacy, not the crowns you will never wear, the shield, the guard." Jon's breathing quickened. "You twist words," he accused. "You make everything mean what you want." "I have had a long time to practice," Daemon said. "Listen to me, Jon Snow. The wall is not the end of the world. It is not even the end of you. Oaths are important, I do not say otherwise. But there will come a time when the world will ask you to choose between what you have sworn and what you know is right." He thought of Rhaenyra, of Viserys, of all the times he had chosen wrong and called it necessity. "When that time comes," he said, "remember that oaths are made to spare men from having to think. You will not have that luxury." Jon stared at him. "You sound as if you know what will happen," he said. Daemon smiled thinly. "I know what always happens," he said. "Winter comes. Men break. Others stand. The faces change. The pattern does not. Others." Samwell, drifting closer, started at the word. "You mean the others? The White Walkers?" PYP, behind him, rolled his eyes. "Sam, for the last time, their stories. Stories have teeth," Daemon said. "That is why they survive." He drained his tankard and set it down. "Finish your stew," he told Jon. "Tomorrow you climb the wall. It is easier on a full stomach." "How do you know that?" Jon asked. Daemon rose. "Because some heights you only respect after you've fallen from them," he said. "And I have fallen farther than most." The wall hummed, indifferent. Across the world, in a land where snow was a story told to wide-eyed children, Daenerys Targaryen read of winter. The red waste had given way at last to the city of Karth. all carved stone and showy wealth. Its people had fated her and tried to cage her in turn, but she had walked through their opulence with bare feet and dragons on her shoulders, unimpressed by their baubles. Now she camped beyond its walls, her khalasar reduced but loyal, tents clustered around her like petals around a hard, stubborn seed. Drogon shifted restlessly on the back of her chair, his black scales catching the brazier's light. His wings rustled, stirring the hot air. Regal and Viserion squabbled over a charred bone on the carpet, snapping at each other with sharp little teeth. Jorah Mormont knelt before her, a scroll held in his scarred hands. "It came with a trader's caravan," he said. "Passed from captain to captain. Exaggerated, no doubt. But you should see it." She took the scroll. Her fingers shook only a little. She had learned to hold herself like a queen even when her stomach twisted. The dragons sensed her moods. They hissed and crooned, reflecting her tension. The parchment crackled as she unrolled it. High in the distant north, the letter read in crabbed, salt-stained script, "Beyond a wall of ice built when the world was young, a dragon has been sighted." Rust-red and scarred, it fell upon a host of walking corpses and burned them to ash. Some say it was a demon. Some say it was a sign. The man who rode it is described as old, with hair the color of tarnished silver. She read it twice. "Old," she murmured. "Silver hair." The image rose unbidden. Not the young princess she had been promised once in her brother's tales, but an elder, scarred, stubborn, clinging to his dragon like a man who had lost everything else and refused to let this go. "Lies," Jorah said gruffly. "Sailors talk. They'll say anything for a free drink. Another dragon would mean, how? There are no more eggs. Your 3 were the last." "My 3, she echoed softly. Drogon hissed, head snaking around to peer at the parchment as if he could read it. "A wall of ice," she went on. "Walking corpses. This is no sailing tale, Jorah. This is something else." "Old Nan's stories," he said, though his eyes were uneasy. "The White Walkers, the long night. Ghosts from before the conquest." She looked up at him. "My brother told me once that our house had built a new world on the ashes of the old," she said. "Dragons and fire and kings. But the old world is still there under it all. If this is true..." She let the parchment flutter. "Then I am not the only one. You are the last Targaryen," Jorah said reflexively. She smiled, bitter and small. "You were in King's Landing," she said. "You heard the names whispered in the dark. Aegon, Rhaenys, Rhaegar, dead all of them. You and Viserys thought me the last for so long that the words have worn grooves in your thoughts. But what if we were wrong?" Her mind leapt like a flame, chasing possibilities. An old man with silver hair, a rust-red dragon, a wall of ice, blood of my blood, she whispered to herself. Or thief, petty lord who found some hidden egg, or something older still. Drogon flicked his tongue against her ear, the touch hot. "The dragon has 3 heads, she said, voice low. "That is what the old texts say. I have 3, but they are children. Cannot ride all of them. I had thought that meant allies. My prince, my general, my king. Men who would ride beside me under my banners." She looked back at the parchment. "But what if one of those heads rides already?" she murmured. "What if he thinks the world his to save without me?" Jorah shifted. "Do not chase ghosts, Khaleesi," he said. "You have a real kingdom to win. Real enemies. Ghosts and real enemies are the same, if you ignore them long enough," she said. "Ask the men on that wall if they truly faced dead things." She rolled the parchment back up. "Find me every scrap of news from the far north," she said. "Every tale, every lie. Pay for it if you must. Somewhere up there, an old dragon moves. I would know whether he is friend or rival." Drogon hissed, wings flaring. In her mind's eye, she saw snow. Winterfell smelled of wood smoke and wet wool. Outside, snow fell in slow, steady flakes, softening the edges of the stone. The hot springs sent up their constant ghostly steam. Men moved through the courtyards in heavy cloaks, heads bent, about the business of a winter that had not yet descended in full but was no longer content to lurk in tales. In the solar, Eddard Stark read the letter from the wall for the third time. Jeor Mormont's hand was blunt, the strokes firm, impatient with flourishes. Aemon's additions in a finer, more elegant script, threaded between the lines like veins of silver through iron. The words themselves were harder than either hand. Dead men who do not rot, who rise again if not burned. 3 pale figures with eyes of unnatural blue. A dragon, rust-red and scarred, ridden by an old man who named himself Daemon. The last word was underlined in Aemon's hand. We believe he is more than he says. Catelyn's fingers tightened on the back of the chair she leaned against. You are frowning, she said. More than usual. That is never good. Ned exhaled slowly. Jeor Mormont says the dead walk beyond his wall, he said. Not wildlings, not brigands. Corpses. Eyes blue as ice. Old Nan's stories, Catelyn said, but without conviction. Ned said. The ones we tell our children to make them come in before dark. Only Jeor is not a nursemaid, and Aemon is not given to fancies. Catelyn moved closer. And the dragon? She asked. The word felt foreign in her tully mouth, a relic from songs and histories. Ned's mouth tightened. The dragon is worse, he said, because I think I know who sits its back. He pushed the letter toward her. She read, brow furrowing, lips moving silently. Demon Waters, she said, picking out the name Jeor had written. The old knight who came to our hall. The one you said had seen too many wars. Ned said. Only he is no Waters. He went to the small chest in the corner, the one with the iron lock and the wolf head key. From it, he took out a slim, leather-bound volume. The cover had been worn smooth by many hands. He opened it to a page marked long ago. The illustration was stylized, tapestry rendered in ink. A man with silver hair and a cruel, handsome face rode a dragon over a burning lake. His armor was black and red, his cloak streaming. Underneath, in spidery script, a name had been penned. Daemon Targaryen. Catelyn stared. This is a child's book, she said weakly. Stories. Stories, Ned agreed. Yet the man in our hall had this face older and worn, but him. And now Jeor writes of a dragon at his shoulder. Catelyn crossed herself, an old Riverlands reflex. Magic, she whispered. Witchcraft. Something older than either, Ned said. If this is true, then an old prince walks at my son's side. Not Rob's, he added, seeing the flicker in her eyes. Jon's. The name hung in the air like smoke. Catelyn's mouth flattened. Your bastard, she said. My sister's son, Ned said quietly. She flinched. You swore. I swore to protect him, Ned said. To claim him as mine so Robert would not split his skull for the sin of being born. I have borne your anger for that oath. I would bear it again. His hand touched the parchment. If the dead walk and dragons fly, we cannot keep playing at small lies. Jeor needs men, supplies, fire. He needs the North to remember what it is to stand. And Jon, he trailed off. Catelyn looked away, to the window where snow blurred the courtyard. What of Jon? She asked. The name came grudgingly. He has taken the black, Ned said. Pride and fear warred in his voice. He will stand on that wall with a sword in his hand and death in front of him. And now this old Targaryen means to make him more. And you will allow it? Catelyn demanded. Let some ghost of a madhouse claim your bastard under your nose? Ned closed the book with a soft thump. I may have no say, he said. Jon is a man grown by watch reckoning. He has sworn other oaths. The North can no more command him now than it can command the tide. He went to the window. The weirwood in Winterfell's godswood stood stark against the falling snow, its red leaves like drops of blood. I will send men, Ned said. As many as I can spare without leaving us open to the south. I will send dragonglass from the old stores, every shard we have, and every man who knows how to nap it. I will send grain and wool and anything else Gior asks for. And word to King's Landing? Catelyn pressed. To Robert. Ned's jaw clenched. To Robert, news of dragons will mean only one thing, he said. Another head to smash. Another excuse to play at kings and hammers while the dead scrape at his walls. No, not yet. Not until I know more. He looked down at the letter. I will write to Jon, he said, surprising himself. Not as Lord Stark, as something else. Even if the bird never reaches him, it will be sent. Words have weight. Catelyn's eyes softened, just for a heartbeat. You never wrote to him before, she said. I had nothing to offer him but apologies, Ned replied. Now I have warnings. That is at least a father's work. He picked up the quill. Outside, the snow fell. Inside, ink flowed, dark and deliberate. The storage room smelled of salt meat and damp wood. Barrels loomed in the lantern light, their iron hoops tinged with frost. Sacks of grain slumped in corners, their sides bulging where mice had gnawed. It was no place for councils, but Gior Mormont trusted the stone here. It had fewer cracks for ears than his solar. He jabbed a finger at the map. We have reports of movement here, he said, tapping north of the Milkwater, near where the clearing lay. And here, another tap, further east. Wildling camps abandoned, corpses that don't stay down unless burned. Our ranging met 3 of the pale bastards. Your dragon cooked one, the others fell back. Retreated, Benjen corrected. They weren't afraid, they were adjusting. They learn, Daemon said. That is the danger. Fire will hurt them, but it won't surprise them twice. Eamon's blind eyes were turned toward the map as if he could see it. His fingers rested lightly on the table's edge. And south? He asked. Winterfell? Gior grunted. Ned Stark believes us, he said. Or at least he believes enough. He sends men and grain. Says he will root through old stores for dragonglass. Good, Daemon said. Obsidian cuts where steel shatters. You will need it. Gior shot him a look. And how do you know that? He asked. I read the same old tales your maester did, Daemon said. Only I was less inclined to dismiss them as children's stories. Eamon's mouth twitched. The children of the forest knew their craft, he murmured. They would not have worked in glass if it did not bite. Gior rubbed at his temples. I am an old man, he said. I should be worrying about latrines and turnips, not dead things and dragons. Yet here we are. Tired of surprises, Daemon said. You mentioned. Gior's beard bristled. I've had more in the last month than in the 10 years before, he said. First dead men who won't stay dead, then an old prince on a dragon. Now letters from Stark saying he'll send me half his winter stores if I ask politely. He snorted. The world's gone mad. Or right, Eamon suggested. For the first time in a long while, men are looking north. Gior grunted. Speaking of men looking north, he said, we need eyes beyond that clearing. We can't sit behind our walls and wait for the next blue-eyed bastard to knock. Benjen nodded. I'll take another ranging, he said, further this time, to the fist of the first men. If there's old magic anywhere, it will be there. We can leave caches, mark paths, see how deep this rot goes. Gior's gaze slid to Daemon. And you? He asked. Will your dragon take to the air again? Quietly this time. Daemon's fingers drummed on the crate. Caraxes is not subtle, he said. You can hide a knife, not a sword of that size. But I will ride north with Benjen. On a horse if you insist. The dragon can circle higher, out of sight. And the boy? Gior asked. Snow. Daemon felt his jaw tighten at the possessive, though Gior had not meant it. He has said his vows, Eamon pointed out. He is yours now, Lord Commander, to post where you will. Gior scowled. I'm not blind to his skill, he said, or his pride. He'll want to go. Thinks himself unkillable, I've no doubt, like every boy his age. He learns, Daemon said. He listens. He stood in front of your fat scholar and told Thorn to hit him instead. That counts for something. It counts for trouble, Gior muttered. But we need trouble that walks toward the danger, not away from it. He sighed. He goes, he decided. With you and Benjen. If I'm risking my best men, I might as well risk all of them at once. Eamon's fingers tightened on the crate. Be careful, he said quietly. All of you. The fist is old. Older than this wall. It remembers things we have forgotten. Daemon smiled, faint and sharp. Then perhaps it will remember me, he said. Old things recognize their own. Gior snorted. If you start talking to stones, I'll have you locked in the rookery with the raven, he said. The bird, on its perch near the door, croaked, King, and fluffed its feathers. Daemon's eyes flicked to it, then back to the map. Not yet, he told it under his breath. Daemon had not touched the sword in years. Not out of neglect, out of respect. Some blades deserved more than to be dragged into every petty skirmish a man found himself in. They wanted wars that mattered. The chest creaked as he lifted the lid. He had carried it across the narrow sea and back again, through harbors that stank of fish and through cities where men would have killed for a glimpse of what lay inside. He had kept it hidden in plain sight under spare linens and a tarnished helm, trusting that no one here would think an old man's trunk worth prying open. The cloth around the sword was worn but clean. He unwrapped it carefully, fingers remembering the motions. Valyrian steel drank the light. The blade was long and lean, ripples running along its length like frozen smoke. No ornament marred its surface. It did not need gems or etchings to announce what it was. The temper line along the edge wavered, subtle as a breath. The hilt was wrapped in black leather, worn smooth in places by other hands. The pommel was wrought into the shape of a dragon's head, mouth open, teeth bared. The eyes had once held tiny rubies. One was missing, lost in some forgotten fight. It was not Dark Sister. That blade lay at the bottom of the god's eye, tangled in weeds and mud, if any piece of it remained at all. This was another, forged in the Freehold's last days, traded for lives and favors in Essos until Daemon had claimed it from a magister who had not deserved it. He ran his thumb lightly along the flat, feeling the old, familiar hum. A sword is a promise, he murmured, made in steel instead of words. He had used this blade to carve his way through lesser wars, skirmishes in the disputed lands, duels in Volantis, the occasional monster a rich man wanted dead and didn't care how. It had tasted blood from half the world and yet had never quite found the thing it had been forged for. Perhaps, he said now, you were meant for another hand. He wrapped the cloth back around the blade and lifted it. The weight was comfortable, an old cloak on his shoulder. He felt his joints complain as he straightened, the ache of long years, but the sword's balance steadied him. On the wall, the ass-high brazier flickered. Coals glowed a deep, steady red. He had not fed it blood in some time. He had seen enough in the flames for now. Fire told truths but also lies, and too much of either could blind a man as surely as the White Walker's ice. Still, he felt its attention as he moved past. I am not changing my mind, he told it. You showed me the boy. I will give him what he needs. The rest is on him. The coals hissed softly, as if in dissent. Daemon opened the chamber door. The corridor beyond was empty, save for a draft that smelled faintly of smoke and cold stone. He set the wrapped sword over his shoulder and went to find Jon Snow. The yard was almost empty. Most men were at their suppers, crammed into the mess hall's smoky confines. A few stragglers lingered, one brother working through a set of slow spear drills, another hacking half-heartedly at a straw dummy as if the day's terrors had drained more from his arms than his mind. Daemon stood in the center, the wrapped sword resting upright, its point pressed lightly into the packed snow. Jon saw him as soon as he stepped out into the yard. He hesitated for half a heartbeat, then squared his shoulders and walked over. Ghost padded beside him, red eyes gleaming in the growing dim. Snowflakes landed on Jon's dark hair, clinging. You sent for me, Jon said. I did, Daemon said. You are riding north tomorrow. It is past time you had a proper blade. Jon's hand went reflexively to his hip, where his standard-issue Night's Watch sword hung. This one is serviceable, he said. Steel is steel. Steel is stone compared to what walks beyond that wall, Daemon said. Better than nothing, but not enough. He lifted the sword from the snow and unwrapped it. Even in the dim light, the Valyrian steel drank and twisted the glow. The ripples seemed to move just a little when the eye tried to fix on them. The air around it felt different, humming faintly against the skin. Jon's breath caught. That's... He reached for the old word from Tales. Valyrian. Daemon nodded. It is, he said. Forged in the freehold before the doom. Tempered in dragonfire. It has tasted blood from Pentos to the arbor. It has waited long enough for something worthy. He held it out, flat across both palms. Jon stared at it as if it might bite. I can't, he said. I, sir, that's a lord's sword. A king's. I'm Jon Snow, Daemon said. A brother of the Watch. A bastard with more sense than most lords' sons. A man whose hand a dragon did not burn. Take it. Jon swallowed. His fingers closed around the hilt. The sword was lighter than his old one, yet denser. It seemed to move before he did, as if anticipating the path his arm would take. The leather of the grip was warm under his palm, as if it remembered other hands. He drew it up. The blade whispered out of the wrapping, cutting the air with a sound that made the hairs rise on his forearms. Ghost's ears pricked. The dire wolf let out a soft chuff, somewhere between a growl and a curious whine. It's alive, Jon breathed. Good steel feels that way when it's in the right hand, Daemon said. Valyrian feels it more. He watched Jon make an experimental cut. The sword slid through the air, smooth, almost effortless. Jon adjusted his grip, found the balance point without needing to be told. A small, involuntary smile tugged at his mouth. Then it faded. I can't accept this, he said, lowering the blade. It's too much, too great a gift. The watch. The watch can hang it on a wall when you die, Daemon said. Until then, you will use it, to stand on this wall, to go beyond it, to cut what needs cutting. Jon looked at him, eyes searching. Why? He asked. Why give it to me? You say I'm your heir, your choice, but I'm just one man in black among many. I have no right to a sword like this. Daemon's gaze flicked to Ghost, then back. Every Targaryen who mattered had a blade, he said. Aegon had Blackfire. Rhaenys had Caraxes as much as any sword. Even your uncle Rhaegar carried steel with a name. He shrugged. Names matter less than who swings the steel. Consider this an investment. In you. In the thing you might yet do. Jon swallowed. What's its name? He asked. Daemon's expression went distant for a moment. It had one, he said. Once. In another life, another hand. That name is dead. Give it a new one if you like. Swords listen when you call them, just as dragons do. Jon looked down at the blade. Names rose and fell in his mind. Ghostfire, Winter's Bane, Targaryen Steel. None sat right. All felt like trying too hard, dressing himself in clothes that did not fit. He thought of the wall, of the pyre, of Caraxes' fire washing over dead flesh, of the faint, stubborn heat in his own palm where scales had burned him. Longclaw, he said quietly. Daemon's brows lifted. A wolf's name for a dragon's tooth, he mused. Fitting. It was my uncle's word once, Jon said. In a story, a sword that never broke and never bent. It's as good a name as any. Daemon inclined his head. Longclaw it is, he said. See that you live long enough to make it known. He stepped back. Train with it, he said. Feel how it moves. Tomorrow, it may be the only thing between you and blue eyes in the dark. Jon nodded. He lifted the sword again, the weight settling along his arm like an acknowledgement. Ghost leaned in, sniffed the blade once, then huffed approvingly. In the high air above, unseen, Caraxes circled. They gathered at the gate in the pale light of a grudging morning. The sky was a low ceiling of cloud, gray bruising toward blue. The wall loomed behind them, a presence more than a thing. The cold bit sharp, even through layers of fur and wool. 24 rangers sat their horses in a loose column. Their cloaks were patched, their armor mismatched, but there was a purpose in the way they held themselves that had not been there a month ago. They had seen what walked beyond the trees. They rode knowing. Benjen Stark checked the straps on his saddle one last time. His horse snorted, pawing at the frozen ground. Frost clung to the beast's whiskers. Benjen's face was set in lines of grim determination, the sort that come when a man has weighed his fear and decided to ride anyway. "South will think we've gone mad," he muttered, mostly to himself. "Riding toward stories. Stories with teeth," Daemon said, swinging into his own saddle. The horse, darker than most, its eye rolling as Caraxes' shadow passed across the snow, stamped but did not bolt. Animals reacted to dragons in different ways. Some dropped to their knees. Others ran until they fell. A few, like this one, learned that fear could be mastered. Jon adjusted Longclaw at his hip. The sword's new weight felt right. It had already changed the way he moved, the way he thought about his own arm. A heavier promise than the oath around his neck. Ghost ranged ahead, nose down, paws barely making a sound on the snow. The direwolf's breath came in soft puffs. His eyes gleamed when he glanced back, checking that his pack followed. Samwell Tarly stood by the gate. He had a quill in one gloved hand and a scrap of parchment in the other, as if some part of him still believed he might be told to count barrels rather than corpses. His face was pale under his hood. "You'll write down what you see," Jon told him, trying for levity and mostly finding earnestness. "So you can tell the others how brave we were." Sam managed a shaky smile. "You had better come back," he said. "I'm not clever enough to make up half of what you get yourself into." Jon gripped his forearm, briefly. "I will," he said. "Keep reading. The old books might know more about these things than we do." Sam glanced nervously at Daemon, then back. "If there's anything useful, I'll tell the Maester," he said. "And you, when you return." Jeor Mormont stood on the wall walk above, cloak snapping. His massive hands rested on the parapet. From up there, he looked like part of the wall itself, rough, stubborn, immovable. A raven perched near his elbow, feathers fluffed against the cold. "Rangers," Jeor bellowed, heads turned up. "You ride for the fist of the first men," he called. "You ride to see what walks and what waits. You will leave caches. You will leave marks. You will come back if the gods have any sense." His beard twitched. "If they don't, you will at least die where it matters." A rough chuckle went through the men. "Bring me back something I can throw in the faces of the fat lords to the south when they tell me I'm mad," Jeor added. "Bones, blades, stories that make them piss themselves." My Lord Commander," Benjen called. He raised a hand and turned his horse toward the gate. The massive doors creaked open. Beyond, the world lay in white and gray and the dark teeth of the forest. The air tasted different the moment they crossed the threshold, wilder, thinner, less forgiving. Ghost slipped through first, a streak of white against white. Jon's horse followed, hooves crunching. The rest of the column moved after, the sound of iron and leather and breath swallowed quickly by the open land. Daemon glanced up as they rode out. High above, almost lost in the clouds, Caraxes' long, sinuous shape slid across the sky. To most eyes, he would be nothing more than a vague unease to any eyes looking up. "Stay high," Daemon murmured in Valyrian. "Watch, burn when I call." Caraxes' tail flicked, a distant, serpentine gesture. The gate closed behind them with a heavy thud. Ahead, the forest waited. From the wall, they looked small, a thin black line moving across the snow, swallowed quickly by the trees. Horses, men, a dire wolf that might have been a drifting patch of shadow to anyone who didn't know his shape. The forest waited, branches bowed under fresh falls, trunks dark and close. "They ride like the old stories," Eamon said softly. He stood with his hands on the parapet, blind eyes turned north. The wind tugged at his robes, at the thin white hair on his head. His maester's chain was cold against his throat. Jeor Mormont grunted. Old stories didn't have quite so many fools in them, he said. Or quite so much shit. Sam hovered a few paces back, fingers worrying the edge of a parchment roll. He had wanted to go. He had almost said so. Then he had thought of his legs, his clumsy hands, the way his lungs burned at the walk from the hall to the yard, and he had choked on the words. He would be more use here, he told himself. In the library. With the ravens. With the books that might hold answers smarter men had forgotten to ask. It did not make watching Jon ride away any easier. They'll be all right, he said, to no one in particular. Benjen Stark is with them, and Ser Demian, and Jon he has that sword now. Yes, Eamon said. He has that sword. The old maester's hands tightened on the stone. He had felt the shift when Jon had taken his vows. Not just the usual deepening of the boy's presence. The way commitment settled around him like a cloak. Something else. A note in a song he had not heard since the last dragon had died. And now there were two such notes in the world. One across the sea, hot and raw and hungry. Another here, banked and stubborn, riding into a forest where death walked. Fire and ice, Eamon murmured. On the move. Jeor shot him a sharp look. Speak sense, old man, he said. Or keep your prophecies for your ravens. Eamon smiled faintly. You will have your proof soon enough, he said. For good or ill. Above, the clouds shifted. For a moment, a tear opened, revealing a sliver of pale sky. Across it, something moved, long, sinuous, red as rust and old blood. Caraxes' shadow slid over the forest, there and gone. Sam sucked in a breath. Is that? He began. Yes, Jeor said shortly. It is. Try not to gape. The last thing I need is brothers walking into walls because they're staring at the sky. Sam shut his mouth with a click. He looked down instead, at the forest, at the place where the ranger's tracks were already filling with new snow. Why him? He blurted. Why Jon? Jeor snorted. Because he's damnably hard to ignore, he said. Because he swings a sword like he means it. Because he's stubborn as a winter storm. Because the gods, old or new or bloody dragon, seemed to have taken a liking to making trouble out of Starks. Sam flushed. I meant, he swallowed, the others, the prince, the dragon, all of it. Eamon tilted his head. Because the world is tired, he said. And when the world is tired, it reaches for sharp things to cut away what it cannot bear. Jon Snow is one such thing. The question is whether he cuts the right way. Far below, the forest swallowed the last glimpse of black cloaks. The wind shifted, carrying with it, faintly, the distant scream of a dragon. Ride well, Jeor said under his breath. And come back. I'm too old to replace the lot of you. Sam tightened his grip on the parchment. He would wait. He would read. He would be ready when they returned, with stories, with scars, with proof that the old tales were walking again. Above, Caraxes wheeled. Beyond, in the far north, something ancient and cold stirred in answer. The land changed as they went north. The flat white stretches near the wall gave way to folds and hollows, hills rising and falling like a slow, frozen sea. Pines thickened, their branches heavy with snow, trunks black against the pale. The wind came in fits and starts, sometimes knifing through their cloaks, sometimes dropping away to a breathless stillness that made the world feel held. The horse's breath steamed, leather creaked, iron jingled. No one spoke more than they had to. Benjen Stark led them through a narrow defile where rock thrust up from the snow in jagged ridges. The trees leaned inward, branches arching overhead, making a tunnel of dark needles and white dusted stone. Fist is another day and half at this pace, he called back, his voice muffled by the hood of his cloak. If the gods are kind. The gods, muttered a ranger further back, have been in poor humor of late. Ghost trotted ahead, ears pricked, making his own silent path in the snow. He would veer off now and then, nose to the ground, tracing scents no human sense could follow, then return to the trail as if satisfied. Jon watched him as much as the terrain. The direwolf's calm steadied him. It made what he had seen, blue eyes, dead flesh, dragon fire, feel less like fever dream and more like a terrible new rule of the world. He reached down to rest his gloved hand briefly on Longclaw's hilt. The sword rode comfortably at his hip. Its weight had already become an extension of his own. When the horse shifted under him, the blade moved with the same understated grace it had in the yard. "You sit it well," Daemon said from behind him. Jon glanced back. The old man rode as if he had been born in a saddle. His horse responded to the slightest shift of weight, the smallest pressure of the knee. Snow dusted his cloak and the silver of his hair where it poked from under his hood. "Valyrian steel," Daemon added. "It can make a swordsman arrogant if he lets it. Better than the iron in most men's hands. Not better than the arm that swings it." Jon frowned. "I know what it is," he said. "I know it doesn't make me invincible. I've seen wights shrug off steel." "Wights," Daemon said. "Dead things. Puppets. The pale ones are different. Older. Sharper. Your sword will bite them if you use it properly." Jon's fingers tightened on the hilt. "You've done it," he said. "Killed one." Daemon's gaze shifted to the sky, where a dull patch of cloud marked Caraxes' high flight. "Once," he said. "Far from here. Different cold. Same eyes." "You said you never fought these," Jon pressed. "I said I had not seen these," Daemon corrected. "The world has more kinds of dead than you think." Benjen raised a hand. The column slowed, hooves sinking deeper into the snow as their pace dropped to a cautious walk. Ahead, the valley widened into a shallow basin. The wind had carved the snow into ripples and drifts. Half-buried rocks protruded like the backs of sleeping beasts. "Tracks," Benjen said, pointing. Jon squinted. At first, all he saw were the prints of deer, the narrow slots of their hooves crisscrossing the basin. Then he saw the other marks, wider, heavier, rounder, human, boots, dozens, maybe more, trodden over each other, blurred by wind and new snow. "Wildlings," a ranger murmured. "Or us," another said. "Old trails, old hunts." Benjen shook his head. "New," he said. "Snow hasn't had time to fill them. Ghost." The direwolf moved forward, nose working. He followed the prints for a dozen yards, then stopped, head cocked. His paws shifted, discomfort rippling through him. "What is it, boy?" Jon asked. Ghost did not move. He stood at the edge of an invisible line, fur bristling along his spine, every muscle taut. A low growl built in his chest, more a vibration than a sound. "Smell it?" Daemon asked quietly. Jon inhaled. The air was cold, sharp, clean. Pine sap, distant. Horse sweat, close. The faint, metallic tang of the iron nails in their boots. Beneath it all, something else. Not a smell exactly, a lack of one. An absence where scent should be. "I don't," Jon admitted. "You will," Daemon said. "Once you've walked in it a few more times. It's like someone took the world and scraped it clean. No rot, no life, just empty." He clicked his tongue softly to his horse. "Keep moving," he called to Benjen. "We won't learn anything sitting on our arses." Benjen snorted, but nudged his horse on. Ghost lingered, growl deepening, then trotted after Jon, eyes still fixed warily on the empty air ahead. Above, Caraxes banked, rust red against the bruised sky. The valley seemed to swallow them whole. They made camp in a shallow hollow where the wind's teeth were blunted. The rangers had done this 100 times. They moved with practiced efficiency, unrolling bedrolls, hobbling horses, stacking what wood they had managed to scavenge in the sparse hours before dark. The fire they built was low and tight, ringed with stones, its light a cautious glow rather than a beacon. Snowbank walls rose around them on 3 sides, their concave curves catching and deadening the wind. The fourth opened toward the trees, where darkness pooled. Jon's fingers ached with cold. He held them out to the fire for a moment, feeling the sting as numb flesh remembered it belonged to a living body. Sparks chased one another up into the dark. "Up," Daemon said. Jon looked at him, then at the wooden swords the old man held. "You want to spar now?" he asked. "We rode all day. We ride again at dawn." "And," Daemon asked, "you think the dead will wait until you've had a proper rest? Take the stick. When you drop from exhaustion, I'll let you sleep." Jon took the practice sword. His arm protested. His shoulders felt full of sand. Still, he moved into guard, feet finding their balance on the packed snow. Daemon stepped into the circle of firelight, cloak discarded, movements unhurried. He handled the wooden blade as if it weighed nothing. "Remember," he said, "Valyrian steel moves differently. Obey it. Don't fight it." "I won't be using Valyrian here," Jon pointed out. "I'd rather not chip it on your skull." Daemon's mouth twitched. "You might have to try harder than that," he said. They circled. The fire cast them in shifting shades of gold and black. Beyond its glow, the other rangers watched with half an eye while they mended tack or gulped thin stew from wooden bowls. Benjen leaned against a snowbank, arms folded, his face unreadable. Daemon moved first. A simple cut, from Jon's right to left, easy to parry. Jon raised his sword, meeting it. The impact jarred his arms. Daemon's weight traveled through his blade, testing him. "Again," Daemon said. They went on. The blows came faster, the patterns more complex. Daemon pressed, then yielded, then pressed again, never quite letting Jon settle. His footwork was precise, economical, no wasted steps, no grand flourishes. He seemed to occupy more space than his body should, as if he knew exactly where Jon wanted to go and arrive there first. Jon's breath smoked in ragged bursts. His legs burned. His shoulders screamed. Sweat gathered under his layers, then froze, a clammy second skin. Each time he thought he saw an opening, Daemon turned it into a lesson, twisting, redirecting, letting Jon learn the sting of overcommitment. "Think," Daemon said, as their blades locked, wood creaking. "Not just with your arm, with your eyes, with your feet." "You keep telling me that," Jon gritted. "And you keep forgetting when you're tired," Daemon said. He stepped aside. Jon stumbled, caught himself, brought his blade up just in time to intercept Daemon's next strike. Their sticks clacked together, the sound sharp. Ghost's ears flicked. They broke apart. "You're better than when I first saw you in Winterfell's yard," Daemon said. "Less pride, more control." "I had less to be proud of then," Jon said, panting. "You have less now," Daemon said. "You're one black cloak in a wall of them. Remember that. This sword," he flicked the tip of Jon's blade lightly, "doesn't make you special. It makes you useful." Jon swallowed a retort. The wooden sword in his hand suddenly felt heavier, as if it had heard. They went on until Jon's muscles trembled, until his fingers spasmed on the grip. At last, Daemon stepped back, lowering his own blade. "Enough," he said. "For tonight." Jon let his arms drop. The wooden sword dangled from his hand, its tip leaving a little trench in the snow. "What did you do?" he asked after a moment. "Before all this? Before dragons and dead men and bargains?" Daemon shrugged. "I fought wars," he said. "Some for pay, some for pride. Some because I didn't know what else to do. I loved unwisely. I killed men who deserved it and some who didn't. I tried once to put someone better on a throne and set half a realm on fire instead." "The dance," Jon said softly. Daemon's jaw tightened. "You know your histories," he said. "Good. Remember them. They'll teach you more about men than Maester's lectures ever will." He picked up Longclaw, still sheathed, from the log where it rested. "You'll need this more than any story tomorrow," he said, handing it over. "Sleep, Jon Snow. You'll dream badly. That's a good sign. Means you're not numb yet." Jon took the sword. "Do you ever sleep well?" he asked, unable to stop himself. Daemon's smile was thin. I sleep like a man who has lived too long, he said. Short hours, too many ghosts, never enough dreams. Ghost padded over as Jon turned away, brushing against his leg. Together, they moved to the thin comfort of his bedroll. Above the camp, through a break in the clouds, faint green lights rippled auroras, dancing in cold silence. Caraxes' silhouette slid once across them, a darker streak against the color, then vanished. The fist of the first men rose out of the forest like a clenched hand. From a distance, it looked like any other hill. A lump of earth and rock, its slopes layered in snow, its base tangled with undergrowth. Only as they drew nearer did its shape resolve into something more deliberate. The hillsides were steep, too steep for horses in some places. A narrow path had been worn into the snow and stone over centuries, spiraling up toward the crown. At the top, a ring of stones encircled the summit shoulder-high, weathered, their surfaces mottled with old lichen and patches of ice. Benjen reined in at the foot. Here, he said. The old books say the first men stood here when the others came the first time. Last place they held. How reassuring, muttered a ranger. Better a place that stood once than flat ground that's never been tested, Benjen said. He looked up the path, then back at the men. We make camp on the summit, he said. The horses will hate it, but they'll live. Better weary mounts than none at all if we have to run. They dismounted halfway up to lead the beasts, slipping and cursing as hooves skidded on hidden ice. Ghost bounded ahead, claws finding purchase where iron shoes faltered. Jon's thighs burned with the climb. The air thinned as they gained height. The forest fell away beneath them, a ragged carpet of dark branches and white gaps. To the north, the land rolled in unbroken waves of snow, only the faintest smudges hinting at distant hills. At the top, the ring of stones waited. Up close, they were larger than they had seemed from below. Each one had been shaped, once, but time and weather had softened their edges. Strange marks clung faintly to their surfaces, lines and swirls that might have been carvings or might have been the work of frost and lichen. Snow had drifted against their bases, making low, uneven walls. Daemon stepped between two stones and onto the summit proper. The wind hit him sharp and clear. It carried nothing of the forest smells, only cold and something underneath it, metallic, old, like the tang in the air before lightning. He turned slowly, taking it in. This is a good place to stand, he said. A bad place to fall. Old, Benjen said, joining him. Older than the wall. Older than the Night's Watch. Men were already telling tales about this hill when your house was still arguing over which dragon to ride. Men were arguing over dragons before we knew what to call them, Daemon said absently. He knelt and brushed snow away from the ground. Beneath the thin crust lay hard-packed earth and stone. No tracks, no signs of recent passage. Yet the place did not feel empty. Felt listening. Jon came to the edge of the ring, Longclaw at his hip. What do you hear? He asked. Daemon pressed his palm to the frozen ground. Time, he said, and fear, and memory. He closed his eyes briefly. In his mind, the world blurred. Snow melted away, replaced by trampled earth and blood. Men in rough armor stood where rangers now did. Their faces strange and familiar, broad, hard, eyes like Jon's and Benjen's, jaws set against a cold that did not come from wind. At their backs rose new carved stones, their edges sharp, their runes bright. Against them came shadows. Blue-eyed, pale, swords smoking with frost. He opened his eyes. The hilltop was white again. Ghost, Jon said suddenly. The direwolf had vanished. He had been at Jon's side moments before, panting from the climb, shaking snow from his fur. Now he was nowhere in sight. Ghost, Jon called, tension threading his voice. A low woof answered from beyond the ring. They found him at the hill's edge, paws dug into the snow. He stood over a patch where the wind seemed to swirl oddly. His nose worked furiously. He sniffed, sneezed, pawed, then dug with sudden determination. sending powder flying. "Easy," Jon said, hurrying over. "What is it, boy?" Ghost ignored him. His claws scraped against something solid. A dull thud sounded under the snow. He dug faster, tail stiff, ears flat. Daemon joined them. "Let him," he said. "If there's rot under there, we should know." "What if it's one of them?" a ranger asked nervously. "Then we have plenty of room to burn it," Daemon replied. Ghost digging uncovered a stone. It was flat, roughly rectangular, no more than a foot across. Its top had been chipped deliberately to make it rough. Beneath it, as Ghost's paws worried the edge, a hollow yawned. A dark space cut into the hill. Benjen swore softly. "Burial pit?" he said. "Cash," Daemon said. He knelt, brushing snow away, and levered the stone aside with his fingers. It moved reluctantly, then tipped, exposing the space beneath. Cold air puffed out. Not the sharp, empty cold of the walkers. Something older, staler, yet not entirely dead. "Light," Daemon said. A ranger handed him a torch. He thrust it down into the hollow. Black gleamed back. Not empty black, glossy black. Shapes lay on the carved floor of the cavity. Napped blades carefully stacked. Arrowheads, knives, a few shards that had once been spear tips. They caught the torchlight and reflected it in a dull obsidian sheen. "Dragonglass," Benjen breathed. "And more," Daemon said. He reached in, fingers closing around something wrapped in oiled leather. He drew it out carefully. It was a horn, small compared to the great war horns nobles liked to blow from castle walls. Its curl was tight, the bone dark, banded in bronze etched with tiny, intricate marks. It felt heavier than it should have for its size. "What's that?" Jon asked. "A mistake waiting to happen," Daemon said calmly. He did not put it to his lips. He bound it up again in the leather and set it aside. "The children left these," Aemon had murmured in his letters. "So the tales say, gifts for men who would stand where they could not." Daemon ran a thumb along the edge of one obsidian blade. "Their shape is good," he said. "Balanced. They knew what they were doing." He looked up at the men gathered around the pit. "Well?" he asked. "What are you waiting for? Take them. Fix them to your arrows, your spears. Put them in hands that know how to use them. Steel will fail you. This won't. Not at the edge it was made for." Benjen swallowed. "How do you know?" he asked. Daemon smiled without humor. "Because the last time the world shivered like this," he said, "these were what men carried when they stopped singing and started surviving." The hollow was deeper than it had first appeared. Once the first layer of weapons had been lifted out, passed hand to hand with a reverence more suited to relics than tools. Daemon slid further down, his boots braced against the packed earth. The torch in his hand painted the cut stone walls in wavering orange, making the obsidian glint like trapped night. The horn sat in the back corner. Its presence pulled at his attention, even when he tried to ignore it. There was a hum to it, a subtle pressure in the air. The bronze bands that circled it were engraved in patterns that made the eye want to slide off. Curving lines, intersecting sigils, shapes that suggested meanings older than any tongue spoken in the Seven Kingdoms. Daemon did not touch it. Not yet. He concentrated instead on the blades. Each dagger had been napped by someone who understood both the properties of the stone and the needs of the hand that would wield it. The edges were wickedly sharp, the tips fine but not fragile. Some were fitted already with simple bone hilts, bound in leather hardened long ago. Others were just blades, waiting for new handles. He passed them up. Hands reached in from above. Benjen's, Jon's, the Rangers. Taking them, setting them aside carefully on a spread cloak. A little pile of black grew, points and edges catching the torchlight. "How many?" Benjen called down. "Enough," Daemon said. "For now. Enough to make a difference if you're not fools." Jon turned a blade over in his gloved hand. Felt wrong. He could not say why. Not in the sense of being poorly made, it was clearly anything but. There was a weight to it, a silent demand. It wanted to cut. to sink into something that would not yield to steel. Use your Valyrian first, Daemon had said. Save glass for when the blade sings wrong. Jon slipped the dagger into his belt alongside Longclaw. Leave some, he said aloud. Heads turned. We can't carry them all, he said. Not and ride as far as we mean to go. And if we fall, others may come after. They'll need something sharp too. Daemon's laugh drifted up from the hollow, dry as old parchment. Listen to the boy, he said, already thinking beyond his own hand. There may be hope for you yet. He reached for the horn. It was cold. Not the harsh, empty cold of the White Walkers. Not the organic chill of ice or snow. A different kind of absence. As if warmth had never considered living there. The moment his fingers brushed the bone, something thrummed along his arm. Not sound. Not exactly. A note felt more than heard. For an instant, the air in the hollow thickened. His breath caught. Caraxes roared, distant but sudden. The sound came from far above, through yards of air and snow and rock, yet it struck Daemon like a blow. The dragon's voice carried alarm and anger in equal measure. Leave it, he whispered to himself. He wrapped the horn quickly in the oiled leather and pushed it back into the deepest part of the hollow, covering it again with a layer of obsidian shards. Nothing good comes of horns left by vanished gods, he muttered. What? Jon called. Nothing, Daemon said. Old superstitions. I've enough of my own without collecting more. He climbed out, torch in hand, snow squeaking under his boots as he emerged into the gray daylight. Benjen stood with a handful of arrowheads. We'll pass them out, he said. 6 to a man. More for the better shots. We fix them tonight. Fletchers be damned. Good, Daemon said. He cast one last glance into the hollow before they covered it. For a heartbeat, as the stone slid back into place, he thought he saw a faint, pale light leaking from the horn's hiding place, the suggestion of an echo. Then the stone thudded down, and the hill was just snow and rock and old fear again. Ghost whined softly. His ears were flat, his gaze fixed on the circle of stones at the summit's edge. Jon rested a hand on his head. I feel it too, he murmured. The fist of the first men was not just an old fortification. It was a memory, a scar, a place where the world had been cut deeply once and had never entirely healed. Come, Benjen said. We'll set a watch, light no more fires than we must. If the pale bastards are near, I'd rather see them before they're at our throats. Daemon nodded. Agreed, he said. We will not win anything by dying here out of stubbornness. He glanced at the stone where Jon sat. But we won something, he said. A death that will haunt them. A proof that they are not untouchable. Benjen snorted. They don't look haunted, he said. They look patient. Patience can be bruised, Daemon said. And I intend to bruise it again. He stood fully, shoulders cracking. Rouse them, he called. Drink what you have. Pack what you can carry. Leave the dead to their fire. The fist has done what it can for us. It's time we did something for it. He walked over to Jon. Twilight came like spilled ink. The sky bled from gray to indigo. The sun a brief smear behind the clouds before it vanished altogether. In its wake came a thick, oppressive half-light that seemed to flatten the world, smudging edges. Jon stood at the edge of the stone ring, looking north. From up here, the forest looked almost peaceful, a rumpled blanket of dark boughs, snow filling the gaps like spilled milk. No movement, no smoke, no sign of life or its absence. Still, something prickled at the back of his neck. Ghost stood pressed against his leg, fur rippling in the wind, ears locked on a fixed point out beyond the last line of trees. Every now and then, a low growl vibrated in his chest. There, Jon murmured. At first, he thought it a trick of his eyes. A glint, a shard of color not belonging to sunset or reflection. Then he saw it again, and again. Not steady, not like a campfire. Flicker, flicker, like eyes opening and closing in the dark. Blue. He gripped Longclaw's hilt. The sword's familiar weight steadied him. The memory of its movement in his hand gave him something to hold onto that was not fear. "You see them," Daemon said. Jon did not start. He had heard the older man's approach, the crunch of boots, the faint clink of steel. The wind carried Daemon's scent too, under the cold. Leather, smoke, and something sharper, like the tang of hot metal. "Yes," Jon said. "Or I think I do." "They're there," Daemon said. "They want you to see them." Jon frowned. "Why?" he asked. "If they wanted to kill us, why not come now? While we're few, while we're tired." "Because we're few," Daemon said. "Because we're tired. Because we're not worth the effort yet." Jon turned to him, anger flaring. "We're not. Armies come." Daemon cut him off. "Or they don't. Walls hold. Or they don't. These things have time. They remember what happened the last time men stood on this hill and lived. They won't make the same mistake. They'll probe. Watch. Learn." Jon's fingers dug into Ghost's fur. "Like commanders," he said bitterly. "Like generals." "Why shouldn't they be?" Daemon asked. "You think cruelty and cunning belong only to the living?" Jon looked back at the forest. "They're wrong," he said. "If they think we're not worth the effort." "Perhaps," Daemon said, "but you'd be a fool to be grateful for their underestimation." Jon exhaled. "Benjen says we leave at first light," he said. "Take what we've found, get back to the wall." "He's right," Daemon said. "The fist is not where this war will be fought. Not yet. It's where the first blow was once struck. This time, if we're lucky, it will only be where we learn to duck." Jon's jaw tightened. "I don't like running," he said. "You're not running," Daemon said. "You're retreating. There's a difference. Men who don't learn it die with impressive courage and no use to anyone." The wind knifed through Jon's cloak. He looked up, into the dim sky where no stars yet showed. "Do you regret it?" he asked suddenly. "Living this long, seeing all this, couldn't you have died with your battles and your dragons and left this for others to face?" Daemon was silent for a moment. "Yes," he said at last. "And no." Jon waited. "There's no honor in leaving a mess for other men to clean up," Daemon said. "We did this. My house. Your kings. They're quiet maesters and they're loud small folk. We built a world on old bones and pretended the ground was solid. It isn't. If I can keep it from swallowing you, or the girl across the sea, or whatever fool the South crowns next, then living this long might mean something." Jon stared at the blue glimmers. "They're closer than they were at the Milkwater," he said. "They will come closer still," Daemon said. "When they think they're ready. When they think we're not." "That's when we hit them," Jon said. Daemon's mouth curved. "Good," he said. "You're learning." He stepped up beside Jon. "Remember this," he said quietly. "Fire frightens them, but it doesn't stop them thinking. Steel shatters on them, but not all steel. Glass cuts. Old magics hum out here, this hill, that horn, these stones. Use everything. Don't rely on one thing, one weapon, one prophecy." "You mean you," Jon said. "I mean any of us," Daemon replied. "I am one old dragon and one older mistake. Useful, but not enough. You, Jon Snow, you are meant to be more." Jon's hand tightened again on Longclaw. "And if I fail?" he asked. "Then we find another way," Daemon said. "Harder, bloodier, but we find one. That's the only promise I can make." Ghost's growl deepened. The blue glimmers winked out, one by one, as if whoever watched had decided they had seen enough for now. "They're patient," Daemon said. "So are we," Jon answered. "See that you remain so," Daemon said. "Patience isn't in short supply up here. Time is. Use the one to buy the other." He clapped Jon once on the shoulder, then turned away, cloak snapping. The fist of the first men creaked softly under the weight of snow and history. The first warning was Ghost. Jon woke to the direwolf's growl. It was different from the low rumble Ghost had given at the forest's edge. This was a full-bodied snarl, hackles raised, lips peeled back. The sound vibrated in Jon's chest as much as in his ears. He lurched upright, fumbling in the dark. The tent cloth snapped and shuddered around him as wind clawed at it. Cold knifed in through the small seams. Men cursed and muttered in nearby tents, some turning over, others half waking. Then the horn sounded. Not the horn they had found in the hollow, that slept under stone, for now. This was Gior's horn, the wall's horn, carried north by Benjen Stark. Its blast ripped through the night, 3 notes in quick succession. Rangers flung back tent flaps. "Up!" someone yelled. "They're here!" Jon's fingers closed on Longclaw's hilt. He ripped the sword from its sheath as he stumbled into his boots, not bothering with straps. The first step onto the frozen ground outside drove the cold up his legs like needles. The summit was chaos. Tents snapped in the wind, some tugging at their stakes as if eager to join the storm. Men scrambled into armor, some half-armored, some bareheaded. Torches guttered in their brackets along the stone ring, their flames struggling against gusts. "Form ranks," Benjen bellowed, voice raw. "Fire! Get the damned fire up!" Daemon stood near the center, cloak thrown aside. He had a torch in one hand and his Valyrian steel in the other. The blade drank the feeble light, its dark surface almost seeming to swallow it. His hair whipped around his face. "Oil!" he shouted. "Get the oilskins! Line the slope!" Several rangers staggered toward the barrel where they'd stored their last precious measure of lamp oil, grabbing skins and splashing it onto the snow at the summit's edge. The liquid gleamed black in the torchlight before seeping into the drifts. Ghost surged forward. He reached the edge of the ring, planted himself in a gap between 2 stones, and barked, a sharp, furious sound. Jon reached his side. He looked down the slope. They came like a tide, not in a great wave yet, in smaller, probing flows. Figures in furs and rags and old armor, hands clawed, mouths slack. Their eyes shone cold blue. Snow did not cling to them as it should. Frost smoked from their skin in thin curls. Wights, dozens of them, clambering up the steep sides, hands finding purchase where no living man would, ignoring the treacherous footing. Some had broken limbs that flopped at unnatural angles as they climbed. Others wore old black cloaks, rotted and stiff. "Brothers," someone whispered, horrified. Jon took 1 step back, Longclaw raised. "Fire!" Daemon roared. "Now!" A torch flew past Jon's shoulder. It dipped, then arced, falling toward the oil-darkened snow. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then flame leapt, a hungry, eager line that raced along the soaked drift, flaring up where the oil had pooled. Heat blasted up. The first rows of wights hit the fire and kept coming. Some went through, furs and flesh catching, turning them into staggering torches that reached with burning hands. Others tried to clamber around the flaming patch, ice crackling on their skin. "Arrows!" Benjen shouted. "Dragonglass! Aim for heads, for hearts. Make it count!" A volley hissed past. The obsidian-tipped shafts flew straighter than their owner's fear should have allowed. They found skulls and chests, sinking in with muffled thuds. The effect was immediate. Where obsidian bit bone, the wights jerked. The blue light in their eyes flared, then shattered like glass under a hammer. They collapsed, limbs flailing, then stilled. "Glass works," someone cried. "No shit," Daemon snapped. "Keep shooting." A shape loomed in the smoky dark beyond the fire. Taller, thinner, moving with eerie grace. Its eyes burned brighter than the rest. Frost haloed it. Where it stepped, the flame's edge guttered, shrinking back as if the fire itself were afraid. Another. Jon's mouth went dry. He remembered Jafer flowers on the pyre, remembered the way the blue had lit the corpse from within. This was worse. This was the source, not the echo. The other tilted its head as if curious. It lifted a hand. Ice crawled along the snow, racing toward the fire. The flame sputtered where it touched, sputtered, and, in places, went out. "Glass on that one," Daemon yelled. "Or Valyrian steel. Nothing else." An arrow flew, It flew true, 2 years of practice in the wolfswood guiding the archer's hand. The dragonglass head streaked toward the other's chest. It never reached. The pale creature's hand flicked. The shaft exploded into shards, obsidian tinkling harmlessly to the ground. Cold sank its teeth deeper into the hill. "Jon!" Daemon barked. Jon did not think. He leapt, down from the stone ring, boots skidding on half-melted, refreezing snow, Longclaw flashing free. Ghost launched beside him, a white streak low and fast. The world narrowed to the other's shape. It moved toward him in a glide, feet barely seeming to touch the ground. Its sword slid from its sheath, a blade so thin it might have been made of frozen breath. Frost steamed from its edge. Their weapons met. The impact rang like a struck bell. Jon had been braced for the shatter, for Longclaw to break, for the other's sword to pass through it as if through smoke, as ordinary steel had done in old Nan's tales. Instead, the Valyrian bit. The other's blade chipped. Tiny shards of ice flew, glinting. The creature recoiled, eyes flaring brighter. "Again!" Daemon shouted, somewhere behind him. "Drive it!" Jon drove. He pressed forward. Every lesson Daemon had hammered into him in Winterfell's yard and Castle Black's cramped space rising in his muscles. Smaller steps, tight motions. Don't overreach. Think. The other was faster. The sword darted, testing, flicking at his guard. Where it missed, frost bloomed on the leather of his jay. Erkin creeping, his fingers numbed, even through gloves. Ghost leapt at its side. The direwolf's jaws snapped shut on the creature's leg. His teeth sank in deep, but not deep enough. Ice cracked under fur. The other hissed, a sound like steam on snow, and lashed out with its free hand. Ghost yelped. He was flung aside, skidding through the snow, a streak of white against white. "Ghost!" Jon cried, anger flaring through terror. The other lunged. Longclaw came up almost of its own accord. The blades met again, edge to edge. For an instant, the cold of the other's sword poured down the Valyrian steel and into Jon's arm. His bones ached as if filled with ice. Then something shifted. Heat rose faint, but there, from his palm, from the burn scar, from the place where he had touched Caraxes. It flowed into the blade, into the moment of struggle. The other's sword shrieked. Cracks raced along its length. Blue light flickered in its eyes, stuttering. Jon stepped in, putting all his weight behind the shove. The pale blade shattered. It went in a dozen directions at once, shards dissolving into frost before they hit the ground. The other reeled, its inhuman composure slipping for the first time. Its chest was open. Jon drove Longclaw forward. The Valyrian point punched through armor that looked like ice and bone and something older. It slid into the creature's chest. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the other screamed. The sound was not like the Wight's mindless shrieks. It was sharp, full of rage and something almost like surprise. Frost exploded outward from the wound, racing along its limbs. Its flesh, if it could be called that, cracked and splintered, fissures radiating, collapsed in on itself. Not like a man, not like a corpse, like a statue left in the sun too long, crumbling. For an instant, Jon thought he saw something. Shapes in the ice, faces in the shards. Then it was gone. Where it had stood, only a puddle of icy water and a few wisps of pale mist remained. The Wights faltered. Those in the immediate vicinity staggered, as if strings had been cut. Some fell. Others turned mindless, their animating force confused. "Press them," Benjen roared. "While they're off their balance." Archers. Arrows flew. Glass bit. Fire roared, where Daemon hurled new torches onto fresh oil. Jon stood panting, Longclaw's point sunk into the snow. His hand shook on the hilt. Ghost limped to his side, fur singed, a streak of ice burn along his flank. He pressed against Jon's leg, whining softly. "You're all right?" Jon whispered, though he did not know if he meant Ghost or himself. Daemon appeared at his shoulder. "You see," he said, voice hoarse, "they can be killed, not just burned. Cut." Jon looked at the puddle. At what cost? He asked. Daemon's gaze moved to Ghost, then to Jon's hand. Less than if you hadn't, he said. And more than you yet know. Dawn came grudgingly. It seeped into the sky in thin streaks of pale gray and sickly pink, hesitant to show itself after the night's work. The fire that burned on the summit outshone it. The pyre was a black mass of tangled limbs and ruined furs, stacked as high as a man at its center. Flames gnawed at it, hungry but tired, the wood beneath protesting in crackles and sighs. Smoke rolled upward, dark and oily, carrying with it the stench of burnt meat and something else. Something wrong. Men stood around it at a distance, faces drawn. Some had bandages hastily bound around arms or heads. One ranger cradled a hand wrapped in bloody cloth, eyes unfocused. Another sat with his back to a stone, staring at nothing, lips moving silently. Drink, Benjen said, pressing a skin into one such man's grip. You're no use to me if you fall over. We can sleep when we're behind the wall. Gior's horn lay near his feet, its mouth dark with soot. He looked exhausted. Lines had carved themselves deeper into his face overnight. Frost clung to his beard despite the fire. Count, he told a nearby ranger. 3 dead, came the reply. Jory, Harl, Benin. 2 bitten. We burned the wounds as best we could. 2 bitten, Gior repeated, his jaw clenched. Watch them. If they so much as shiver wrong, they go on the pyre. The ranger swallowed and nodded. Jon sat with his back to one of the stones. Longclaw lay across his lap, its dark blade streaked with faint frost residue that no amount of honest wiping seemed able to remove entirely. His hand, the one that had held the sword, throbbed. He had stripped off his glove for a moment earlier and seen the burn scar reddened anew, the lines in his palm slightly altered, as if the skin had shifted around something underneath. Ghost leaned into him. The direwolf side had been salved, the ice burn smeared with Maester Aemon's ointment from a little pot one of the men had carried. The fur there was singed, the skin beneath tight and shiny. Ghost's eyes were clear, though. His tongue lolled as he panted, more from adrenaline than exertion. You did well, Jon murmured, fingers buried in the thick fur behind Ghost's ears. Ghost huffed, pressing harder against him. Daemon crouched near the edge of the pyre. He had his sword sheathed now. His hands were bare, the skin reddened by cold and heat both. In the snow just beyond the reach of the flames lay a fragment of something pale and hard. It looked, at first glance, like a shard of ice. Close, it was more complicated. Layers like bone, fine hairline fractures running through it. When Daemon touched it with the tip of a knife, it didn't melt further. It sublimated, turning straight to vapor, a faint mist that rose and dissipated. Not quite ice, he murmured. Not quite bone. He thought of the other crumbling around Longclaw's point. Sare, Benjen said behind him. Daemon straightened. Benjen's face was pinched, eyes shadowed. We can't hold this, he said. Not with this few. Not with them testing in batches. They'll come in force next time, with more of the pale ones. More dead. We'll be overrun. Daemon nodded. I know, he said. He looked up at the ring of stones. They had seemed sturdy when they arrived, old, yes, but enduring. Now he saw the cracks, the chips, the way some leaned inward as if tired. The wards that had once hummed faintly here felt thinner. Whatever magic the children wove into this place, he said. It's frayed. Time pulled at it. Men forgot how to tie it back together. Standing here will buy you some moments. Not enough. Benjen's gaze slid to Jon. He killed one, he said quietly. You saw. I did, Daemon said. And you still plan to risk him, Benjen went on. I plan to use him, Daemon corrected. Risk is the price. Benjen's jaw tightened. He's Ned's, he said. Lioness, my sister's boy, my brother's. He stopped himself, lips pressing together. Daemon's eyes softened, just a fraction. He is also Rhaegar's, he said gently, and something older than all of you. You cannot keep him from what he is by keeping him from where he needs to stand. Benjen's laugh was bitter. You and Ned, he said. So certain you know what needs to be done with Jon, and so unwilling to ask him. Would it change his answer? Daemon asked. Benjen looked over at the boy. No, the man, sitting with his sword and his wolf. He'd do it harder, he said, or break sooner. I don't know which is worse. He rubbed his gloved hand over his face. We go back, he said. Today. We leave this hill to its ghosts and its glass and whatever the others care to make of it. We bring Gior his proof. We send ravens south until the crows choke King's Landing's rafters. Daemon nodded. Agreed, he said. We will not win anything by dying here out of stubbornness. He glanced at the stone where Jon sat. But we won something, he said. A death that will haunt them. A proof that they are not untouchable. Benjen snorted. They don't look haunted, he said. They look patient. Patience can be bruised, Daemon said. And I intend to bruise it again. He stood fully, shoulders cracking. Rouse them, he called. Drink what you have. Pack what you can carry. Leave the dead to their fire. The fist has done what it can for us. It's time we did something for it. He walked over to Jon. The young man looked up, eyes shadowed with exhaustion and something else. A new weight. You held, Daemon said simply. Jon swallowed. We lost men, he said. I wasn't fast enough. If I had moved sooner, you'd be in that pyre, Daemon said. And so would the rest of us. You moved when you could. You'll move faster next time. If there is a next time. That's all either of us can promise. Jon looked at Longclaw. It broke, he said quietly. Their sword. Mine didn't. Why? Because yours remembers fire, Daemon said. And theirs fears it. He nodded toward the smoldering pyre. Look, Jon Snow, he said. You will see that sight again. Fire on ice. Ice in fire. Make sure next time it is on ground you chose. Saddles creaked. Harness jingled. Men moved with the stiffness of those who had not truly rested, their bodies functioning on habit more than energy. Jon checked his girth strap again. It was tight. It had been tight the last time he'd checked it as well. Still, his fingers worked the leather, reassuring themselves. The horse snorted, breath pluming. Ghost circled, occasionally bumping his flank with a cold nose, impatient. Benjen walked over, his cloak whipping. He held something in his hand. A small scrap of parchment, folded and resealed. The wax bore the impression of a direwolf's head, distorted and cracked by remelting. A raven came while you were beyond the wall, Benjen said. Gior held it. Thought it best to see if you came back before we burdened you with more ink. He held it out. Jon took it carefully. His heart beat faster. The seal, the hand, he recognized them. He had watched Ned Stark sign enough missives over the years to know the way his father's, his uncle's. Writing slanted. Hesitation fluttered in his chest. What does it say? Benjen asked quietly. If you don't mind my asking. I haven't read it yet, Jon said. Benjen smiled. Just a little. Then do, he said, before some pale bastard eats you and we're left wondering. Jon snorted, despite himself. He broke the seal. The parchment crackled as he unfolded it. The ink had smeared slightly in places where the quill had pressed too hard, as if the hand that held it had been angrier or more afraid than it wanted to show. Jon. He read the word twice before moving on. The rest came in Ned's spare, careful script. They say the dead walk beyond your wall. They say dragons fly. I do not know yet what I believe. I know only this. I am proud of you. Whatever name you wear, whatever cloak you take upon yourself, you are my blood. Lioness. Do not let honor be a stone around your neck. Let it be the ground beneath your feet. The wall is not your jail. It is your vantage. From there, see clearly. If men like Mormont and Aemon tell you the world changes, believe them before you believe kings. Guard the living. If that duty ever comes against your vows, remember which you swore first, to those who cannot stand where you stand. Eddard Stark. The last letters were darker, as if the quill had run low and been pressed harder to compensate. Jon stared at the words. "The wall is not your jail. It is your vantage. Honor as ground, not chain." It was as if Ned, Lord Stark, had anticipated Daemon's arguments and undercut them, not by forbidding, but by widening the path. Benjen watched his face. "Well?" he asked. "He says he's proud," Jon said. The words felt strange and right in his mouth. Benjen blew out a breath that fogged in the air. "He always was," he said, "even when he didn't say it, especially then." Jon looked at the last lines again. "If that duty ever comes against your vows." "I thought he would tell me to obey," Jon admitted, "to cling to the words of the oath and damn the rest." Benjen snorted. "You mistake my brother," he said. "Ned Stark's honor is complicated. He'll break a word to keep its spirit. He'd rather bear the shame of a lie than see a child die of a truth." Jon folded the letter carefully. He slipped it into an inner pocket of his cloak, close to his chest, where the heat of his body might keep the ink from running any more than it already had. "Does it change anything?" Benjen asked. Jon looked toward Daemon. The old prince stood at the summit's edge, looking north. The wind tugged at his hair, his cloak. Caraxes' distant silhouette wheeled against the dull sky. "It makes me less afraid of what I already knew I would do," Jon said. Benjen nodded. "That's my brother's way," he said. "Never forbidding the hard choice, only making sure you know he'll haunt you if you make the easy one instead." He clapped Jon on the shoulder. "Mount up," he said. "Let's see if we can get back before the others decide they liked last night enough to ask for seconds." Jon smiled faintly. He swung into his saddle, Longclaw bumping lightly against his hip. Ned Stark's words burned in his pocket, demons in his skull. The wall hummed somewhere behind him, a song of ice. Above, Caraxes traced his endless circles, a wordless promise of fire. Ghost trotted at the horse's head, ears pricked. They rode down off the fist of the first men and into whatever waited. The descent felt steeper than the climb. The snow had been churned by the night's battle, packed and melted and frozen again into treacherous slabs. Horses slipped and recovered, snorting. Men leaned back in their saddles, letting the beasts find their own way down the spiral path. Jon's thighs burned anew. Ghost picked his way down with the careless surety of a creature made for this land, paws barely sliding. He would pause now and then, nose twitching, tasting the air, then move on. At the summit, Caraxes crouched. The dragon was an intrusion of color into the white and gray, a long, rust-red coil of muscle and scale, wings half spread for balance. His claws dug into the rock beneath the snow. His breath steamed in thick gusts, heat shivering the air around his head. For a moment, as Jon looked back, their eyes met. The dragon's good eye narrowed. His pupils slitted. Jon felt again the echo of heat in his palm, the ghost of scales under skin. Something like acknowledgement passed between them, quick and unsettling. Then Caraxes launched. He dropped from the summit like a stone, wings tucked, tail streaming behind. For an instant, he seemed to fall, plummeting straight toward the forest. At the last moment, his wings snapped open. Air caught, he soared, curved, climbed. Snow swirled in his wake. Daemon watched him go. He had not slept more than an hour. His bones ached from cold and from the strain of holding the line between panic and purpose. Yet as the dragon carved his arc against the sky, he felt something close to joy. Old habits, old loves. "The hill feels lighter," Benjen said, drawing alongside. Daemon looked back at the fist. From this angle, its crown ringed by stones, the black scar of the burned pyre visible even at a distance, it did look changed. Not in any way the eye could measure, in the way the air around it sat. "Some debts paid," Daemon said. "Others waiting." "You and your debts," Benjen said. "Some of us are just trying to live through the week." Daemon smiled without humor. "You and your Starks," he replied. "Always thinking in weeks. The others think in centuries. I think in a mistakes." Benjen snorted. "We all have our talents," he said. They reached the treeline. The forest swallowed them, the hill fading behind. Shadows thickened under the branches. Snow fell more thinly here, caught in the canopy. The air smelled of pine and something else. The faint, acrid tang of old smoke from their own fires, dissipated but not gone. "Eyes up," Benjen called. "They let us leave once. Doesn't mean they'll extend the courtesy twice." "Courtesy," one ranger muttered. "That's one word for it." Daemon listened, not just with his ears. The forest had its own language. Creaks, groans, the soft hiss of snow shedding from overloaded branches, the occasional snap of a twig under some unseen animal's weight. Now, overlaying that, he heard absence. No bird calls, no rustle of small things in the undergrowth. The world held its breath. "They watch," he said. Benjen nodded grimly. "Let them," he said. "We give them our backs because we have to, not because we're blind." Jon rode just behind them. He was tired enough that the rhythm of the horse's strides threatened to lull him into a stupor. His body wanted to sleep. His mind replayed the night over and over, the shatter of the other's sword, the shock of Longclaw's bite, Ghost's yelp, the way the creature had collapsed into water and mist. "You did not imagine it," he told himself. "You are not dreaming now." Lord Stark's letter pressed against his chest. Daemon's revelation pressed against his thoughts. The word felt less heavy now than it had when first spoken. Or perhaps it was that other weights, vows, dead men, dragonfire, had joined it, spreading the load. He glanced at Daemon's back. The older man sat straight despite his years, despite his long sleep in a far city. His cloak snapped in the wind. His hand rested lightly on his sword hilt. Jon wondered what it would be to be that old, to have lived through one long night and find himself riding into another, to have watched his house rise and fall and rise again in strange new shapes. "I will not fail," he thought suddenly, fiercely, surprising himself. Not for him, not for Ned, not for Lyanna, whose name he had barely dared to think before this, not for the boy he had been, dreaming of dragons and castles, nor the man he was now, riding through a dead forest with a sword that had no business in his hand. Ahead, the path dipped. The world narrowed again. They did not see him. No breath steamed from his mouth. No footstep disturbed the snow. He stood unmoving among the trees, his pale form half blended into the frost, his cracked armor shimmering faintly where weak light caught it. The wound on his breast had narrowed, where Valyrian steel had once struck. Long ago, before men forgot the shape of the enemy, thin, dark lines spidered. Frost had grown over them in intricate patterns, like veins. Each night, each patient hour, the cold worked at the edges, smoothing, repairing. He remembered, not as men remembered, in stories and names and warm, wet emotion, in impressions, in patterns, heat, pain, fire that did more than burn flesh. It had bitten deeper into the essence the cold held. He remembered the old prince, Daemon Targaryen, not the name. Names meant little. The taste, the shape of his defiance, the echo of dragonfire hammered into steel. He had faced such men before, in another age, on another hill very like the one these crows had just left. They had thought then, too, that they had won something by standing. He watched the column wind away through the trees. He could feel them even when they were out of sight, their heartbeats, the heat of their bodies, the small storms each one made in the air. Warmth was a disturbance in the cold. The wall in the distance hummed like a wound. Behind him, the dead stood, dozens, hundreds, more, further back, moving in slow, halting lines. They wore all the ages of men, bright rags of wildling cloth, the black tatters of old brothers, the rusted plate of kings who had thought themselves safely buried. Snow lay on them without melting. Their eyes were dull when he did not look at them. When he did, they flared. He lifted one pale hand. Frost crackled along his fingers. The nearest wights stirred. Some took a step forward, jerkily, hungry. Others turned their heads in unison toward the distant wall, as if drawn by a sound only they could hear. Not yet, The thought was not words, but it was command. The dead stilled. He tilted his head, listening to something far beyond the forest. The slow turning of seasons, the subtle shift of winds higher than any bird flew. The world had grown warmer since last he had walked freely. Men had filled it with their noise and their heat. They had forgotten the shape of fear the cold could carve. He would remind them, but not with this handful. These crows were not the prey. They were messages. The old prince, the boy, the wolf, the dragon above, the glass and steel that had bitten. Pieces on a board he had not expected to see arranged this way. He would adjust. He always had. Behind him, more dead gathered. A giant lumbered into view, skin gray with frost, eyes burning blue. Beside it, a skeletal horse stamped, hooves crunching. The army swelled, slow and inexorable, like a tide under ice. He turned away from the path of the retreating rangers. His gaze shifted north, deeper, where the land rose into jagged teeth of rock and ice, where old things slept under snow, waiting, where the wind had a different voice. He began to walk. The dead followed. The trees shuddered in their passing, shedding snow. Far away, on a wall of ice built by hands that had once known the same fear and resolve that had shaped this fist, men felt a chill that had nothing to do with wind. Some shivered, some crossed themselves, some ignored it. None of them understood, yet that winter was not merely coming. It was learning. The first glimpse of the wall on the ride home was worse and better than Jon had expected. It reared up out of the horizon, eating sky, blue-white and slick with ancient ice, its face veined with cracks that never quite looked the same twice. From this side, after days of trees and hills and the low, constant menace of the forest, it seemed almost like a promise. Almost. Feels different, Benjen Stark said quietly, drawing his horse alongside Jon's, leaving it and coming back. First time, you think it's a prison. Second, it looks like a shield. Third, it looks thin. Jon swallowed. It held, he said. Last time. Because nothing pushed, Benjen replied. Not really. We prodded each other, measured. The true shove is still coming. Behind them, leather creaked. Men muttered, horses snorted. The rangers rode in a tighter knot than they had on the way out. They had left 3 brothers on the fist under flame. The spaces they had occupied in the column were ghosts now, full of the memory of voices that would not speak again. Daemon Targaryen rode near the rear, where he could see the whole line. He preferred it there, a general's habit from days when he had commanded more than a couple of dozen half-frozen crows. His gaze moved over the riders, weighing seat and posture, fatigue and resolve. Caraxes circled high enough that the dragon was little more than a suspicion to anyone looking up. Shadow and cloud, nothing more, to men who did not know the shape of those wings. To Daemon, the presence was as tangible as the weight of the sword at his hip. A reassurance and a danger, both. Ghost trotted at the head of the column, white against white. He had a new wariness in him. Before, his curiosity had driven him ahead, sniffing at every odd scent. Now, his head hung lower. His nose tasted the air more often for absences than for smells. As they left the deeper forest and moved into the more open snowfields near the wall, he shook himself as if shedding some clinging cold. "You'll be glad to see the gate," Jon murmured to him. Ghost flicked an ear back, as if in assent. The closer they drew, the more the wall filled the world. Jon had climbed it now more than once. He had stood atop it and stared north, thinking himself brave and very small. Coming back from the fist, he felt smaller still, and bravery seemed less an absence of fear than a refusal to let it turn his horse around. "Welcome home," Daemon said dryly, as the shadow of the wall fell over them. "Such as it is." The tunnel through the wall swallowed the light. One moment Jon rode under a sky the color of old tin. The next he was in a throat of ice and stone, the air colder by a measurable degree. Torches burned along the sides, their flames shivering, unable to push the shadows back far. Jeor Mormont waited halfway down, where the ice was thickest. He stood with his cloak wrapped tight around his shoulders, the black fur rimed with frost. Brothers flanked him, some with spears, others with bows, all watching the returning column with a mixture of relief and calculation. "Lord Commander," Benjen called, swinging down from his saddle as the column slowed. "We brought your fools back. Most of them." Jeor's eyes moved over the riders, counting by instinct. "3, he said, when he reached the end of the line and came up short. "I sent you out with 3 more faces than I see now." Benjen's jaw tightened. "Jory, Harl, Benin," he said. They held. 1 took a Wight through the chest, 2 were pulled down on the slope. "We burned them, all of them," Jeor grunted. "And the pale bastards?" he asked. Benjen jerked his head toward Jon. "Ask him," he said. "He killed 1. The tunnel seemed to hold its breath. Jeor's gaze snapped to Jon. The weight of it was like a physical thing. Men turned their heads. Even the torches felt as if they leaned closer. "You killed 1, Jeor repeated. Jon swallowed. "With Longclaw," he said. "And something else. Heat in the blade, in my hand. It broke its sword. Then it broke." "He's not wrong," Daemon said, stepping forward, leading his horse. "I saw it. Valyrian steel bites. The dragonglass works on the dead. Both together hurt the originals." "A dragon and a bastard," Jeor said. "Old steel and new fire." He snorted. 7 hells. His gaze flicked briefly to Daemon, to the dusting of frost on the man's hair and beard, to the way he held himself. Tired but not bowed. "And you?" he asked. "What do you call what you did up there, Prince? Strategy? Suicide? Experiment?" Daemon said. "Successful, since we are all standing here to talk about it." "You're standing here because my men kept your hide between the snow and the others," Jeor said roughly. "But you brought them back. I'll hold my curses until I've heard the full tale." He turned, gesturing toward the inner gate. "Get the horses to the stables," he barked. "Get the men to heat and food that doesn't taste like it's been chewed twice. We'll talk in my solar." His gaze flicked back to Jon. "And you," he added, "bring the sword." The solar had never felt so small. Maps sprawled across the table, some weighted with knives, others with stones. Lines had been drawn and redrawn in charcoal. Paths ridden, patrol routes, sightings of wildlings. The fist of the first men encircled in a heavy, blunt ring. Between the maps lay the obsidian, arrowheads in neat rows, their edges dull black in the firelight. Daggers, a handful of spearheads. Each piece represented a chance, a sliver of advantage in a game where the opponent cared nothing for victory, only for eventual certainty. Jeor Mormont planted his hands on the table. "Again," he said, "from the beginning, slowly. I'm too old for the half of a story." Benjen obliged, terse and clear. He spoke of the ride north, of the empty wildling camp and the strange lack of tracks, of the sudden crushing cold, of the first glimpse of the watchers in the trees, of the cache on the fist, the horn and the dragonglass, the sense of being on ground that remembered old fear. "Then they came," he said, "testing. A few dozen Wights, 1, 2 others. They walked through our fire like it was mist, broke our shafts in the air. Glass works on the corpses. Valyrian steel works on them." His hand flicked toward Longclaw, lying unsheathed on the map. The dark blade gleamed, ripples catching the light. Frost still stained it, faint and stubborn, in hairfine tracings no cloth could fully erase. "Jon pushed," Daemon said, picking up where Benjen's words left off. "Because I told him to, because there was no one else with the right steel in the right place. He shattered one of their swords, drove the point home. It died." "Died," Jeor repeated. "As much as anything that unnatural dies," Daemon said. "It broke, melted, lost cohesion. The Wights around it faltered. That tells us something. That they're not gods," Samwell Tarly blurted, then flushed as heads turned toward him. "Sorry, my lord." Sir, that's what it sounds like. They can be undone, like anything else, if you have the right tools. Eamon's blind eyes crinkled. Do not apologize, Samwell, he murmured. You see clearly. Gior grunted. So, he ran a thick finger along the line from the wall to the fist. We know they're closer than stories say they should be. We know they use dead men as armor and muscle. We know dragonglass and Valyrian steel can cut where steel fails. Fire, Daemon reminded him. Don't forget fire. It may not end the Pale Ones, but it slows them, confuses their puppets, turns your own dead into ash instead of fresh recruits. Fire, glass, old steel, and a dragon, Gior said. And on their side, numbers, patience, and cold. I like their hand better than ours. Then change the game, Daemon said. Don't wait for them to dictate every move. Gior shot him a look. You advise we take the fight to them? He asked. With what? 24 tired men and a beast that makes half my garrison piss themselves when it screams. With this, Daemon said. He tapped the table. The obsidian clicked under his finger. And this, he added, tapping Longclaw, and whatever courage you can scrape together from your brother's bones. You will not win this with numbers. You will win it with knowledge, with choices, with making the right men stand in the right places, holding the right blades when it matters. And ravens, Aemon said softly. Gior rolled his eyes. Yes, yes, and letters, he said. I'll tell the world the dead are walking and dragons are flying, and see how many of them rush to my aid with soldiers and soup. You will write to Lord Eddard Stark, Aemon said, ignoring his tone. And perhaps to Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone. He listens to omens, that one. To the Red Priests. They speak of a coming darkness. Red Priests, Gior muttered. I have enough trouble with my own gods, blind or burning. We can't hold this alone, Benjen said quietly. Not forever. Not if they keep learning. Gior looked at him, then at Jon, then at Daemon. You ride back from the edge of the world with dead men's dust on your boots and dragonfire in your hair, he said. You tell me the old tales are true and worse. And your first advice is that I ask for help from kings who barely remember this wall exists. What would you have him do? Daemon asked mildly. Pretend it isn't happening? It didn't work the last time. Gior snorted. I'd have him grow me another 100 men, he said. But barring that, Ravens. North first. Maybe Dragonstone. Winterfell has already answered. The others, he shrugged. We'll see. He jabbed a finger at Longclaw. And you, he said to Jon, you keep that thing close. You and your wolf and your old man's dragon. You may be the most expensive piece of steel I've ever had under my command. Jon felt heat rise under his skin. Yes, my lord commander, he said. Daemon's mouth twitched. Careful, he murmured. Praise from men like him is rarer than dragon's teeth. The rookery smelled of bird shit, ink, and old straw. It was not a pleasant smell, but it was a familiar one, and familiarity could be its own comfort. Ravens muttered and shifted on their perches, black eyes gleaming in the dim. A small fire burned in a side hearth, more to keep ink from freezing than for any human comfort. Maester Aemon sat close to that little fire. His hands rested on his knees, fingers worrying the links of his chain. His blind eyes turned toward the warmth as if he could see it. The years sat heavy on him tonight. Daemon stood in the doorway's shadow. He had shed his heavier cloak, leaving him in black leathers and the simple wool of a man who intended to move rather than sit. The light caught the edge of his profile, picking out the old scars, the line of his jaw. Gior will write, Aemon said. He grumbles, but he knows the weight of what you brought him. Letters are kindling, Daemon said. Useful only if they start a fire in the right minds. Otherwise, they're just ink and ash. You underestimate ink, Aemon murmured. It has undone more kings than swords have. He reached out, fingers brushing the table until they found the obsidian dagger and the rolled parchment. This one, he said, tapping the letter, goes to Winterfell, to Ned Stark. He will read it in full. He will send men and grain and blades where he can. He has already done so. Daemon inclined his head slightly. And the others? He asked. King's Landing? Dragonstone? The Eyrie? Aemon's mouth pursed. King's Landing would laugh, he said. Or rage. Or both. Robert Baratheon does not want to hear that the dragons he killed were not the only danger the world faces. Cersei Lannister would see threat where there is plea. She is clever enough to turn fear to her own ends. No, not them. Not yet. And Dragonstone? Daemon prodded. Stannis Baratheon is a man who believes the world should align with his sense of justice, Aemon said. He will not take kindly to news that the world ignores him more than it does others, but he listens to red priests, and they listen to flames. If we send word of dragons and darkness, they may hear. Daemon snorted softly. I have little patience for priests who think they can herd fire, he said. But if it makes a king move, I will suffer their songs. Aemon's fingers slid to the obsidian dagger. You knew this would work, he said. The glass. I suspected, Daemon corrected. I had heard tales. I had seen other things cut by other stones in other places. Cold power tends to shy from volcanic glass. But suspecting is not knowing. You need blood for that. We have it, Aemon said. Too much of it. He turned his blind gaze toward Daemon. You spoke of a horn, he said. In your account of the cache. Daemon's jaw tightened. A thing best left buried, he said. It hummed when I touched it, not like a blade, like a door. I do not like doors I did not build myself. The old tales speak of horns that woke giants and brought down walls, Aemon murmured. Horns that called dragons to heel. Horns that shattered the peace of the world. Exactly, Daemon said. I have enough trouble with dragons that already exist. I have no desire to coax sleeping ones from the bone of the world. Aemon smiled faintly. Yet you woke me, he said, and Jon, and the girl across the sea. I didn't wake her, Daemon said. The fire did. I only listened. And now, Aemon asked, what do you do with what you have heard? Daemon looked at the dagger. At the wall, he said. I make sure the boy survives long enough to stand where he must. South, I do not know. I cannot be in two places at once, much as I have tried. Then perhaps it is time you were not the only Targaryen moving pieces, Aemon said. You hold Jon's path in one hand. In the other, send a piece of truth to the girl. Let her decide what to do with it. Daemon bared his teeth in something that was not quite a smile. You invite civil war in a house that is already ash, he said. Bold? For a maester. I am old, Aemon replied. Boldness is all I have left. Daemon considered. Very well, he said. Send your letters. To Winterfell, to Dragonstone, and one somewhere east. To a trading city full of fools who think walls of stone keep out everything that matters. Aemon inclined his head. I will, he said. And Maester, Daemon added, turning away. If your priests and your kings start to talk of princes and saviors, remind them of this. Ice and fire are not titles. They are forces. They will use anyone who lets them. The boy is not a sword forged for some god's hand. He is a man. I would keep him that way as long as I can. Aemon's thin lips curved. You sound almost protective, he said. Daemon's laugh was low and humorless. I am tired, he said, of seeing princes burn because old men liked the shape of them in stories. The library was warmer than most of Castle Black, but only barely. Cold seeped in under the door and through the stone, nibbling at toes and fingers. The single lantern on the table hissed softly, its glass chimney fogging in the chill. The smell of old parchment and dust overlay the ever-present tang of smoke. Jon traced a line of cramped script with one finger. The book was older than the wall, or so Sam claimed. Its pages were brittle, edges browned. The ink had faded to a gray that strained the eyes. And when the sun hit its face and the stars wept, the shadows walked. Jon read quietly. Men cried out to the old gods and the children both, but the cold would not be turned aside. save by fire and blood and stone blacker than any river. Dragonglass, Sam said, not looking up from his scroll. Obsidian. They just didn't call it that yet. Jon nodded. The rest of it is more story, he said. Kings with names no one remembers. Heroes with burning swords. Wolves that speak. Bits of something about a horn that woke giants in the earth. Sam's fingers shook slightly as he unrolled the next section of his scroll. When the white shadows came, he read aloud, squinting. The children gave the first men gifts, blades that drank the cold, horns that woke the sleeping stone to stand against the tide, runes to bind the dark at the world's edge. Jon thought of the cache on the fist, the neat stacks of obsidian, the horn in its leather wrap, the way Daemon had flinched, almost imperceptibly, when he touched it. We found the blades, Jon said, and the horn. Whatever the runes were, they've faded, or were never there in the way men think, Sam said. Runes don't have to be scraped in stone. They can be patterns, choices, the way you build something, the way you stand. He flushed. Or so the more speculative texts say. Jon leaned back, rubbing at his eyes. His hand throbbed faintly, the scar in his palm itching under the bandage. When he flexed his fingers, he could almost feel Longclaw in his grip, the way it had met the other's blade and broken it. There's nothing in there about dragons, he said. Not ones flown by men, anyway. Only shadows with wings. Dragons came later, Sam said. After the long night, after the first war. The children have their own magic. The first men had bronze and obsidian. Valyria had fire and steel. We've stitched bits together and forgotten who made which thread. Jon smiled faintly. You sound like Maester Aemon, he said. Sam ducked his head. I just read what's there, he said. If there were a clear, neat answer. Take this sword, blow this horn, stand on this hill, and the others will go away. Someone would have written it down. Jon thought of Daemon. If there were a neat answer, he said, Daemon Targaryen would be bored by it. Sam huffed a laugh. He does seem. He searched for a word, used to complications. Jon's gaze dropped back to the page. So we have glass, steel, fire, and stubbornness, he summarized. And they have cold, patience, and numbers. And whatever made them in the first place, Sam said softly. Jon frowned. You think someone made them? Everything has a beginning, Sam said. Even the dark. Jon thought of the White Walker's eyes, burning blue as stars. He thought of the way it had moved, precise and curious, and the way its sword had shattered under Longclaw. If something made them, he said, maybe something can unmake them. Sam nodded. Maybe, he said, or maybe the best we can do is hold, slow them, give someone else a chance. Like Daenerys Targaryen, Jon said, surprising himself with the ease of the name. Sam looked up sharply. You think she's real? He asked. Not just Viserys boasting. She has dragons, Jon said. Daemon saw her in the fire, a girl with 3 hatchlings, somewhere east. Sam swallowed. Dragons, he repeated, half wonder, half fear. And you and an old prince and a wall of ice. Sounds like the beginning of a song. I've never liked songs, Jon said. They leave out everything that hurts. Sam's smile was crooked. Maybe this time we write one that doesn't, he said. Cartha's nights were cooler than its days, but to Daenerys they still felt heavy. The air was thick with the scent of unfamiliar flowers and the faint tang of the sea. Lamps turned the city's pale walls to gold. Gems and glass glittered in doorways and on wrists. It was a different sort of heat from the red waste, decadent instead of cruel. On the balcony of her borrowed palace, Daenerys Targaryen stared north. She could not see the wall, of course. Not from here, not across half a world. But she felt the tug of the word in the letter in her hands. An old man with hair like tarnished silver, she read aloud, fingers tightening on the parchment. A dragon red as rust that screamed over the ice. and a boy in black with a great white wolf at his side who struck down a pale demon with a sword black as shadow. The red priestess behind her made a soft sound of interest. "Wolves and dragons," the woman murmured. "Fiery steel and cold shadows." The flames were not lying. Daenerys did not turn. "Your flames tell you much," she said. "They do not tell you everything. They tell me there is more than one who might be the prince that was promised," the priestess said. The ruby at her throat pulsed faintly. "You with your hatchlings and your will. Another in the cold north with old blood and a newer sword. And an old dragon between you, playing at both fire and ice." Drogon hissed. He crouched on the stone rail, wings half spread, nostrils flaring as he tasted the night. When the wind shifted, he snapped at it, teeth closing on nothing. "Daemon Targaryen," Dany said quietly. "My brother told me his name in half a dozen stories. The rogue prince, the king that never was, dead above a lake with a dragon in his arms. Now he rides again in the far north and claims a boy in black as his heir while I scavenge ships from men who would cage me." The bitterness surprised her even as she spoke. The priestess stepped closer, the fabric of her robes whispering on the stone. "Fire does not move in straight lines," she said. "It curls, it licks, it finds paths around stone. Perhaps this is your path. Not alone but entangled. 3 heads, Khaleesi. 3. Daenerys thought of Viserys, all noise and no substance, dead with molten gold on his head. She thought of Drogo, his body empty on the pyre she had walked into. She thought of the baby she had lost, of dreams of an impregnable line that had crumbled before it began. 3 heads, she echoed, not 3 kings. A king is a word, the priestess said. Light is a fact. The darkness does not care what you call yourself when you stand before it. Daenerys looked down at the letter again. A dragon over a wall of ice, a boy with a wolf, an old man whose name her blood recognized. If he lives, she said slowly, he stole something that belonged to us. To me, our house, our fire. Or he kept it safe for you, the priestess suggested, until you were ready to claim it. Dany's mouth quirked. Are you saying your god sent an old rogue to hold a dragon for me? She asked. That seems untidy for a deity. Lawler does not tidy, the woman said. He burns, and what is left, men call order. Drogon crawled along the rail toward Dany, pushing his wedge-shaped head against her arm. She lifted her hand, fingers sinking into warm scales. Tell me what you see, she said to the priestess. In your flames, in the letter, in the space between them. I see a choice, the woman said. Several. Is yours, the boys, the world's. I see a night that will not end unless the right ones are made. Daenerys looked north again. Then we will stop playing at queens in foreign gardens, she said. We will go where the world is being cut. And if this old prince has something of ours, he will have to answer for it. King's Landing was a long way from the wall in more ways than miles. The air in the small council chamber was warm and close, thick with the smell of wine, sweat, and the faint tang of the sea that crept in despite the keep's thick walls. Torches burned in iron brackets, their light dancing over velvet and gold and the tired, lined faces of men who had worn crowns and chains too long. Robert Baratheon slumped in his chair at the head of the table. His once broad shoulders had softened with wine and years. His beard was shot through with gray, his eyes bloodshot. He cradled a heavy mug as if it were the only thing keeping him upright. Again, he said thickly. Read it again. Slowly, Pycelle. My head's not what it was. Grand Maester Pycelle adjusted his chain with a little rattle, then smoothed the parchment in his trembling hands. To his grace, Robert of House Baratheon, he intoned. By the grace of God's King of the Undulls and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, from Lord Commander Jeor Mormont of the Night's Watch, sworn brother and warden of the Wall. Get to the meat, Robert growled. I don't need my own bloody titles read to me. Pycelle cleared his throat. Your Grace, he continued. I write to inform you that the tales told to frighten children are no tales. The dead walk beyond the wall. Not wights of wildling making, but corpses that rise if not burned, and creatures of ice with eyes like blue fire who command them. We have slain one such with Valyrian steel. Obsidian bites the rest. Fire delays them. I have witnesses and burnt bodies to prove it. He paused, swallowing. Furthermore, he read on, an old man of Valyrian blood has come to our wall with a dragon long believed lost to history. He has ridden it in our defense. We have seen it with our own eyes. It burns the dead. I beg your grace to recall that while summer lingers in your south, winter stands always at our door. We will stand as long as we can. We ask only that you see past your wars and feasts long enough to recall that what happens here will one day happen there if we fail. Signed, Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Silence followed the last word. It stretched, uncomfortable, thick. Littlefinger broke it first. Well, he said lightly, that is certainly a more creative request for funds than most of the ones I receive. Varys smiled, the expression not quite reaching his eyes. Creativity is in fashion, it seems, he said. First tales out of the east of a girl with dragons, now tales from the far north of an old man with one. One might think the world were trying to tell us something. Robert snorted. The world is always trying to tell us I should drink less, he said. I've yet to listen to that. He sloshed his mug. Dead men walking, pale demons, dragons flapping about like overgrown pigeons. We've had 20 years of peace and the wall's gone soft. The old bear is bored, wants to remind us he exists. Pycelle nodded eagerly. Old men in the cold, your grace, he said. They see shadows and call them ghosts. The Night's Watch has dwindled. They crave importance. And the dragon? Varys asked softly. The old man of Valyrian blood? Robert's jaw clenched. If there is a dragon, he said, I'll kill it. Again. With a hammer if I have to climb that bloody wall myself. You didn't kill the last ones, Littlefinger remarked mildly. Targaryen babes and their mother did the burning and dying. You did the aftermath. Cersei, lounging in her chair with a cup of wine, watched the exchange with hooded eyes. You will do nothing, she said to Robert. If you go blundering north on a fool's errand, who will sit the throne? Your brothers? Your bastards? The wolves would rise. The lions would bleed. All on the strength of a letter from a man in black who has not set foot in the South in decades. Robert glared at her, then at the parchment. It's nonsense, he said, as much to convince himself as the room. If it's not, it's someone else's problem. The walls, the Starks. That's why they wear fur and scowl at everyone. Varys' fingers steepled. Yet, he said, almost to himself, if even 1/10 of it is true, my king, the realm should know. Or at least, someone in it should. Robert waved a meaty hand. Send it to Ned, he said. He likes snow. Let him worry about it. Tell Mormont he has my... What is it? Gratitude. He smirked. And that if he sees this old dragon rider, he should tell him I'll be waiting in the south with my hammer if he ever gets bored of the cold. Pycelle bowed his head. As you command, your grace, he said. Varys' eyes lingered on the letter as it lay on the table. He was already wondering whether a copy of it might find its way across the narrow sea, to a girl with silver hair and 3 hungry hatchlings. The top of the wall was a different world at night. The wind was a constant presence, knifing along the ice, picking at cloaks and hair. The stars hung closer here, hard and bright, strewn in such profusion that they seemed almost to crowd one another for space. The world below, the yard, the keep, the scattered camps, was a scatter of tiny, fragile lights. Caraxes crouched like a mountain of rusted metal. His wings were folded tight, the membrane creaking softly now and then as the cold tightened it. Frost had gathered along the edges of his scales. When he shifted, it fell in little showers of glittering dust. His good eye glowed faintly, slit pupil tracking movement far below. Benjen pulled his cloak tighter. "I'll never get used to that," he said, nodding toward the dragon. "You'd think after everything we've seen, one more impossible thing would be just another ice flow in the river. It isn't. You get used to the weight," Daemon said, "not the shape." He rested his hands on the parapet. From up here, the forest was a dark smear. In the distance, faint green curtains of aurora rippled, ghost light dancing on the horizon. Somewhere beyond that, he knew, an army of dead was shifting, adjusting, learning. "We can't hold them forever," Benjen said quietly, "even with glass and steel and your friend." "No," Daemon agreed, "but we can bleed them. Turn their patience against them. Make this wall cost them more than they planned." Benjen snorted. "You talk about them like generals," he said. "They are generals," Daemon replied. "Old ones, wiser than the squabbling pups that call themselves kings in the south. They test and prod. They risk little. They remember their last failure and mean not to repeat it." "And us?" Benjen asked. "Do we remember ours?" Daemon's mouth twisted. "Some of us do," he said. "Most don't. That's why they can try again." He glanced back at Caraxes. The dragon's breath steamed, trailing in long, slow plumes. In the starlight, his scars were silver lines across dark red scales. "You could leave," Benjen said suddenly. "You and your dragon. Fly south, find the girl with her hatchlings. Take the fight away from here." "I could," Daemon said. "And leave a wall without fire at its back? No. I am tired of abandoning fronts just because another looks more dramatic." Benjen looked down at his gloved hands. "What if he dies?" he said. "Jon, what if we pin our hopes on him and the others take him anyway? Then what does your house do, old man?" Daemon's jaw clenched. "Then we burn the world until we find something else that works," he said. "And I add another name to the list of people I have failed." Benjen's laugh was harsh. "You're not afraid to confess to big ambitions," he said. "It isn't ambition," Daemon said. "It's stubbornness. Ambition wants thrones. Stubbornness wants the world not to end on someone else's terms." They stood in silence for a while. The wind howled. Somewhere below, a horn sounded, signaling a watch change. Caraxes rumbled, the sound low and distant. "What will you do?" Benjen asked at last. "When the ravens come back with no answers, when Winterfell sends what it can and Dragonstone sends prayers, and the rest of the realm sends nothing at all." Daemon looked north. "Then we do what men have always done," he said. "We fight with what we have where we stand until someone breaks, them or us. My only promise is that it won't be for lack of trying." Far beyond the wall, where the land rose into broken teeth of rock and ice, the dead gathered. The sky here was a constant pall of cloud, the sun a memory. The wind did not howl so much as murmur, a low, ceaseless susurration that slipped into the gaps of armor and bone. Snow fell in fine, dry grains, more like sand than anything soft, hissing against every surface. At the plain's center, the altar stood. It was not built for men. No craftsman's hand had shaped its angles. No chisel had bitten its facets. It had grown once, accreted crystal by crystal, until it loomed waist-high to a giant and shoulder-high to the pale figures that ringed it. Veins of deeper blue ran through it, pulsing faintly like frozen lightning. The walkers stood unmoving. Each had its own scars. One bore a jagged line down its face, as if something had once tried to claw its eyes out. Another had an arm that glinted oddly, its surface more like polished stone than ice. The one at the center, taller, carried the memory of a wound in its chest, a spiderweb of dark lines beneath the armor, cracking and knitting in slow, patient pulses. If they spoke, it was not in words men would recognize. Thought moved between them like the shift of currents under ice. Impressions, patterns, the feel of dragonfire on ancient flesh, the stab of Valyrian steel, the shiver in the fabric of the world when a horn buried in a hill was touched and then left be. The leader, if such a word could be applied, lifted a hand. Wight stirred at the edge of the circle. They were not the shambling scattered things that had climbed the fist. These were more ordered. They stood in rough ranks. Some carried spears crusted with rime, others axes, others nothing but their hands. Among them loomed shapes larger than men. Frost giants with ice-crusted beards, their eyes the same cold blue. The walkers' attention shifted. South. They felt the wall as a pressure. A line where the world's fabric had been reinforced once. The strengthenings had frayed, but not vanished. Still pushed back. Still sang its own old song. The altars remembered that song. They remembered the binding that had woven men, children, and ice together in a pact that had broken long ago. They remembered the taste of betrayal when the pact had been forgotten. They remembered hunger. The taller walker lowered its hand. The dead stilled again. Not yet. They had learned. Last time, they had come in force too quickly, hungry for the end they saw waiting. This time they would wait, test, break small pieces and watch how the cracks spread. The old prince had not been in their last accounting, nor had the boy, nor the wolves, the girl with her hatchlings, the men who wrote letters in towers of stone. Ice did not get angry, it adapted. Snow hissed around them. The faint, blue pulse in the altar quickened, just a little, as if some deep part of the world were waking, grumbling at being disturbed. The walkers did not turn away. They had nowhere else to be. They had all the time in the world. The wall before dawn felt like the edge of the world. Jon stood with his hands on the cold stone, fingers burning where skin touched frost. His breath steamed in slow, even plumes. The sky to the east held the faintest hint of light, a paler gray smudging the deeper dark. To the north, the auroras danced, pale green veils rippling soundlessly above the distant forest. Ghosts sat beside him. The direwolf's fur glowed faintly in the half-light, his eyes embers in his white face. He watched the horizon with the same intensity Jon did, ears twitching now and then at some sound too faint for human ears. "You smell them?" Jon asked. Ghost's lip curled, just a little. The wall hummed under Jon's boots. He could feel it now that he knew how to listen. Not with ears, but with something deeper. A vibration in the stone, in the ice, like a low, constant note held by a weary singer. It had always been there. He had simply been too full of other noises to hear it. Behind him, voices murmured. Daemon and Maester Aemon stood some distance away, two dark shapes against the pale ice. Their heads were bent together. Occasionally, a gesture flickered, a hand cutting the air, a cane tapping. Jon caught fragments when the wind carried them. "Not a sword for gods," Daemon said. "A man. Do not forget that." "You cannot stand for him forever," Aemon replied. "Even dragons tire." Jon looked north again. He thought of Ned's letter, heavy against his chest. Of Daemon's confession in the narrow corridor, the name he had carried like a secret wound. Of the look in Benjen's eyes on the fist when he had spoken of Lyanna. "I am Jon Snow," he said quietly to the darkness. "I am a brother of the Night's Watch. I am the sword in the darkness. I am more than that, whether I like it or not." The words did not echo. They vanished into the cold, absorbed by the ice. "Stupid place to talk to yourself," a voice muttered behind him. Jon turned. Samwell Tarly stood a few paces away, wrapped in 3 cloaks, nose red, eyes bleary with lack of sleep and too much reading. "I'm not talking to myself," Jon said. "I'm talking to the wall." "That's worse," Sam said. "The wall doesn't listen. It just hums and falls on people when it feels like it." Jon huffed a laugh. They stood together for a moment watching the north. "Maester Aemon says the ravens are away," Sam said. "To Winterfell, Dragonstone, even one to Bravos," he hinted. "To people who might listen." "Good," Jon said. "And Daemon," Sam hesitated. "He asked me about horns. In the old books, said to mark any mention. He doesn't like them, I think." "Neither do I," Jon said. "We have enough trouble with what's awake already." They fell silent. Far below, Castle Black creaked and muttered as men changed watches, as fires were coaxed back to life. as the daily work of survival began again. Up here, the world felt reduced to sky, ice, and the line where the two met the dark. "Do you ever wish you'd gone south instead?" Sam asked suddenly. "With your father, with Robb, to battles with names and banners. Instead of this." Jon thought of Cersei Lannister in her silks, of Robert in his cups. He thought of fields turned to mud under horse hooves, of boys dying with their houses on their lips. "No," he said. "I think, even there, I would have ended up here, one way or another." Sam nodded. "I think so too," he said. "Some people belong on walls." Jon glanced at him. "And you?" he asked. Sam smiled weakly. "I belong in libraries," he said. "But the wall stole me anyway." Jon looked north one more time. The auroras rippled. The forest was a black line. Somewhere beyond it, an older line was being drawn, between life and death, fire and ice, kings and the things that did not care for crowns. "I'll hold," he said under his breath, "as long as I can." Ghost pressed against his leg. Behind him, Daemon's voice drifted on the wind, low and resolute. "As long as it takes," the old prince said. The day crept over the horizon, thin and cold. The wall sang its weary note, and far to the north winter listened and learned. The wind clawed at Dragonstone. It came off the narrow sea in ragged gusts, flinging salt against the castle's black walls, making the carved stone dragons seem to writhe. Thunder grumbled over the island like an old god with indigestion. Inside the war room, Stannis Baratheon stood as if nothing outside mattered. The painted table stretched before him, the 7 kingdoms rendered in wood and pigment. His brother's crowned stag, the lion of Lannister, the kraken, the direwolf, all the pretty devices men killed each other over. Tonight, his attention was fixed on a scrap of parchment that had been laid atop the north. "Read it again," he said. Davos Seaworth cleared his throat. He held the letter carefully. Jeor Mormont's blunt script, Aemon's finer hand threading between the lines. "The dead walk beyond the wall," Davos read. "Corpses that rise if not burned, and pale creatures with eyes like blue fire who command them. Obsidian and Valyrian steel can slay them. Fire delays them. A dragon has come to our aid, ridden by an old man of Valyrian blood. We have burned and buried our dead and hold, for now. The realm will not believe this threat until it stands at their gates. I ask that you, at least, recall that if the wall falls, no king's crown will keep the dead from his throat." He swallowed, glancing up. "There is more, your grace," he said. "Details, names, Jon Snow, Daemon, Waters they call him, but that is the heart of it." "Daemon Targaryen," Melisandre said softly from the shadows. He walked still. "Fire is stubborn when it has work left." Stannis' mouth flattened. "Daemon Targaryen died above the god's eye," he said. "Old songs and bad histories say so." "Old songs are wrong as often as they are right," Melisandre replied. "He rides a dragon above a wall of ice. I have seen him in the flames. Him and the boy, wolf and dragon together." Stannis looked back to the letter. "I am king," he said, "by right. By law. My enemies squabble over chairs and skirts in King's Landing while the true danger massed at their doorstep. Of course the world waits until I am hemmed in by debt and indifference to send me this." Davos shifted. "With respect, your grace," he said. "If half of what they say is true, it's not just their doorstep, it's yours." Stannis' jaw worked. "I know what it is," he said. "I know what the Night's Watch is meant to be. The first line, the last. They beg for men, for food, for steel." He spat the next word. "For dragons, none of which I have enough of for my own war." "The Lord of Light will provide," Melisandre murmured. "Lawler will not bake bread," Stannis snapped. "Nor will he fill my armories with dragonglass." "Dragonstone sits on a mountain of such glass," Melisandre said. "Your ancestors carved their toys and ornaments from it. The black stone under your feet is rich with it still. The fire has shown me blades of glass and men in black cloaks. This place was placed in your hands for a reason, your grace. Davos's gaze dropped to the map. The watch needs dragonglass, he said slowly. We have dragonglass. We cannot spare men, but we could spare stone. Stannis stared at the painted north. Ned Stark believed in things, he said at last. Not me, not my claim, but the wall. His letters to my brother, to Jon Arryn, they spoke more of snow than of thrones. He exhaled sharply. Very well, Davos, you will see to it. Half the fools on this rock are craftsmen carving pretty trinkets for tourists. They can carve spearheads instead, daggers, arrowheads. We will send a ship north when the seas allow it. Davos blinked. You mean it, your grace? He asked. Truly. I am not a man for jests, Stannis said. Melisandre's lips curved. The wall will remember who sent its steel that bites the dark, she said. The fires grow clearer. Stannis shot her a hard look. And what do your fires say of this Daemon Targaryen? He demanded. Is he a rival? A tool? A sign? He is a shadow of old Valyria, Melisandre said. A flame that refused to die when it should have. Useful if he remembers his place. Dangerous if he does not. The prince that was promised. Her eyes glowed in the lamplight. Is not him, she finished. Nor you, but you have your part to play, King Stannis. The wall must not fall before its time. Stannis snorted. I will not have my part written for me by gods or ghosts, he said. But I will not be the king who ignored the north and let the world freeze while he counted coppers. He jabbed a finger at the map. Write to Mormont, he told Davos. Tell him Stannis Baratheon hears him. Tell him I'll send what glass I can spare, and that if his dragon and his boy hold long enough, I may come myself. Davos bowed his head. Aye, your grace, he said. Melisandre watched the king over the flicker of the candles, eyes reflecting their light like coals. Two flames, she murmured. One in snow, one in sand. When they meet, the world will change. Drogon shrieked somewhere far across the sea, and on the wall, a dragon old as sins turned his head north. Castle Black had never been orderly, but now it hummed with a new kind of purpose. Men moved faster. Shouts were sharper. There was less idle talk, less lounging in doorways with cups of thin ale. Fear had done what a century of Lord's Commander had not. It had made the Night's Watch efficient. Leather tighter, Daemon said, taking the half-finished arrow from the brother's hands. This isn't a feather bauble on your hood. If the glass rattles when it hits, it will crack. You want it biting when it lands, not kissing. He wound the strip himself, fingers quick despite the cold. The obsidian arrowhead gleamed, its edges catching the light with a predator's interest. See, he said, handing it back. 3 raps. Knotted here. If your fingers are too numb, get someone else to do it. Better their knots than your corpse. The brothers around him muttered assent, some hiding their unease behind curses, others accepting the instruction without comment. Rangers and stewards both crowded close. The old lines between the watch's branches had blurred under the weight of the more urgent division between breathing and not. Jon watched Daemon's hands as carefully as he had watched his sword work. The old man's fingers were sure, economical. No wasted motion. Whether he handled glass or steel or leather, he treated all of it as serious work, with none of the casual contempt Jon had seen in some knights who thought craft beneath them. You ever do this in Valyria? PYP asked nervously, holding up his own arrow for critique. You lot weren't all dragons and crowns, were you? Someone had to patch your small clothes. Valyria was full of craftsmen, Daemon said. Most of them used their skills to make golden chamber pots for men who thought flying a dragon made them clever. That didn't end well for anyone. He took PYP's arrow, tugged the leather. Better, he said. Would you trust your life to it? PYP swallowed. Maybe, he said. Then fix it until you would, Daemon said, handing it back. Sam stepped forward awkwardly, a bundle of thin spear's hafts in his arms. We've run through most of the good arrow shafts, he said. But I found these, old practice spears, half rotten at the tips. We could cut them down, Mount the larger heads. Good, Daemon said. Do it. A glass spear in the hands of a man who knows where to stab is worth 10 of Ser Aliser's lectures. He raised his voice slightly. Listen, he called. You don't just fling this stuff at whatever blue eyes you see. Glass for the dead puppets when you're at distance. Save it for the pale ones if you can. Steel and fire for the whites first. Glass for the masters when they come close enough. And if they don't? A ranger asked. If they just stand out of range and send their dead at us in waves? Then we make those waves cost them, Daemon said. They may be cold, but they're not stupid. They don't burn bodies for fun. They hoard. If you kill their tools faster than they can make more, they will adjust. Jon frowned. To what? He asked. Daemon smiled, tired and thin. To something we haven't thought of, he said. Which is why we keep thinking. Glass and steel and fire are not enough. You, Samwell Tarly, will keep reading. You lot will keep practicing. And Jon Snow, he nodded toward the yard, will stop staring and go break someone's guard before the sun goes down. Jon blinked. Yes, sir, he said automatically. Daemon's mouth twitched. I told you, he said. Don't call me sir. If you must call me anything in front of them, call me what they do. Old man, or fool. It's closer to the truth. Yes, old man, PYP muttered under his breath, earning a cuff from Gren and a ghost of a smile from Daemon. Ghost's ears flicked. He watched the obsidian pass from hand to hand, red eyes unblinking. When Jon bent to scratch him behind the ear, the dire wolf pressed his head briefly against Jon's hip, then returned his gaze to the blades, as if he, too, understood their importance. Snow fell in fine, steady flakes, softening the edges of the training yard. It dusted the dummies, the scarred posts, the racks of practice swords. It caught in Jon's hair as he moved through the sequence Daemon had drilled into him. Step, parry, strike, twist, stab. Only this time, the weight in his hand was different. The dragonglass dagger was lighter than steel, more brittle but faster. Shorter reach, he told the line of boys and men watching. You won't be trading sword strokes with them. You'll be closing, in tight. Aim for the neck if you can, the eye if you must, the heart if you have room. Don't hack, stab, pull out, move. He demonstrated, driving the blade into the straw and wood dummy's chest with a quick thrust and an immediate retreat. When he yanked the dagger free, it left a long, splintered gash. You hesitate, he said. You die. That's if they don't kill you first, Ser Aliser Thorne said. His voice cut across the yard, dry as old bone. The recruits stiffened instinctively, shoulders hunching. Jon turned, the dagger still in his hand. Ser Aliser, he said. Thorne stalked closer, black cloak flaring. His eyes flicked to the dragonglass, then to Daemon, lounging against a pillar as if the whole scene bored him. We're an interesting sight these days, Thorne said. Bastards teaching cowards how to poke things with rock. Old men with stories playing at being princes. Dragons in the sky. Truly, the Night's Watch has entered a glorious age. Jon's fingers tightened on the dagger. He heard Daemon shift slightly behind him, but the old man said nothing. We're doing what Lord Commander Mormont ordered, Jon said evenly. Learning how to use what we have. Dragonglass works. You saw Jaefer's corpse. You saw. I saw boys who haven't earned their spurs yet clutching at toys they don't understand. Thorne snapped. I saw an old fool ride a monster over the heads of men who were already half mad with fear. I saw you, Snow, strutting like a hero because you got lucky in a fight you barely walked away from. Jon felt heat rise in his chest. It wasn't luck, he said. Thorne stepped closer, blade of his voice sharpening. You think you're special because your sword didn't break, he said, because a White Walker bled in front of you. You think that makes you something more than the rest of us who've stood against wildlings and worse for years without a dragon to swoop in and save our arses. My sword didn't break because it's Valyrian, Jon said, because it remembers fire, and because the old man taught me how to use it. That matters. You could learn from him too. A murmur ran through the watching brothers. Thorne's face went very still. "You presume much, Lord Snow," he said softly. "Are you so eager to forget where you came from? Bastards usually know better than to bite the hand that gives them scraps." Daemon pushed off the pillar. "Enough," he said. His voice was not loud, but it cut through the yard as surely as any shout. Thorne's gaze flicked to him. "You've had your fun," Thorne said. "Playing at wars again, teaching tricks, making boys think they'll live forever if they just move their feet like you say. But this is my yard." "Yes," Daemon said. "And your yard produced boys who would have died without those tricks. You trained them to swing hard. I trained them to swing smart. They will need both." Thorne's jaw flexed. "You undermine authority that keeps this rabble together," he said. "You and your tales and your dragon. You make them forget they're nothing, that we're all nothing up here but black cloaks thrown on a frozen corpse." Daemon studied him for a moment. "You're afraid," he said. Thorne bared his teeth. "I'm angry," he said. "Afraid," Daemon repeated calmly. "And you do what frightened men do. You kick down. At boys. At bastards. At anyone who might show the others there's a way to stand that isn't yours." The recruits went very still. Snowflakes drifted between the men like tiny, indifferent witnesses. Thorne took a step toward Daemon. "You think because you rode a dragon once or twice that you know this wall better than I do," he said. "You don't. You're just another lordling who thinks he's owed the world bending because of his blood." "I think," Daemon said, "that this wall has seen too many men who let their pride decide which blades they picked up. And I think if you care more for the shape of your authority than for whether these men live long enough to stand their watch, you should ask yourself which side of it you're truly on." Thorne's hand twitched toward his sword. Daemon's eyes narrowed. "Don't," he said. The word was soft, but something in it, the weight of old duels, old deaths, made several of the onlookers flinch. "I have no wish to spill brothers' blood on this snow," Daemon went on. "The dead are eager enough to do that for us. Take your authority, Ser Alicer. Use it to make these men harder to kill, or stay out of the way of those who are trying to do the same." Thorne's mouth worked. For a moment Jon thought he would draw anyway, pride-trumping sense. Then the master-at-arms spat once in the snow. "Enjoy your fame while it lasts, Snow," he said. "The wall has a way of grinding down heroes. And you, old man, remember there are things up here that have been here longer than dragons. They don't bow easily." He turned on his heel and strode away. Daemon watched him go, then looked at Jon. "You see," he murmured. "He's not entirely wrong. Heroes die. You don't have to be one. You just have to be alive when the world needs you." Jon exhaled slowly. He looked down at the dragonglass dagger in his hand. "I'll settle for both," he said. Daemon's smile was brief and thin. "Stubborn," he said. "Good." The room was barely large enough for the table. It had once been a cell, Jon thought, or a storage closet. Someone had dragged in a pair of mismatched chairs and a crooked shelf, turning it into a place where one could almost pretend at privacy. A stub of candle guttered on the table between them. Its light threw long shadows up the rough stone walls. Jon turned the letter over in his hands. He had read it a dozen times now. The parchment was soft at the edges from his fingers. Ned Stark's handwriting, spare and sure, looked the same as it had on quiet days in Winterfell when Jon had watched him sign orders and replies to distant lords. "Will you read it aloud?" Daemon asked. Jon looked up, wary. "Why?" he said. "Because it weighs on you," Daemon said. "And because the man who wrote it shaped more of you than you know. If I'm going to pull you between oaths and blood, I should at least know what ground he gave you to stand on." Jon hesitated. Then, slowly, he unfolded the letter. "They say the dead walk beyond your wall," he read. "They say dragons fly. I do not know yet what I believe. I know only this. I am proud of you. Whatever name you wear, whatever cloak you take upon yourself, you are my blood. Lioness, do not let honor be a stone around your neck. Let it be the ground beneath your feet." His voice caught for a heartbeat on Lynna's name. Daemon's eyes never left his face. "The wall is not your jail," Jon finished. "It is your vantage. From there, see clearly. If men like Mormont and Aemon tell you the world changes, believe them before you believe kings. Guard the living. If that duty ever comes against your vows, remember which you swore first, to those who cannot stand where you stand." He let the parchment fall to the table. For a moment, the only sound was the candle's soft hiss. "Honor as ground, not chain," Daemon said. "Wise, for a man who walked himself into so many chains." "You knew him," Jon said. It wasn't quite a question. "I knew what men like him become," Daemon replied. "Honorable, stubborn, prone to choosing the least bad of two evils and wearing the guilt like a cloak. I saw him once at court when he was young, quiet, watching. Wolves always watch before they bite." Jon's fingers tightened. "And Lyanna?" he asked quietly. Daemon's expression changed. Softer, sharper. "I never met her," he said. "I saw her face only in paintings, in tapestries. Stark features with a wildness that reminded me of a girl I once followed into a war I should have steered her away from." His mouth twitched. "Rhaenyra, you would have liked her, or hated her, or both." Jon swallowed. "And Rhaegar?" he asked. "You keep saying your uncle, as if you knew him better than songs do." "I watched him," Daemon said, "through other eyes, through wine and whispers and fire. He was too gentle to be what the world needed him to be. Too convinced prophecy would bend if he sang to it sweetly enough." He looked at Jon. "He loved your mother," he said simply. "In his way, foolishly, destructively. He loved his songs, too, and his visions of saving the realm. He never quite understood that saving anything requires more than sacrifice. It requires choosing who bleeds." Jon's throat felt tight. "He chose her," he said, "over his wife, over his children, over the whole realm that burned after." "Yes," Daemon said. "And your father, your other father, chose to hide you, to lie, to bear the hatred for a sin he did not commit, because he knew what Robert would do with a Targaryen child, bastard or not." Jon stared at the letter. "My whole life," he said slowly, "I thought I was the sin, the shame. Now I'm a secret, a choice, a mistake, a consequence," Daemon said. "Not a mistake. The world is full of mistakes. Few of them last long enough to ask what they're meant to do." He leaned forward. "Listen to me, Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, if you like," he said. "I am not asking you to abandon your honor, or your watch, or your love for the man who raised you. I am asking you to accept that when the dead come for this wall in earnest, none of the words in that letter will matter as much as what you do with that sword and that wolf and the blood in your veins." Jon's hand fell to Longclaw's hilt. "Aemon says there are many who might be this prince that was promised," he said bitterly. "The girl in the east. Me. You. Stannis. Half the world, depending on who's reading which line of prophecy. I don't want to be anyone's promised prince." "Good," Daemon said. "Prophecy is a chain, however pretty its links. Let others shackle themselves to it. You and the girl, if she has sense, must learn to use it or ignore it as suits the living." Jon looked up sharply. "The girl," he said. "Daenerys. The last Targaryen's last daughter," Daemon said. "You a hidden son. 2 embers. The world will try to make of you a single flame. It may be right. It may not. That is not the world's choice to make alone." He reached for the jug, poured a measure of thin wine into Jon's cup. "You asked me once why I live," he said. "Why I didn't die with my wars. This is why. To see if this time, when my house plays its part in saving or breaking the world, it can do the former without calling it the latter." Jon raised the cup. He did not drink right away. "Then stop calling me heir as if I were a sword you pulled off a wall," he said quietly. "Tell me what you need me to be, and ask." Daemon studied him for a long heartbeat. "I need you to be yourself," he said. "Wolf and dragon both. Stubborn enough to stand where others fall. Clever enough to know when to step aside. I ask that when the time comes and the world tries to put a crown on your head or your skull on a spike, you remember Ned Stark's words and choose the ground over the chain." Jon exhaled. "I can try," he said. "Good," Daemon murmured. "That's more than most kings ever did." Outside, the wall groaned softly in the cold. Inside, two men, old fire and new, sat in the cramped cell and plotted how to live through a story that wanted them dead. Winterfell's hall felt smaller, too, not because its walls had moved, but because the world beyond them had shifted closer. "We have word from Dragonstone," Maester Luwin said, adjusting his maester's chain. "Lord Stannis has replied to Lord Commander Mormont." He tapped the second letter, its seal already broken. "He believes," Ned said. It was not really a question. "He says he cannot spare men," Luwin replied, "but he can spare stone. Dragonglass. Dragonstone has it in abundance, as the tales say. He will send it north by ship when the seas allow." Robb Stark's eyes were bright in the firelight. "Then the Watch will have more of the one thing that bites these things," he said. "It's something." "It is," Ned agreed. Catelyn stared into her wine. "So the dead walk," she said. "Dragons fly. Old songs come crawling out of the dark, and we are meant to simply accept it." "Accepting it and liking it are not the same," Ned said. "But we do not get to choose what is true, Cat. Only what we do about it." Robb's hand tightened on his cup. "We should ride," he said. "Send men. Our men. If the wall falls." "If the wall falls," Ned said quietly, 50 or 500 men from Winterfell will not make the difference you think. Not yet. Gior needs stone and food and time. We can give him those without emptying the north of its strength." Robb bristled. "Strength that sits and waits isn't strength," he said. "It is," Ned replied. "If it is there when the world's madness spills south. The North cannot afford to throw itself into every storm that gathers beyond its borders." Catelyn lifted her head. "And Jon?" she asked. The name hung in the air like a challenge. Ned met her gaze. "He stands on that wall with a sword in his hand and a wolf at his heel," he said. "He killed one of them, the pale ones, a White Walker. Gior's letter says so." Robb stared. "Jon?" he said, incredulous and proud all at once. "Truly, truly," Ned said. Catelyn's fingers tightened on her cup until her knuckles whitened. "And the old man," she said. "Daemon Targaryen, the dragon." Ned exhaled. "He rides at Jon's side," he said. "For now. He teaches, fights, claims," his jaw clenched, "claims Jon as heir in more ways than one." Robb's brows knit. "Jon doesn't want a crown," he said. "He wanted the Watch. That's all he ever spoke of." "Wanting and having are different," Ned said. "He didn't want to be the son of a prince and my sister either. That didn't stop the world from making it so." Catelyn's eyes shone. "And what of our children?" she demanded. "Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, where do they stand? If this Targaryen ghost and your sister's bastard decide to play at kings while the dead knock." Ned was silent for a long moment. "They stand where I put them," he said at last. "In the north, guarding their people. Whatever crowns are tossed about, Winterfell's duty remains the same. Only the danger has grown a new face." Robb's jaw set. "I'll guard them," he said. "Guard them all." Ned looked at his son. He saw the boy he had taught to ride and shoot, the man he was becoming, the wolf who might yet have to choose between banners and graves. "You may have to guard more than that," he said quietly. "If Jon lives, if the dragon girl in the east does, if Stannis sends his dragonglass and the wall holds. This realm may need more than one king, or none." Robb frowned. "None?" he echoed. "A council," Luwin suggested. "A pact, north and south, ice and fire. If the old stories repeat, they will not do so cleanly. We may need new answers to old questions." Catelyn laughed once, bitter. "Men can barely agree on whose chair is taller," she said. "Now you speak of pacts. Men in summer, Ned said. Winter makes different men. He reached out, laying his hand over the letters. The Watch is not alone, he said. The North will not let it fall without a fight. Dragonstone will send its glass. Perhaps others will do more than laugh. But whatever comes, we remember this. The dead do not care about our names, only whether we stand or run. Robb nodded slowly. Then we stand, he said. The fire spoke louder that night. Melisandre fed it carefully. Oils from far eastern markets, shavings of strange woods, a pinch of something chalky that smoked violet as it burned. The brazier's heat drove the chill from the stone chamber, sweat beading on her brow. "Show me," she murmured in Valyrian. "Show me the swords you have chosen. Show me the flames you would not let die." The fire answered. At first it was only color, orange, red, a hint of blue at the core. Then shapes formed in the dancing tongues. A wall of ice loomed, flame painting it in shifting highlights. Above it, a dragon screamed, long neck twisting, wings beating the air into submission. On its back, a man, older, scarred, silver hair whipped by the wind, leaned forward, sword raised. Daemon Targaryen. The flames shifted. Now Jon stood in them, Longclaw in his hand, ghost at his side. The White Walker's blade met his in a spray of sparks that were not sparks, but fragments of something more ancient. When the pale sword shattered and the other fell, the fire roared as if in approval. Melisandre smiled, teeth white in the hot glow. "Good," she murmured. "You learn." The image dissolved. Daenerys emerged next, striding through Drogo's pyre as if through mist, dragons clinging to her shoulders. Her hair burned away, her skin unmarked. The fire around her seemed both to caress and recoil, recognizing something familiar and something new. "3 heads," Melisandre whispered. "Old, young, and younger. Rogue, wolf, and queen." The visions overlapped. For a heartbeat, all 3 stood together. Daemon on his dragon, Jon with his sword and wolf, Daenerys with her hatchlings. Behind them, the wall and the red waste and Dragonstone's jagged rocks formed a single, impossible landscape. Then the flames licked higher, devouring the images. Melisandre lowered her arms. "2 flames the Lord of Light favors," she said, more to the fire than to any listening ears. "Maybe 3. Stannis will not like that." She turned toward the door, where Davos lingered uncertainly, summoned by her earlier message. "You were watching," she said. Davos shifted his weight. "I hear things," he said. "You and your fires. I don't always like what I hear." "You do not need to like the truth," Melisandre said. "You only need to act on it. The wall must be fed glass and fire. The girl in the east must be allowed to burn. The boy in the north must be allowed to stand, not thrown aside for the comfort of kings." "And Stannis?" Davos asked. "Where does he stand in your picture?" Melisandre's smile was enigmatic. "He stands where he always has," she said. "On a rock between storm and sea, trying to hold both back. He will have his part. As will you, Onion Knight." Davos snorted softly. "I'm no knight," he said. "You are what you do," Melisandre replied. "Not what men call you." The fire popped, sending a spray of sparks upward. For an instant, in their light, Davos thought he saw eyes in the flames. Blue and red, ice and coal, watching each other across a gulf he could not measure. He shivered, though the room was very hot. The stink hit them before the sight. Smoke, sour and thick, pig filth, old stew, sweat. Under it all, something sourer. Fear and the bitter tang of too many tears swallowed down for lack of any place to spill them. Crasters keep crouched at the edge of the haunted forest like a guilty secret. Its walls were rough logs, chinked poorly. The roof sagged under the weight of snow. A crude palisade ringed the yard, more to keep pigs in than enemies out. The main hall's door was a warped plank, its hinges rusted. "This is a bad idea," Jon muttered under his breath. "Bad ideas are what we have left," Benjen said. "We need eyes beyond the wall that aren't dead. Crasters have always been for sale, for a price." And the price now? Daemon asked quietly. Benjen's mouth twisted. Wine. Steel. Looking the other way when he does the things we don't talk about, he said. And now, perhaps, news of what walks in the dark. Craster himself stood in the doorway as they approached. He was thick through the chest, the bulk of his younger years sagging into something softer. His beard was a tangle of gray and yellow, caked with frost and food. His eyes were small and mean above a nose that looked as if it had been broken more than once. Benjen Stark, he grunted. Crow, you bring more crows, more mouths, more eyes. We bring gifts, Benjen said, and questions. Craster spat into the snow. Crows always have those, he said. Questions, no answers. Come in, then, before your balls freeze off. They stepped inside. The hall was low and smoky. A central fire pit smoldered, more smoke than flame. Women moved around it, their faces cautious and closed, eyes dropping when any ranger looked their way. The air was thick with the smell of stew and unwashed bodies. Jon's jaw tightened. He had heard enough of Craster to know what these women were to him. Wives and daughters, the line blurred until it made his stomach twist. Daemon's gaze flicked over them, taking in bruises, the hunch of shoulders, the way the girls flinched when Craster's hand twitched. This is a mistake, he murmured to Benjen. Your honor will not sit easy here. It never does, Benjen replied. But the watch needs what he knows. Craster flopped down on a rough bench, gesturing with a greasy hand toward another. Sit, he said. Drink. Say what you came to say. Then go away. Benjen remained standing. You've seen things, he said, moving in the woods. In the night, men with blue eyes, dead things walking. Have you not? Craster's tongue flicked over his lips. I've seen crows come begging, he said. I've seen white shadows in the trees. I've heard ice crack in ways it shouldn't. Seen my pigs spook at nothing. The woods are full of strange. Always have been. Daemon stepped forward. These are not old stranges, he said. They are new. Or old ones come round again. They kill your neighbors. They move your snow. They take your sons. The hall seemed to tighten at that. One of the women made a small sound, quickly swallowed. Craster's eyes flashed. What I do with my sons is my business, he growled. Not the crows, not the old man's who smells of fire. The cold takes what it takes. I've lived by that bargain longer than most of you have been sucking air. Jon's hand twitched toward Longclaw's hilt. You give them your children, he said, disgust threading his voice. Your blood, to monsters. Craster's gaze swung to him. You crows took vows, he said, to give up everything. Cocks, names, sons you might have had. You're no better than me. At least I live to see the sun rise and set on what's mine. Daemon watched the exchange with narrowed eyes. You think they'll honor your bargain when they have enough of what they want? He asked softly. You think ice cares for you more than fire cares for me? You are a tool. They will use you until you break. Then they will walk over your bones. Craster spat again. Fire talks too much, he said. Ice just takes. I know where I stand with taking. Where? Jon demanded. On which side of the wall? Men or monsters? Craster's hand shot out faster than his bulk would have suggested possible. He seized Jon's cloak, yanking him close, sour breath hot on Jon's face. I stand on the side that lives, he snarled. You want to die on a wall of ice for men who wouldn't piss on you if you were a flame crow. That's your choice. I'll keep my halls and my pigs and my daughters. And the cold will keep taking what it's owed. Benjen's hand landed on Craster's wrist. Enough, he said. Let him go. For a moment, Jon thought Craster would refuse. Then the wildling barked a laugh and shoved him back. You want to know what I've seen? He said. There are more of them, pale ones, walking further south than they used to. They look this way. Sometimes they smile. And the cold that comes after them. Even the stars go quiet. Daemon's eyes darkened. Thank you, he said. Craster sneered. Don't thank me, he said. I didn't say it to help you. Go back to your wall. Build your fires. Sharpen your rocks. When the cold comes, we'll see who they eat first." Snow muffled sound outside the keep. The wind had dropped with the sun, leaving a stillness that felt wrong. The sky was a low, bruised purple. Smoke from Craster's fire crawled upward in a reluctant column. Jon stood near the lean-to that passed for a stable, ghost pressed against his leg. The women moved quietly in the yard. They carried water, tended pigs, stoked the fire. They did not look at the rangers if they could help it. Their faces were masks carved by long habit. Jon's jaw clenched as he watched two of them lead a small bundle across the yard. Not a bundle. A boy. He could not have been more than a few days old. Swaddled in rough cloth, his face barely visible. He did not cry. The women carried him as if their arms weighed 100 pounds each. They walked toward the trees. "Don't," Daemon said. Jon started. He hadn't heard the old man approach. "You were about to move," Daemon said quietly. "Hand to your sword. Feet to the snow." "They're giving him to them," Jon said, voice low and furious. "To the others. To be turned into one of those things. We can't just stand here." "Can't we?" Daemon asked. "Watch." The women reached the treeline. They hesitated for a heartbeat, then laid the child on a drift just inside the first row of trees. One whispered something, words too faint for Jon to catch. Prayer. An apology. Curse. They turned and walked back, shoulders hunched, faces blank. The snow around the bundle lay smooth. Then it did not. A shape stepped out from between the trees. Tall, pale. Its eyes were blue even in the failing light. It moved with that same terrible grace Jon had seen on the fist. Frost curled from its limbs, whispering across the snow. Ghost growled, low and deadly. Jon's hand was on Longclaw before he knew he'd moved. Daemon's fingers closed over his wrist. "Don't," he said again. "Not now. Not like this." "We could stop it," Jon snapped. "We could." "Kill one," Daemon said. "Perhaps. With your sword. With my glass. And then what when the rest come? When Craster closes his doors and blames the crows, and the next son is taken while we limp back to a wall that can't yet afford the war you'd start." Jon's teeth ground together. "So we do nothing," he said. "We watch a child be carried into the dark and we stand. We remember," Daemon said. "We learn. We add it to the list of debts the dead owe us. And when we are ready to call those debts in, we make sure the cost is more than a single boy's life." Jon looked back at the treeline. The White Walker had reached the bundle. It looked down with a tilt of its head, as if examining a curious insect. Its long, clawed fingers reached out, hovering just above the child's face. Frost smoked, curling around the tiny form. Jon's stomach lurched. He had faced one of these things in battle. He had driven his sword into its chest, watched it crumble. This was worse. It was slower, personal, a corruption rather than a blow. He felt Ghost tremble. "Remember," Daemon repeated softly, "not for vengeance, for strategy, for knowing how they think. They take bargains. They use tools. Craster believes he is using them. He's wrong. We won't be." "And the boy?" Jon asked. Daemon's jaw tightened. "The boy is a casualty of a war his grandfather started," he said. "As you are, as I am. We cannot save him. Not today." The walker lifted the child, cradled him almost gently, in arms that smoked with cold. Snow swirled around them. For a heartbeat, Jon thought he saw something flicker across the creature's face. Curiosity? Anticipation? Then the trees swallowed them both, and the yard was empty again. Jon's hand shook on Longclaw's hilt. "I hate this," he said. "Good," Daemon replied. "If you ever stop hating it, you will be useless to me." The raven from Dragonstone came first. Its message was simple, almost to the point of rudeness, but Jeor Mormont found he preferred that to flowery courtesies. "Stannis Baratheon believes us," he grunted, waving the parchment. "Says he cannot spare men, but he will send dragonglass when he can. Says he has more of it than sense." Then he has something useful, Daemon said. For the first time in his life. Gior's mouth twitched very briefly. Winterfell says much the same as before, he went on. Men where they can. Food where they can. Stark words about standing. I've had worse. He tossed Ned's latest reply onto the table with the others. And this, he said, picking up the last letter, came from across the sea. The hand is Bravosi. The content, less clear. Sam peered nervously. What does it say, my lord? He asked. Gior squinted, his lips moving as he read. To the men who stand at the end of the world, he quoted. Know that your fires are seen in places where stone thrusts from the sea and in cities where men wear masks of gold. The dragon girl has heard of the dragon man. The banks have heard of the dead men. When the time comes, ships may sail for more than coin. He snorted. Cryptic nonsense, he said. But it means some fool in Bravos believes enough to send words, at least. Ships, Daemon said. From Bravos. For men. Or for dragons. Or for debts, Gior said. The Iron Bank doesn't move without an accounting. Benjen crossed his arms. Whatever else it is, he said. It's proof that your dragon's shadow stretches far, old man, and that Jon's little dance on the fist is being sung in places that never saw snow. Jon shifted uncomfortably. I didn't dance, he muttered. I nearly died. Those are the best dances, Daemon said dryly. Gior slapped the letters down on the table hard enough to rattle the inkpot. Listen, he said. We have the North. We have Dragonstone. We have some nameless bastard in Bravos who likes the sound of his own quill. We have one dragon, a handful of glass, one Valyrian blade, and more stubborn bastards than food to feed them. He looked up, meeting each of their gazes in turn. I am too old to believe in prophecies, he said. I believe in walls, in men, in steel. But I am not so old I can't learn that sometimes the stories your wet nurse tells you are just warnings that took a long time to be heard. Sam swallowed. What do we do? He asked. We hold, Gior said. We train. We send more small parties north, not great ranging columns to be swallowed. We learn everything we can about how these things move and think. We stock the wall with glass instead of pretty trinkets. And we make damn sure that when the day comes and this whole rotten realm realizes we were right, there's still something here to save. He jabbed a finger at Jon. You, he said, you keep that sword sharp and your head sharper. If you die, try to do it where it will frighten them more than us. Jon blinked. I'll try not to die at all, my lord, he said. Ambitious, Gior grunted. Good. His gaze shifted to Daemon. And you, he said, no more surprises without warning. If you mean to fly your beast, tell me. If you mean to poke at old gods' horns and children's curses, tell me. If you mean to march my men into bargains with wildlings who sell their sons to snow, tell me. I did tell you, Daemon said mildly. You just didn't like what you heard. Gior's eyes narrowed. Do not make me regret keeping you, he said. Daemon smiled, thin and tired. If you regret me, Lord Commander, he said, it will be because I lived long enough for you to. The night was clear. No clouds veiled the stars. They spilled across the sky in countless pinpricks, more than any man could hope to name. The auroras were faint tonight, a green whisper on the horizon rather than a shout. Daemon stood with his hands braced on the parapet. Caraxes lay behind him, stretched out along the wall like some impossible gargoyle. The dragon's sides rose and fell in slow, deep breaths. Frost gathered and melted rhythmically around his nostrils. From this height, Castle Black looked fragile. Tiny torches marked doorways and paths. Men moved between them, small, dark figures, their cloaks like smudges against the snow. In the yard, Jon crossed from the hall to the steps with Ghost at his side, the direwolf's white form almost invisible save for the movement. You feel it too, Daemon murmured to the dragon. The pull, the pattern, the way the world circles back to the same edges with different faces. Caraxes rumbled softly. The sound thrummed through Daemon's bones, familiar as his own pulse. He thought of another wall long ago, not of ice, but of men and rage and certainty. He had stood on battlements watching dragons wheel, watching kin burn kin for crowns and pride. He had believed then, too, that he could shape the outcome, that his presence changed the board. Now he knew better. He was not the center of this. He was a lever, a weight, a piece that refused to leave the table. Below, Jon paused. He looked up, as if some sense had prickled at his neck. For a moment, their gazes met across the distance, old fire and new. Then Jon lifted a hand, a brief, almost shy gesture, and turned away. Daemon exhaled. "You'll hate me before this is done," he told the night. "For the choices I will force you toward, for the truths, for the deaths I will call necessary." The stars did not answer. He smiled very slightly. "But if you live," he went on, "if you stand where I did not, if you take what my house has been and make of it something less destructive, that will be worth your hatred." Caraxes shifted, his good eye blinking slowly. Daemon laid a hand on the dragon's scarred neck. "And you, old friend," he said softly, "one more dance. Not for my pride this time, not for some girl's crown, for a wall, for a boy, for a world that has grown very tired of our kind." The dragon hummed, low and content. Far to the north, where the ice spires rose and the altar pulsed faintly, a white walker lifted its head, sensing some distant echo of heat and defiance. The game had not started with Daemon Targaryen. It would not end with him, but as Chapter 8 closed, fire and ice stood where they must. On a wall of ancient stone and frozen water, on an island of black rock in a stormy sea, in a city of glass and gold far to the east. And between them, men and monsters alike began, at last, to understand that winter was no longer just a season. It was an enemy, and enemies could be fought. The seas off Eastwatch had teeth. They snapped at the hull, throwing spray into the air that froze the moment it touched the rigging. The sky was a low lid of gray, the horizon indistinct where water met cloud. The ship's timbers groaned, ropes creaked, men cursed at the cold. "Eastwatch ahead!" someone shouted. Shapes resolved out of the mist. A squat tower, a jagged, ice-coated wall. Wooden docks that looked as if they had been built in defiance of the sea rather than with its grudging cooperation. Black-cloaked figures moved along the battlements, spears in hand, their forms stark against the pale. "Crows," the captain muttered, cheerful welcome as ever. Davos Seaworth hung onto the rail and tried not to show his discomfort. He had sailed worse in his life. Storms that tossed ships like toys, pirates who thought a humble onion smuggler would be easy meat. He had lost more than fingers to the sea's whims. But this cold, this creeping, all-consuming cold that seemed to slide under his nails and into the gaps where his knuckles had once been, felt different. "Eastwatch ahead!" someone shouted again, unnecessarily. Davos's gaze dropped to the cargo at his feet. Crates, lashed to the deck, there would dark and damp. Each was stamped with a crude sigil, Stannis' crowned stag over the stylized dragon of Dragonstone. Men had cursed under their breath loading them. They cursed still, some out of superstition, others out of irritation. Stone, Davos reminded himself. Just stone. Black stone, he remembered. Glass, not stone, really. Dragonglass to some, obsidian to others. Spearheads and daggers ground out of the mountain that had watched over Dragonstone since before men whispered of the narrow sea. He had watched the craftsmen work. Some had grumbled that they were wasting their skill on ugly blades instead of pretty baubles. Others had grown quiet as they chipped and shaped, as if they, too, felt the weight in the black glass. Stannis had stood over them all, jaw set, as if he could will each shard to bite deeper when the time came. Now the cargo thumped against the hull as the ship eased in. Ropes were thrown, caught, made fast. The dock rose and fell with the swell. Davos stepped down onto it, knees bending automatically to take the shock. A man in black approached. He was thin as a mast, all angles and irritation. His beard was a wild tangle sprouting from a face that had forgotten how to smile. "Cotter Pike?" Davos asked. The man grunted. "You're Stannis's fish." "Davos Seaworth," Davos said. "He sends this." He gestured to the crates. Pike's gaze flicked to them, then back. "Dragonglass," he said. "We've a letter said as much. You lot dig it out of your rock, send it north. Expect us to be grateful." "Stannis expects nothing," Davos said. "He does what he thinks is right, and curses the world for not appreciating it. The rest of us do what we can." Pike snorted. "Crows take charity where we can find it," he said. "Get it off the ship then. We'll send a train to Castle Black. The old bear will want to see the king's toys." Davos looked up at the distant line of the wall. Even here at its end it loomed. The stories he had heard as a boy, of monsters beyond, of shaggy men with ice in their blood, had seemed like tales to make dockbrats behave. Now, with the weight of Jeor Mormont's letter in his memory and Stannis's grim insistence in his ear, the ice looked less like a border and more like an old scar. "Maybe the world's finally looking in the right direction," he murmured. The armory at Castle Black glowed like the inside of a dragon's mouth. Forges roared. Sparks leapt. The air was thick with heat and the smell of hot metal, sweat, and charcoal. A shock after days in the courtyard's freezing breath. Men from Eastwatch stamped their feet, grateful for the warmth even as it stung their faces. Davos wiped his brow with the back of his hand. "Feels like Dragonstone," he said. "If Dragonstone had no sea and more crows." Jon Snow stood beside him, cloak thrown back, dark hair damp from the steam. "This is more heat than we've had in years," Jon said. "The forges weren't used for much but mending nails and sharpening old swords. Now," he gestured to the piles on the table. "Dragonglass, pieces chipped from larger stones, dark and glossy. Spearheads, their points wickedly sharp. Dagger blanks, arrowheads, all labeled with a smudged mark in chalk. Sizes, shapes, intended uses." Daemon held one up. "See the groove?" he said, showing it to Davos and Jon both. "You aren't just shoving this onto the end of a stick and hoping. The shaft must be cut to fit. Leather here, here, and here. And you do not swing it at armor as if it were steel. This is a stinger, not a club." "You sound like you've done this before," Davos said. Daemon's mouth quirked. "Different continent," he said. "Different monsters. Same principle. Some things don't like being introduced to volcanic glass." He passed the spearhead to Jon. The glass felt almost warm to Jon's touch, as if it retained some memory of the mountain it had been carved from. Its edges were so sharp they seemed to shave the air. "Thank your king," Daemon told Davos. "He sent us better odds than most men south could be bothered to." Davos shrugged. "He'll say the Lord of Light told him to," he said. "I say there are worse ways to spend a mountain than grinding it up to stab dead men." Jon glanced at him. "You've seen them?" he asked. "The dead?" Davos's jaw tightened. "I've seen men come back from things they shouldn't," he said. "And I've seen what Melisandre can do with shadows and king's blood. I've not seen your pale demons. I hope I never do. But I've read the letters. I've seen what this lot," he nodded toward Daemon, toward the smiths, toward the pile of black glass, "are willing to do for the sake of staying on this side of the dirt. That's enough." Daemon watched the Onion Knight curiously. "You'll go back to Dragonstone," he said. "Tell Stannis what you've seen. He'll want proof." Davos snorted. "He'll want wights in chains and walkers' heads on spikes," he said. "I'll tell him what I told him before, that the world is wider than his map and darker than his gods. He'll glower and do what he thinks is right regardless. Then we share one trait at least," Daemon said. Jon set the spearhead down. "Does it ever end?" he asked suddenly. "Shaping, planning, sending letters, grinding glass. It feels like bailing a boat with a spoon while the leak gets bigger." "No," Daemon said simply. "It doesn't end. Not until somebody's wall falls. But it changes. That's what we're doing now. Changing the shape of the fight. You feel it? don't you? Jon thought of the fist, of the pyre, of the captured moment when Longclaw had met the Walker's sword and won. Yes, he said. Good, Daemon replied. Hold on to that. When the fear tries to flatten you, remember that even the dead can be surprised. The sea between Qarth and Pentos glittered like hammered silver. Daenerys Targaryen stood at the prow and let the wind tug at her braids. The salt spray tasted fresher than the dust of the red waste, cleaner than the perfumes of Qarth. Drogon wheeled above, a dark shape against the hard blue. The galley rode easily, its oars shipped for the moment, its sail bellied with a favorable wind. The men at the ropes glanced uneasily up whenever Drogon screeched, but they did not break. They had seen worse in the Qarthine caravans that had nearly swallowed them. Behind Daenerys, a low table had been set up on the deck. A map lay upon it, corners weighted by small stones. Essos, its peninsulas and cities rendered in ink and careful strokes. Pentos to the west, Slaver's Bay to the south. Beyond the narrow strip of parchment that marked the narrow sea, the crenellated outline of Westeros weighted in faint lines. You cannot conquer what you cannot reach, Jorah Mormont said, tapping the map with one thick finger. You have no ships for the narrow sea, no armies, no coin for sellswords who would not betray you to the First Lord who offered more. The slave cities offer both, he went on. Armies you can free, riches you can claim. The east is where you build a ladder. The west is where you climb it. The Red Priestess, taller than Melisandre, her robes a slightly different shade of scarlet, her ruby dimmer, watched them both. The flames showed her snow, she said softly, and a wall of ice, and a boy with a wolf at his side, standing beside a dragon the world thought dead. The ladder may not be where you think, Mormont. Daenerys listened. Her hand rested on the rail, fingers tapping a slow, restless rhythm. I will not walk blindly into another man's war, she said. My father's madness burned enough of this world. My brother's arrogance finished what was left. If I go west, it will be on my own terms. Not because some priest's fire showed me another Targaryen hogging the dragonfire there. You are not your father, Jorah said. No, she said. I'm my own monster. She looked back at the map. Essos first, she decided. Slaver's Bay. If I free those in chains, if I build something that is mine, then when I cross the narrow sea, if I cross, the West will know I come as more than just another pretender with a famous name. The priestess inclined her head. Chains are chains, she said, whether of iron or of ice. Break some, and the Lord of Light is pleased. I don't care if your God is pleased, Daenerys said. I care if my people are. The ones I have and the ones I will have. She looked west, somewhere beyond that line of blue, beyond the faint ink mark on the parchment. A wall of ice reared up. An old man rode a dragon he should not possess. A boy with a wolf carried a name he did not yet accept. Tell your God, she said to the priestess, that if he wants me there, he can keep the snow from killing my allies before I arrive. Drogon shrieked. He dove, skimming the waves, then soared again, trailing steam. Daenerys smiled. We'll get there when we're ready, she whispered. And if you've broken the world too much to share, Uncle, I will be very cross. The Iron Bank did not often concern itself with ghosts. Debts were its meat and drink ode called balanced. The interest on a crown's folly fed more clerks than most kings did. Wars were numbers in ledger columns. Famines were fluctuations in repayment schedules. Yet the words in the letter from the far north had found their way into a conference room regardless. The banker who read it was thin and gray, his hair pulled back in a tight queue. His hands were steady, the nails trimmed short. Lines at the corners of his eyes suggested he smiled sometimes. Not often. If the wall falls, no king's coin will keep the dead from his door, he read. He let the parchment fall to the table, and one of his colleagues asked. The room was sober, all dark wood and carved stone. Ledgers lined the shelves, bound in leather, labeled in a dozen scripts. A map lay spread on the table, the 7 kingdoms and the free cities picked out in neat, measured strokes. And, the reader said, if the wall falls and the dead sweep south, every army we have invested in is moot, every fortress a liability. Carts do not carry gold well when the horses pulling them have blue eyes. A clerk near the wall snorted before he could catch himself. We are entertaining the fantasies of old men in fur, he said. The watch has been begging for coin for generations. Now they dress their pleas in stories. The banker turned his head. 2 dragons, he said. 1 girl, 1 old man, both of Targaryen blood, both moving in ways that upset existing balances. Letters from Dragonstone confirm shipments of obsidian north. Letters from Winterfell confirm dead men that burn blue if not burn black. We ignore cross-corroboration at our peril. Another banker tapped the map where the wall was marked. What would you have us do? She asked. We are not a temple to send prayers. We are a bank. We do not send armies. We send ships, the reader said. Loans, favor, information. We have client kings in every corner of this board. If one side topples, the others sway. He looked at the little carved ship model in the corner, an old thing, dust motes gathering on its sails. Someone long ago had carved the Night's Watch's crow sigil on its prow. An old loan, paid or unpaid. Mark the watch as potentially solvent, he said dryly. If they survive, they will be interesting clients. If they don't, we will have larger problems. He picked up the letter again. And send a copy of this, he added, to our contact in Pentos, the one with an ear to the Targaryen girl. Tell her that when she is done in the east, there is a wall of stone and ice that would make an intriguing investment. Coins clicked, quills scratched. The bank returned to its work. The echo of the far north folded into its understanding of what the world owed and what it feared. The plan was simple. It was also, in Jon's opinion, stupid. Capture one, Daemon had said. Alive, or as close to it as these things get. Bind it, bring it south. Show the world what they prefer to call stories. Gior had grumbled and cursed and finally agreed, with the weary resignation of a man who knew that words alone would never pry lords out of their warm halls. Now the Wight thrashed, and simplicity went the way of summer. The net held, barely. Chains dug into ice-crusted limbs, leather straps creaked. The dead man, wildling by the look of his frozen furs, snapped at the brothers who pulled, his blue eyes burning with mindless hunger. Each jerk of his body sent ripples through the lines, nearly yanking men off their feet. Pull, you bastards, a sergeant barked. If this thing breaks loose, it eats you first. Jon kept Longclaw between himself and the thing's teeth, point hovering just out of reach. Don't get near its mouth, he warned, or its hands. They grab. We could just cut its head off, one brother panted. Carry that. Would make the point just as well. Gior wants it animated, Daemon said. Lords trust their eyes more when the monster is moving. They can lie about a head. He stepped forward, torch held high. The Wight snarled, jerking toward the flame. Its flesh did not burn, not at once, but smoke curled from its skin where the heat touched, and its movements grew more frenzied. Keep the fire close, Daemon ordered. Not enough to char it. Enough to remind it it's not welcome. Caraxes' shadow passed overhead, blacking out the stars for a heartbeat. The dragon's presence made the air hum. Even the Wight jerked at the edges of the net as if some instinct recoiled from the old, deep threat of fire made flesh. Jon's arms burned from holding Longclaw ready. This is mad, he said through gritted teeth. Dragging one of these things across half a realm in hopes someone listens. It is, Daemon agreed, but so is standing on an ice wall in the path of an army of dead. Mad plans for mad times. The Wight lunged. The net jerked. A brother lost his footing, going down in a tangle of limbs. The Wight's hands clawed toward him, fingernails ripping at the man's cloak. Ghost darted in. The direwolf's jaws snapped shut on the Wight's wrist. Bone cracked. Ghost yanked, ripping the limb away. Blue light flared in the severed hand, then flickered. The Wight writhed, reaching with its remaining arm. "Enough," Daemon said. He jabbed the torch toward its face. The flame licked at dead skin. The smell of burning rot gagged the men nearest, but they held their grips. The Wight shrieked, a choked, ugly sound, and thrashed, then sagged, stunned but not extinguished. "Move," Daemon ordered. "Get it onto the sledge. Bind the net tight. We have a ship to catch." "A ship?" Jon echoed. "To Eastwatch," Daemon said. "To whatever fool Stannis sends north next. To a realm that won't believe otherwise." Jon stared at the Wight, at the thing that had once been a man and now was a message. "I hope it's worth it," he said. "It won't be," Daemon said, "but it will be necessary." The hold stank of salt, tar, and something far worse. Davos had been in cramped spaces before, smuggling runs in low, sweating ships packed with onions or contraband. He had never shared one with a thing that did not breathe but refused to lie still. The Wight slammed into the cage again. The wood creaked but did not give. The smiths at Eastwatch had reinforced it with iron bands. The black metal etched crudely with marks Sam claimed were copied from old tomes about first men and children. Chains wrapped the outside, their links humming faintly in the lamplight. His eyes burned. Blue constant, wrong. It snapped its jaws at Davos, teeth clacking. "Seven save me," Davos muttered. "And the Lord of Light too, if he's listening. This is what you fight up there." "This is one sliver of what we fight," Daemon said. He ducked under a low beam, the ship's roll barely touching his balance. "You volunteered," he reminded Davos. "Stannis asked," Davos corrected. "I owe him more than my life. I wasn't about to send some nameless boy to bring proof of the end of the world while I stayed on my rock." The captain of the ship, a hard-bitten man with earrings of cheap bronze and a scar across his cheek, hovered near the ladder, eyes never leaving the cage. "That thing stays chained," he said. "If it breaks loose, I'll burn half this bloody boat to ash before I let it near my men." "Agreed," Daemon said. He crouched, bringing his face level with the bars. The Wight snarled, leaning toward him. Frost smoked around its mouth. Its skin had begun to tighten and crack in the drier air, but it showed no sign of weakening. "It's learning," Daemon murmured. Davos shot him a look. "How in all the hells can you tell that?" he demanded. "First ones we saw moved like puppets," Daemon said. "Now they pull at ropes, test knots, throw themselves at weak points. They adapt. If it starts tearing its own limbs off to slip the chains, we get the captain his fire." Davos shuddered. "You say that like you've seen it," he said. "In other wars," Daemon replied. "Other dead, other mistakes. I told you the world has more kinds of wrong than this. This one just happens to be hungry for the whole of it." The ship lurched. Above, sailors shouted. The Wight's eyes flared. It threw itself against the bars again, rattling chains. "When we reach Dragonstone," Davos said, "Stannis will want it brought before him. Melisandre will say it's a sign. The lords will say it's a trick. You'll tell them what you know," Daemon said. "What you saw, what you felt in your bones when you stood on our wall. That the cold is not a story. That this thing is one of many, not a lone monster." Davos nodded slowly. "And you?" he asked. "What will you do while I'm telling kings that the world is ending?" Daemon's eyes went distant. "Stand on the wall," he said, "and watch. And try to keep the boy alive long enough to hear what answer your king sends back." The Godswad at Castle Black was nothing like Winterfell's. The heart tree was smaller, its branches thinner, its roots more shallow. The pool at its base was a crust of ice rather than a steaming mirror. Yet it had a presence, a quiet weight, as if the old gods had agreed to stand here out of obligation if not enthusiasm. Jon knelt in the snow. Longclaw lay across his knees, its dark blade catching the starlight in broken glints. Ghost lay beside him, head resting on his paws, eyes half closed but alert. He was not praying, not exactly. Words felt clumsy when addressed to carved faces and old sap. He thought, instead, of Ned's letter, of Daemon's confession, of the Wight on the ship, of the walker in the trees at Craster's, of Dany, though he had never seen her, imagined only from Sam's stories and Daemon's muttered references. Another ember. A soft cough broke the stillness. Jon turned. Daemon leaned against a tree, one hand braced on the bark. The other was pressed to his mouth, a scrap of cloth held between his fingers. For a moment Jon saw the way the man's shoulders shook, the quiet intensity of the cough. When Daemon lowered the cloth, something dark smeared its surface before the old man folded it quickly into his palm. "Old age?" Jon asked. Daemon snorted. "If only," he said. "Old bargains, old wounds, old debts." He pushed himself upright. "Even fire rots if you keep it in the wrong container too long," he said. "Whatever the Shadowbinders did to hold me between life and death for this little encore, it was never meant to last forever." Jon's mouth went dry. "You're dying," he said. Daemon shrugged, as if it were of no great concern. "So is everyone," he said. "I am simply closer to the point where the world stops asking my opinion." He limped closer, favoring one leg today. Some days it was the other. Sleep in Asshai had left its marks unevenly. "I thought," Jon began, then stopped, searching for words. "You seemed unkillable," Daemon suggested. "I'm not. I'm just stubborn. That buys time, not immortality." He sat down in the snow with a grunt, leaning against a root. Ghost sniffed at him, then reluctantly accepted his presence. "Listen," Daemon said. Jon did. "I won't be here for the end," Daemon said. "Not the real one. Not the moment when the dead finally decide they've tested enough and move in force. Or the moment when the girl comes west. Or the moment when the realm finally sees clearly for once and decides what kind of world it wants after the ice cracks." Jon's fingers tightened on Longclaw. "You don't know that," he said. "I do," Daemon replied. "I know my limits. They're closer than they were when I was dueling green boys over who got to wear black and red in King's Landing." He turned his head, looking up at the heart tree's carved face. "I asked to live long enough to see my house remade," he said. "I did not ask to live long enough to see every consequence of that remaking. That was presumptuous, perhaps even for me." Jon swallowed. "What are you saying?" he asked. Daemon shifted his gaze back to him. "I am saying," he said, "that the time is coming when you and the girl and whatever stubborn kings stand between you will have to decide without me telling you how. That my role is almost done." Jon's chest tightened. "You said you would make me your heir," he said. "Teach me, guide me, not disappear." Daemon's laugh was soft and rough. "I'm not vanishing tonight," he said, "or tomorrow, unless some walker decides to make my timetable irrelevant. But I feel the edges fraying. My strength goes further some days than others. There will come a day soon when I climb the wall and don't have breath left to come back down." Jon looked at the sword in his lap, at the scar in his palm. "A ghost. What do you want from me?" he asked quietly. "I want you to stop thinking of me as your answer," Daemon said, "and start thinking of me as your warning. I burned a realm chasing a crown I thought was necessary. Rhaegar died chasing a prophecy he thought was kind. Don't repeat us." He leaned forward, eyes intent. "When the girl comes," he said, "remember you share more than a name. When Stannis or some other king demands your kneel or your death, remember Ned's letter. When the dead stand under this wall in numbers that make our little skirmishes look like children's games, remember that you have the right to choose something other than heroic suicide." Jon let out a sharp breath. "You want a lot," he said. "I want you to live," Daemon said simply. "Not as a symbol. As a man who can carry what I can't." He coughed again, turning his head. "What if I fail?" Jon asked. "Then you fail," Daemon said, "and winter wins, and the world goes quiet, and I'll be past caring. But until that happens, I will be very annoyed with you wherever I am." Despite himself, Jon smiled grimly. "I'll do my best to avoid your annoyance," he said. "Good," Daemon replied. The gods know it's kept me alive this long. The dead noticed, not in the way men did, counting heads and names, tallying the absence of a particular corpse in their morbid ranks. They felt instead the lack of a thread in the tapestry that bound their will to their tools. A Wight gone, not burned under their gaze, not shattered in battle where their senses could follow its unmaking. Taken, cut off, lost. On a low ridge, the walker paused. Its eyes flared, casting a faint blue glow on the snow at its feet. Frost cracked softly along its armor as something like irritation rippled through it. Men had moved, not just on the wall, where their heat gathered in predictable patterns. Not just in the wild camps, where wildlings still scattered before the cold. They had taken one of the dead's pieces and carried it beyond sight. It lifted a hand. The air around its fingers thickened, moisture condensing, freezing. Snowflakes formed out of clear sky, spiraling faster and faster. The wind picked up, keening through the branches. The forest darkened, not just from clouds, but from density. Snow packing the air, turning distance into a blur. Sound dulled, shapes smudged. The cold deepened, sinking deeper into bark and bone. The walker's thoughts spread. Not words, pressure, instruction, storm. Where once they had simply walked behind the night, happy to let natural dark cloak their advance. Now they reached out, tugged at old, thin threads in the world's fabric. Storms had always come in winter. Now they came sharper, stranger, with direction. The warg thing with the white coat, the boy with the black sword, the old dragon in the sky. They had moved boldly under clear stars. Let them try under this. Snow rose. Blizzards had voices, if one knew how to listen. This one howled in a new tongue, part ice, part something older. It did not simply obscure, probed. It tested the strength of walls and the patience of men. Far to the south, clouds began to gather above the wall, thick and heavy, drawn by a will that did not know mercy or haste, only the inexorable logic of cold. The storm arrived in stages. First, the sky darkened, as if the sun had simply decided it was tired and went to bed early. Then the wind picked up, hissing along the ice, plucking at cloaks and loose ropes. The first snowflakes were fat and slow, drifting more than falling. Then the wall vanished. Snow drove sideways in thick, relentless sheets. It stung exposed skin, bit at eyes, found every gap in clothing. Men shouted to one another and heard only muffled echoes. Torches in their brackets sputtered and went out, flames snuffed by gusts that seemed almost targeted. Jon could barely see the man in front of him. "Gate!" someone yelled. "Close the bloody gate!" They were on the outer rampart, at a narrow access point used for hoisting supplies up from the base. The heavy wooden gate that covered it was half open, chains rattling as the wind grabbed at it, trying to wrench it free. "Pull!" Jon shouted. He threw his weight against the lever, muscles trembling. Two brothers beside him swore and leaned in. The gate groaned, inching down. Snow poured through the gap, stinging their faces. "Where did this come from?" one of the men gasped. "It's winter," another snapped. "No," Jon said, teeth chattering. "This is more." He thought of the walker on the ridge, of the way the air had thickened around its hand, of the instinctive, deep wrongness that had rippled through Ghost when the first gust hit. Somewhere above, Caraxes roared. The sound was strangled by the storm, dragged sideways and shredded. But it was there, a ragged, furious tearing of the sky. Jon caught glimpses of the dragon through the white, a dark shape buffeted by the wind, wings straining, tail whipping. Fire flared once, a brief orange gouge in the blizzard, then vanished. "Get him down!" Daemon's voice cut through the gale, anger sharpened by worry. He stood near the main parapet, cloak snapping like a banner. Snow plastered his hair to his skull, frosted his beard. His eyes were narrow slits against the sting. "Down, you idiot!" he bellowed in Valyrian. The words ripped from his mouth by the wind. Caraxes wheeled. He fought the currents, wings beating in powerful strokes that sent whirls of snow spinning. Slowly, laboriously, He forced his way back toward the wall, claws gouging at the ice as he sought a purchase. The gate slammed shut with a final, bone-jarring thud. Jon sagged against the lever. His lungs burned. His eyelashes were crusted with ice. The world had shrunk to the circle of his immediate effort, to keeping wood and iron moving against a storm that felt targeted. "This isn't natural," he shouted to no one in particular. Daemon heard him. "Nothing about them is," he shouted back. "Get below, before you're blown off like a leaf." Jon shook his head. "I'm on watch," he yelled. "You're on a suicide balcony," Daemon snapped. "Move, Snow. You can't fight ice by letting it peel you off this wall." As if to underscore the point, a gust hit. It slammed into Jon with the force of a physical blow. He staggered, one foot skidding on the slick stone. For a heartbeat, he felt nothing under his heel but air. A white shape crashed into his side. Ghost. The direwolf's weight bore him sideways, away from the edge. Jon grabbed blindly at the parapet, fingers scrabbling until they found purchase. He dragged himself down, crouching, heart hammering. "Fine," he shouted. "Below it is." He and Ghost half ran, half fell down the nearest stair, Snow chasing them like a living thing. Behind them, Caraxes finally latched onto the wall. His claws sank into the ice, massive body hugging the leeward side. He snarled, smoke and sparks escaping between clenched teeth. Daemon stayed on the rampart a moment longer, hands braced on the stone, eyes narrowed against the fury. He could feel it. In his bones, in his teeth, in the old scars under his skin. This was not chance. This was a test. The hall shook, not dramatically. No great cracks opened in the walls, no beams snapped, but enough that dust sifted down from the rafters, peppering men's hair and bowls. The sound that accompanied it was a low, resonant groan, as if something vast and old had shifted under strain. "7 bloody hells," a steward muttered. "Is the wall complaining?" "It's held worse," a ranger said, but his tone held more hope than conviction. The storm howled outside. Wind shoved at the heavy doors, making their iron hinges scream. Smoke from the hearth fire backed up briefly in a gust, sending a cough of black into the hall before the draft caught again. Men hunched over their food, shoulders tight, ears tuned more to the noises beyond the stone than to the clatter of spoons. Jeor Mormont stood near the hearth. His cloak steamed, drops of melted snow hissing where they fell too close to the embers. He barked orders at anyone foolish enough to idle. Check the lashings on the outer gates, make sure the fires in the towers did not go out, double the watch at the main gate even if they could barely see their own hands. Jon stood before him, Ghost pressed against the back of his legs. "Hit all at once," Jon was saying. One moment the sky was clear, the next, it wasn't. Felt like the cold at the fist, only bigger, intent, like something was looking at us. Jeor's brows drew together. "You think the storm is their doing," he said. "I think nothing else I've seen behaves like this," Jon said. Daemon shook snow from his cloak. "The dead do not need storms to hide in," he said. "They move well enough under any sky, but they learn. We took one of their toys. They tugged at the weather like a spoiled child tugging a curtain." Jeor grunted. "And if they tug harder?" he asked. "If they decide to bring the whole bloody curtain down? Then," Daemon said, "we see how well this wall remembers why it was built." Another rumble shivered through the stone. Sam stumbled in from the side door, cheeks red, eyes wide behind fogged lenses. "The maester says the barometer," he started, then shook his head, flustered. "The glass thing with the water and the mark. It dropped further than he's ever seen. He says this storm isn't just weather. It's pressure. On the wall." Jeor's jaw clenched. "Tell him to keep his glass thing from freezing," he said. "If this is the others' doing, I want to know whether it gets worse or just loud." Sam bobbed his head and scurried off. The hall groaned again. Somewhere above, ice cracked. Not in a catastrophic slip, but in a series of sharp, staccato reports, like distant musket fire. Men went still. "Eat," Gior barked. Drink. Sleep if you can. You won't help the wall by staring at the ceiling and pissing yourselves every time it sighs. He glanced at Jon and Daemon. You too, he said. Stay awake. If the ice falls, I want you moving before it decides where it wants your heads. Jon swallowed. Yes, my lord, he said. Daemon's eyes were distant. I've heard a wall complain like this before, he said softly. Gior shot him a sharp look. And? He demanded. Daemon's mouth twisted. The last time, he said. Men on both sides of it were too busy arguing over whose banners looked better in the wind to notice. He looked around at the hungry, frightened, stubborn faces in the hall. Let's not repeat that, he said. The rain at Dragonstone came sideways. It slashed in off the narrow sea, blurred ships' masts into silhouettes and turned the flagstones slick beneath Davos's boots. The sky squatted low over the island, an unbroken sheet of iron. Lines secure, someone yelled. The cog bumped against the dock again, fenders squealing. Ropes creaked as men hauled tight. The ship that had carried onions and smuggled goods in another life now bore something the world had not seen in an age. Easy, Davos called. Careful with that, lads. If it breaks loose, you'll wish it was only the sea trying to eat you. The cage did not move. It sat near the mainmast, iron bands dull in the gray light. Chains wrapped it, links threaded through ringbolts sunk deep into the deck. Through the bars Davos could see it. The flicker of blue, the pale, clenched hands, the constant, mindless motion. The Wight slammed itself toward the light as if it sensed land. The chains rattled. One of the ship's boys flinched, crossing himself nervously. Leave off, the captain growled at the Wight. You've had your share of the journey. Davos stepped onto the gangplank, legs adjusting automatically to the roll. Stannis would be up there in the keep, he knew, scowling over some parchment, jaw set, eyes fixed on a problem he would bully with sheer will if he could. Melisandre would be near his shoulder, the ruby at her throat pulsing faintly as she muttered about kings and fires and chosen swords. He looked back once at the cage. Come on then, he muttered. Let's see if you're what makes the difference. Or just another horror no one wants to believe in. They brought the cage into the hall on a sled. The scrape of wood on stone echoed off the vaulted ceiling, joining the constant crackle of the torches and the low roar of the great fire. Stone dragons loomed from the walls, mouths open as if ready to belch flame at the thing within. Stop, Stannis said. The men hauling the sled obeyed at once. The cage shuddered to a halt in the center of the hall. Open it, Stannis ordered. The captain from Eastwatch paled. Your Grace, he began. It's... Do as he says, Melisandre cut in gently. Her eyes shone in the torchlight, the ruby at her throat pulsing. The king must see the darkness with his own eyes. Davos moved before the captain could argue himself into foolishness. We open a little, he said. We keep the chains. We don't need it strolling about the hall making introductions. He nodded to two of the Dragonstone men. Reluctantly, they stepped forward, hands shaking as they worked at the bolts holding one corner of the cage's door shut. The iron screamed as it shifted. The stench spilled out first. Rot and old blood and something colder than either. Several men gagged. One young knight swore and clapped a hand over his mouth. Then the Wight lunged. It hit the bars with a force that rattled the cage. Fingers clawed through the gap at the top of the door where the bolts had come loose. Blue eyes, set deep in a sunken face, burned with mindless hunger. Stannis did not flinch. His jaw tightened, but his gaze remained fixed, weighing, as if the Wight were another petition, another supplicant asking for judgment. Gods, one of the lords muttered. What is it? Dead, Davos said. Or it should be, buried in the snow beyond the wall. He got up again. They all do if you don't burn them. The Wight screamed. It was a raw animal sound, scraping out of a throat that should not have been able to make it. It clawed at the bars, nails ripping, skin tearing, unfazed by its own damage. Melisandre's eyes narrowed. This is no servant of the Lord of Light, she said. This is the dark given form. She stepped forward, lifting one hand. The Wight's eyes flicked to her. It lunged, hands flailing through the gap. Stannis' knuckles whitened on the arm of his chair. "Show me," he said. Melisandre's lips curved. "As you wish, your grace," she murmured. She reached for the brazier that had been brought in specially, charcoal and oil already burning low. With a flick of her wrist, she sent some of its contents splashing through the bars. Fire kissed dead flesh. The Wight thrashed. Flame raced along its arms, catching in the tatters of its furs, licking up toward its face. The creature shrieked again, flailing, setting the straw at the bottom of the cage aflame. The men nearest the sled stumbled back, one falling flat in his haste. The Wight burned. It did not fall at once. It clawed and howled, blue eyes blazing brighter, then flickering, then, finally, failing. The light went out all at once, like a candle snuffed. What remained was a collapsing skeleton of blackened bone and ash. The hall was very quiet. Stannis exhaled. "How many?" he asked. Davos blinked. "Your Grace," he said. "How many of those?" Stannis repeated. Mormont's letter spoke of corpses in numbers. Walkers. An army, he said, if men were wise enough to name it so. Davos swallowed. "Enough, your Grace," he said. "More than enough if the letters are right." Stannis looked to Melisandre. "You spoke of a war to end all wars," he said. "A night that would not end. Is this what you meant?" Her smile was slow. "It is part of it," she said. "The great other's work. The cold that hates life. The darkness that wants all flames snuffed. You see now why I spoke of the wall." Stannis' eyes burned. "I see a threat," he said. "One my brothers laughed at. One the fat fool on the Iron Throne will drink away. One the lions will use as an excuse, if they believe it at all." He stood. "I will not," he said. "If the dead come south, they will find Stannis Baratheon standing in their path." The painted table was littered with new pieces. Someone, Davos suspected Melisandre, had set a small, black crow carving on the wall. Beside it lay a shard of dragonglass, its edges catching the candlelight, and a wedge of carved wood roughly whittled into the shape of a dragon. "King's Landing will say I am running," Stannis said. He did not sound concerned. "They will say Stannis flees his rightful war to chase phantoms in the snow while a boy king sits on my throne and Lannisters gnaw the realm. They already say that," Davos pointed out mildly. Stannis' mouth twitched. "Then they can say it louder," he said. "I have spent years fighting men who lie with every breath. Now the dead march. At least they are honest about what they want." Melisandre watched him. "The fire showed you this path," she said. "I saw your ships in the snow, your banners on walls of ice. I saw the dead break on your stubbornness." "You see many things," Stannis said, "some of which I cannot ignore, even if I wish to." He stabbed a finger at the wall. "We will sail to Eastwatch," he said. "What men, horses, and supplies I can spare. We will take dragonglass and steel. We will take Melisandre's damned fires, if they help. We will hold the wall with Mormont until the true ally arrives." "Ally?" Davos echoed. "The girl," Stannis said. "Daenerys Targaryen, or whatever she calls herself now. If half the rumors are true, she has dragons. Fire. If she is wise, she will learn that winter cares nothing for whose father sat one throne or another." Melisandre's smile was sharp. "Two fires," she murmured, "meeting on the ice." Davos rubbed at the stump of his fingers. "And the throne?" he asked. "Your Grace, the South, the debtors, the hungry, the betrayed. You'll leave them to stew in their own corruption," Stannis said flatly. "For now, if we do not hold that wall, there will be no South worth ruling. No harvests to tax, no fields to burn, only white and cold and silence." He met Davos's gaze. "You have stood on that wall now," he said. "You brought me the dead in chains. Do you think I'm wrong?" Davos shook his head slowly. "No, your Grace," he said. "I think, for once, The world has offered you a war worthy of you." Stannis let out a short breath that might almost have been a laugh. "Get the men ready," he said. "We leave when the tides allow, and send word to Mormont. Tell him Stannis Baratheon comes north. He can like it or not as he pleases. The dead won't care either way." When the storm finally cleared, it left the world sharper. The sky was a brittle blue, cloudless. The air was so cold that each breath felt like swallowing knives. Every surface glittered. Ice and snow and frost on stone turned for a few hours into something almost beautiful, until one looked closer. Cracks webbed the wall. Hairline in most places harmless, deeper in others, thin black lines where ice had shifted under its own enormous weight. The storm had hammered at it, probing for weaknesses, finding some. Jon ran a gloved hand along one such fracture. It was no wider than his little finger, but it ran down into the blue for yards, vanishing into deeper ice. He felt the faintest breath of moving air seeping out, a whisper where there should have been none. "How bad?" he asked. Daemon squinted. "Bad enough to make your old bear's beard whiter," he said. "Not bad enough to fall. Yet." He tapped the ice with his knuckles, listening. "The wall is like an old soldier," he said. "Too many scars, not enough rest. Can be patched, supported, but every blow counts now." Jon looked north. The forest was a black line again, the storm's fury erased from the visible world. No blue glimmers moved between the trees in the bright morning light. "They were testing us," he said. "Us," Daemon agreed. "And this," he thumped the ice. "Remember what the old books say," he went on. "The wall isn't just frozen water piled high. There's craft in it, power, old bargains, old magic. Pushes back. They push harder. Can we mend it?" Jon asked. "With whatever the children used?" Daemon snorted. "If I knew how to pour spells into stone, I'd have used them on more interesting things than a frozen fence," he said. "But Sam and Aemon will comb their scrolls. You will keep men off the weakest spots when the wind howls. And when Stannis arrives," he let the thought hang. "Stannis," Jon said, startled. Daemon smiled tightly. "Davos's ship made Dragonstone," he said. "The Raven came this morning. Dragonstone sends glass. And Stannis Baratheon sends himself, with as many ships and men as his rock can spare." Jon's first reaction was almost resentment. Another king, another banner, another set of demands and oaths and loyalties, when they could ill afford them. Then he remembered the Wight in the cage, the way Davos had flinched at it, the way a man like Stannis might look at such a thing and not dismiss it as a trick. "We'll have more men," Jon said slowly. "More fire, more trouble." "Yes to all three," Daemon said. "Kings are trouble by definition, but he brings glass and ships. We need both. The trick will be keeping him from trying to plant a banner in the ice and declare himself Lord of the Wall." Jon huffed. "He can declare what he likes," he said. "The wall doesn't bend to crowns." Daemon's eyes glinted. "Tell him that," he said. "I would pay good coin to see his face." Sam's voice shook only a little. "And so I, Stannis of House Baratheon, by the grace of God's King of the Undulls and the First Men, do declare my intent to march north to the wall with men, ships, and such weapons as Dragonstone can spare. I come not to usurp the Night's Watch's charge, but to aid it in the defense of the realm against the threat named in your letters." He paused, frowning. "Any who would stand with me against this darkness will be welcomed as allies. Any who stand against me while the dead walk will be remembered accordingly. Signed, Stannis Baratheon." He looked up. "That sounds like him," Jon said, though he'd never heard the man speak. It fit the picture Davos and Daemon had painted, hard, rigid, uncompromising. "Self-righteous," Daemon said, "but not wrong. Not this time." Aemon folded his hands in his lap. "Stannis Baratheon is not a man I ever expected to call ally," he murmured. "Yet here we are." "He's not here yet," Jon said. "Ships and men can still sink. Kings can still change their minds." "True," Daemon said. But he has seen the dead. That makes a different mark than ink or flame. Sam's eyes brightened behind their fogged lenses. He also says, he added, riffling the parchment, that he's sending ahead more glass. And what's this, a living proof of the dead? The Wight you captured, Jon. He showed it to Stannis in his hall. Jon swallowed. He burned it? He asked. Sam nodded. Davos writes in a postscript, he said. It burnt the same as the one at your wall, Jon Snow. Stannis saw its eyes. Melisandre called it the great other's work. Daemon's lip curled. I care little what name they put on it, he said, so long as they agree it needs killing. Aemon smiled faintly. The Lord of Light and the old gods may not share hymns, he said, but perhaps they can at least share enemies. Jon pushed off the wall. What happens when he gets here? He asked. Stannis. Does he take over? Try to order the watch? He's a king. He'll expect bowing. The watch bows to no crown, Sam blurted, then blushed. That's what the oaths say. I mean, in the texts. Text or not, it's true, Jon said. We take no part in the wars of the realm. Stannis will argue this isn't a war of the realm, Daemon said. He'll say it's something bigger. You won't be wrong, but you're right to worry about lines. Men up here have sworn to a different kind of duty than his. Aemon's blind gaze shifted as if he could see them both. Lines blur in storms, he said. Kings or crows, we all bleed the same when the ice cuts. The trick will be remembering why you took your vows when a king offers you other oaths. Jon thought of Ned's letter. Honor as ground, he said quietly. Not chain. Exactly, Aemon said. The sea was calmer the morning they left. The storm that had battered the coast had blown itself out, leaving the sky high and pale, streaked with thin clouds. The water was a flat, metallic gray, broken only by the wake of Stannis' ships. Dragonstone dwindled behind them, the great carved dragons shrinking to shadows on the horizon. Stannis stood at the prow of his flagship. He wore fur-lined armor, black and plain. No jewels, no gold. His only concession to vanity was the flaming heart of R'hllor worked into the stag on his breast, a compromise he had accepted with visible reluctance after Melisandre's insistence that symbols mattered. They'll say I fled my throne, he said. His voice carried over the creak of the timbers and the slap of water against the hull. They already say worse, Davos replied. Stannis' jaw flexed. If I save this realm, he said, I expect it to remember who did it, even if they hate me for it. The dead won't remember, Melisandre said softly. Only the living, and their memory is mutable. Stannis snorted. I'll settle for a few honest songs, he said. He looked north. No wall was visible from here, only endless sea. Davos, he said, you saw the wall, the men, the dead. Do you think we have enough? Davos thought of the thin line of black cloaks, the deep blue fissures in the ice, the way the Wight had slammed itself against the cage with tireless ferocity. No, he said honestly, but I think you're the only one sailing in the right direction. Melisandre's eyes shone. The fire did not lie, she murmured. Your path is north, to the wall, to the place where the darkness presses hardest. Stannis' gaze dropped briefly to the deck. Below, in the hold, the cage sat empty. They had burned the Wight the night before they sailed, on Melisandre's urging. There was no sense, she had said, in carrying such a thing into the storm and risk losing the ship to its chains. Stannis had watched it burn without flinching, then turned and ordered the cages reinforced anyway. Proof enough has been had, he said. Now we bring fire and glass to those who need it. The fleet moved steadily. No fanfare, no cheering crowds. Only the steady churn of oars, the snap of sails, the creak of wood, and the grim faces of men who sailed toward a war most of the world still denied. The Iron Throne looked no less ridiculous for the knowledge that the world was ending. Twisted swords, uncomfortable angles, steps designed to make men stumble. Joffrey slouched upon it like a boy on a stolen chair, crown askew. His fingers tapped impatiently on the arm, metal clinking. "What do you mean he's gone north?" he demanded. The messenger swallowed. He was dust-streaked, his cloak travel-stained, eyes too wide. The court stairs crowded him as surely as the walls. "Your Grace," he stammered. "Our ships watching Dragonstone report Stannis' fleet has sailed. Not east, not toward us. North. To..." He hesitated. "Spit it out," Cersei said, voice sharp. "To the wall, Your Grace," the man blurted. "To Eastwatch, with reports of strange cargo. Stone, black glass. Men say. They say he goes to fight. The dead." Laughter rippled around the hall. "The dead?" Joffrey repeated, grinning. "Uncle Stannis has finally lost what was left of his wits. He runs away from us to chase ghosts. If he runs from sense," Cersei said smoothly. "But he always did fancy himself noble. Let him freeze. The wall loves martyrs." Varys' expression did not change. Inwardly, his mind raced, tallying connections. Gior's letter, the copy he had sent east, the reports from Gulltown of odd early snows, the whisperer's murmur of a white shadow seen in the mountains of the moon. Littlefinger's eyes gleamed. "North," he said. "How unexpected. We might yet find uses in that." "How?" Joffrey snapped. "He's gone where the goats live. Who cares? Goats have gold sometimes," Littlefinger said. "And sometimes other assets." Cersei's gaze flicked to him. "Speak plainly, Lord Baelish," she said. "Plainly," Littlefinger said. "Very well. While Stannis plays at Savior of the Realm on an ice wall, he leaves Dragonstone lightly defended. He leaves Storm's End to his few loyalists. He leaves the Baratheon name bleeding credibility." He smiled. "If he comes back with tales of white monsters, we call him mad," he said. "If he doesn't come back, we call him dead. Either way, the Lannister hold on the South Titans." Varys' fan fluttered. "And if," he said softly, "the tales of white monsters are true? If the letters from the wall are more than the ramblings of old men?" The court chuckled. Joffrey waved a hand. "Then the wall will keep them out," he said. "That's what it's for. Let the crows earn their salt. We have enough real enemies without chasing children's stories." Varys smiled politely. "Yes," he said. "Of course, Your Grace." He lowered his eyes. "For now." Astapor's stink was different from Craster's, but no less foul. Rotting fish, human waste, old blood baked into sun-warmed stone. The red bricks of the city's walls glowed under the afternoon sun. The wide harbor beyond full of ships bobbing at anchor. Daenerys rode at the head of her ragged column. Silver moved with familiar grace beneath her, ears flicking at the sounds of the city. Behind, her Khalasar, reduced but hardened by the red waste, rode more uneasily. They did not care for walls or for collars. Overhead, Drogon wheeled. Regal and Viserion flew closer to the ground, their smaller wings laboring. The Unsullied in the plaza stiffened at the sight of them. The slightest tightening of ranks betraying nerves their training would not allow them to show otherwise. "You do not have to buy them," Yora murmured. "Not all of them. There are other ways. Mercenaries, freedmen. And leave these men in chains?" Daenerys asked. "To be used and thrown away by others?" She shook her head. "No. If I must play the slaver to free them, I will. And when I cross the sea, I will not bring only dragons to the wall. I will bring men who know how to stand when everything in them tells them to die quietly." The thought surprised her even as she said it. The wall. She had never seen it, only in maps and fires. But it hovered at the edge of her mind now like a second horizon. For every brick she walked past in Astapor, she thought of ice. For every Unsullied drilled in a square, she thought of black cloaks on white towers. The slave trader, Krasny's Naclaws, waited with his whip and his greasy smile. He looked at Drogon and saw a commodity. He looked at her and saw a foreign girl to be cheated. He looked at the Unsullied and saw coin. Daenerys looked at them all and saw tools. Tools she would turn against men like him. Against cities like this. Against chains, east and west. And after Astapor? Yora asked. Yunkai, she said. Mirene. And when the east is bleeding enough that the west smells it, then we sail. West? The priestess murmured. To the snow. In time, Daenerys said. She fixed her eyes on the gates ahead. First, she said, I need an army that can stand next to dragons and not run. The wall will not be defended by fire alone. The storm had left everyone tired. Men moved slower, shoulders heavier. Even the constant background murmur of Castle Black had dulled, as if the gale had stolen some of the sound from the world and no one had yet found a way to put it back. Jon's cell felt smaller than usual. The bed was narrow, the straw mattress lumpy. The single candle on the table burned lower than he liked, wax pooling in a wide dish. Longclaw rested against the wall in easy reach. Ghost snored softly, paws twitching, chasing something in his dreams. Jon read the letter again. He could recite it by heart now, but there was comfort in seeing the shape of the words, the familiar tilt of the letters. Ned Stark's voice whispered under the scratch of the quill. Honor as ground, not chain. He set it down as Daemon's knuckles brushed lightly against the doorframe. May I? The old man asked. Jon gestured. It's not mine to bar, he said. The wall doesn't stand on my door. Daemon stepped in. He moved more stiffly tonight. Jon noticed it in the way he turned his shoulders, the subtle favoring of his left leg, the little tightness at the corners of his mouth. The storm had taken something out of him that the day had not returned. Stannis will reach Eastwatch in a week, Daemon said. Weather allowing. We'll have warning when his ships are in sight. Jon nodded. You've met him, he said. In King's Landing. On Dragonstone. What is he like? Daemon snorted. Hard, he said. Inflexible. Honest, in the way of men who find lying too much effort. He will not flatter you, or the Watch, or anyone. He will tell you he is king and expect you to treat him as such. Jon grimaced. And we can't, he said. Not the way he expects. We can respect him, fight with him, but not kneel. Exactly, Daemon said. It will chafe him. He will hide it badly. It will chafe Gior. He will hide it worse. Your job, somewhere between them, will be to keep them from wasting energy on whose title weighs more while the ice waits. Jon's head throbbed. And you? He asked. Where do you stand between them? Daemon's smile was faint. Behind you, he said. For as long as I can stand anywhere. Jon looked at him. You're getting worse, he said bluntly. Daemon raised a brow. Honesty, he said. A Stark trait. Yes. The cold bites deeper than it used to. The climbing is harder. The fire smokes more. He touched his chest, not quite over his heart, as if feeling for some internal crack. I have time, he said. Not as much as I once did. Enough, I hope, to see you and the king and the girl pointed at the same enemy instead of each other. Jon exhaled. And if you don't? He asked. Daemon shrugged. Then you'll have to make do without an old fool whispering in your ear, he said. You have the sword, the wolf, the letters, the wall. That's more than I had when I started burning things I shouldn't. Jon glanced at Longclaw. I'm not you, he said. Good, Daemon replied. One of me was enough. He hesitated. When Stannis comes, he said quietly, he may ask you who you are, truly, Ned's son, Lioness, Rhaegar's, Snow, Targaryen, the Watches, mine. Jon's throat tightened. What do I tell him? He asked. Tell him, Daemon said. Whatever keeps his sword pointed at the dead and not at your neck. And whatever lets you sleep at night afterward. Jon huffed a laugh that wasn't quite amused. Simple, then, he said. Simple, Daemon agreed. Hard, but simple. Dawn came late to Eastwatch. The sun struggled up over a horizon blurred by sea fog and blown ice, its light weak and watery. The wall's eastern end plunged straight down into the water here, a sheer cliff of ice that loomed over the squat tower and the clustered buildings huddled against it. On the ramparts, the wind was a living thing. Tore at cloaks, chewed at ears and noses, stole breath. Jon hunched into his furs, ghost pressed against his leg. The direwolf's eyes narrowed against the sting. Behind them, Caraxes crouched, his wings folded tight, his tail curled protectively around his body. The dragon disliked the smell of the sea, but he tolerated it. "Ships," Daemon said. Jon squinted. At first, they were only darker smudges against the gray water. Then masts resolved. Sails, the faint glint of banners. Stags, flaming hearts. The painted prows of Blackwater ships pressed into a new service. "Stannis," Jon breathed. On the dock below, Cotter Pike and his men stamped their feet. "These damned southern fools," Pike muttered, "bringing their wars to my doorstep. If they start arguing about chairs down here, I'll throw them back in the sea." "They're bringing glass and men," Jon said. "We need both. We need men who know how to listen," Pike replied. "We'll see if this king does." The first galley nosed toward the pier, sail furled, oars feathering delicately. Lines flew, were caught, pulled tight. Stannis stood at the prow. Even at this distance, Jon could see the set of his shoulders, the rigid line of his spine. He wore blackened fur, his crown nowhere visible. He looked less like a king arriving in state and more like a man disembarking at a job site he already resented. "Impressive," Daemon said dryly. "He's as cheerful as ever." Jon's heart thudded. This was it. The South, with all its crowns and claims and history, had come to the foot of the wall. The choices Aemon and Daemon had spoken of, the ones Ned's letter had hinted at, had ceased to be abstract. "Time to see," Daemon said softly. "What happens when fire from the south meets the cold up here?" He rested a hand briefly on Jon's shoulder. "Remember," he murmured, "honor as ground, not chain, and that the dead don't give a damn whose banner flaps above them." Jon nodded. Below, Stannis stepped onto northern stone for the first time with the wall in his eye. Above, unseen from the dock, a White Walker lifted its head in the far north, feeling the new heat that had entered the game.